The WR Women's Chess Tour 2026 kicked off in Tokyo, Japan, and the rapid portion of the event is over. It was a tremendously exciting day, a knockout format with 8 players, so we went straight into quarterfinals where we saw one local player take part, Azumi Sakai. She came up against Alexandra Kosteniuk. She put up a great fight, but in the end, Kosteniuk went through 2-0. In other news of the quarterfinals, that's where we saw our only Armageddon matchup between Anna Sargsyan and Katerina Lagno. That was won by Lagno, who proceeded to the semifinals. In the semifinals, both matches were won by the youngsters. First of all, Vaishali beat Alexandra Kosteniuk 1.5-1/2, and in the other semifinal, Alua Norman beat Katerina Lagno with the same 1.5-1/2 score. That left us with a final between 2 exciting young players, Alua Norman and Vaishali, who of course earlier this year won the Women's Candidate Tournament. Vaishali played a great game in Game 1 to take the lead. She won in spectacular fashion with the white pieces, but Alua came very, very close to striking back in Game 2, deep into the rook ending. She had a chance to briefly win the game, but that chance was missed, and so Vaishali became the champion today without the need for an Armageddon at any point, winning all her matches with a 1.5-1/2 scoreline. Congratulations to Vaishali, and we continue with the Blitz portion next.
Good morning and welcome to the WR Women's Chess Tour. Today is the Blitz portion and we have 8 of the world's best female players battling it out here in Tokyo, Japan. I'm Jan Gustafsson and I'm joined yet again by chess coach Andra. Andras, how are you doing today?
Yeah, great, thank you. I'm very excited for another day of super exciting chess, and today the volume will be increased, more games to watch, more excitement, shorter time controls, so this is definitely going to be a super exciting day ahead of us. And of course the tournament is still wide open. Vaishali winning the rapid section, of course, is going to put her as a strong favorite for today. But when we look at the pairings from yesterday, while we are doing that, I will mention that, of course, today we start afresh, and the combined Blitz and Rapid scores will determine the ultimate winners of the Asia leg. So that is still something to keep in mind, a lot to fight for today as we now look at the playing hall and the standings at the same time.
Yeah, 10 points for Vaishali, 8 for Alua Norman, sort of the surprise of yesterday, showing some great chess. Today, there's 10 more points to grab for the winner. Then we'll have to do some complicated math to figure out who is taking the overall top 2 spots, because these 2 will go to the grand finals in the Rosenstein Castle. These are today's pairings. What do we have?
Yeah, so on the top we have got Katerina Lagno, who actually we could see clearly throughout the day gaining more and more form. So I think she's definitely going to be a force to reckon with, shaking off the jet lag and getting back in shape. And she's playing against the local hope, Sakai, who did put up a good fight yesterday. And certainly she's looking at a tough challenge this morning. So that's going to be an interesting one. And a very exciting battle in the second pairing, Stefanova against Irene Sukanda. I think Irene, being a very dangerous Blitz player, can definitely hope to make it to the second round. And I will pass it back to you for the bottom side of the draw, Jan.
Yeah, Anna Sargsyan against Vaishali. Vaishali looking strong, the winner of the Women's Candidates Tournament, of course, a favorite. And the one I'm looking forward to maybe the most is Kosteniuk. The veteran has been a world-class player, world champion. But she's facing Alua Norman, maybe the most informed player that we've seen yesterday, apart from Vaishali. So I have a feeling that might be the closest match. While in the others, I would say Lagno, Stefanova, Vaishali are all big favorites. Then the last one, I'm not so sure. There we see Antonetta Stefanova, another former world champion, against Irene Sukanda. It was a breakfast early, like 7:30-ish. So she might also be struggling with little time difference, I don't know. Or maybe she's just an early bird. there is Katarina Lachno facing the local player who did well yesterday, but in a 4-games match, because today we have 4 games, not 2, since it's Blitz. She has a work cut out for her against Lachno, one of the best Blitz players in the women's game for 2 decades, I would say.
Indeed, and there we see Alua Norman getting ready for a very tough match against the chess queen, Alexandra Kostenyuk. I think this is definitely going to be the most important or most exciting contest, at least based on current form from the first round. And in the background, we see our lovely colleague Fiona. I think we are going to shortly hand it over to her. But before we do that, Jan, do we have any predictions? Or
Yeah, I think it's Stefanova, Vaishali, Kostenyuk, and Lachno. But of course, anything can happen. Let's see what Fiona has to tell us.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 here at the WR Women's Chess Tour in Tokyo, Japan. Today is going to be fast. It's going to be furious because it is Blitz time. We see the players are all ready to get started with the quarterfinals. So I'm not going to take up too much of their time. We're in fact ready to start gameplay. And today, to make the ceremonial first move, we are delighted to invite to the stage international master Eric Rosen, who is one of the world's biggest chess streamers and YouTubers. Eric, thank you very much. I will invite you to make the first move on the board between Katarina Lachno and Azumi Sakai. Take it away. Thank you very much, Eric. And with that, we are ready to start the round. Players, best of luck. You may start the clocks.
And we have lift off. Eric Rosen, not just a big streamer, but also the husband of Irene Sukandar. So enjoying a little Japan trip here with his wife. Let's jump right into the games. Which one do you want to go to?
Oh, we have got on the screen already, I think, a Petrov, which is very fitting for Eric Rosen. And yeah, that would be an interesting one to definitely check out. But there is a French game unfolding on the screen as well. So yeah, I don't even know. We need to be very speedy with this today, as there are Blitz games. I guess we will stick with Lachno then, as we have got now on the screen indeed a French against the local Japanese hope, and a very exciting French actually, a gambit, which I'm somewhat familiar with due to chessable reasons. So it is going to be an exciting game for sure.
Yeah, she sacrificed the d4 pawn, and I saw a Blitz game yesterday between Vadim Rosenstein and Kostenyuk reaching more or less this position. I think the pawn was on h4, but very, very similar. I'm not sure if Katarina got inspired by that. This is Blitz, 3 minutes plus 2 seconds, so it's hard for us to cover all 4 games. We will try to pick the most exciting one, but then there will be breaks of around 15 minutes between the games, so we will have time to catch up to all of the action.
Indeed, indeed.
Queen to b6, hitting this pawn on d4, which is hard to defend. As knight b3 would run into a4, but Katarina is saying, you know what, by all means, take the pawn. And this is a typical gambit in these positions, where white doesn't want to win the pawn back directly, but white is arguing these pieces are bad. I still have this attacking unit, and I can take my time. She even plays a3, then bishop e3, bring the rook out. It's normally very dangerous compensation.
Indeed, it's very strongly reminiscent of the Milner-Barry gambit, which is in the advanced French, but this is an even better version for white, with all pieces are on optimal squares, and now the queen jumps out to g4, a very commonly seen theme in the French. And indeed now black is losing castling rights, which further justifies the material investment by Lachno. So are we looking at a rook lift maybe here with rook e3? That's what I would expect to see as an addition to the attack.
Rook b1, very cautious. I thought she would go bishop out to e3.
Yep.
And offer up that b2 pawn, but she's saying no, I'd like to cover that pawn and then bring the rook. h5, creating some space and kicking the queen And the queen goes all the way back. That looks excessive, I thought.
Queen f4 was
Or F3.
looking logical, right?
Yeah, Katarina, not in a hurry, is arguing her compensation is long-term. She can just go bishop e3. Maybe she even wants to open the queen side 1 point with pawn to b4. Still, yeah, full compensation, but so far, Azumi Sakai, the local player, playing well above her rating, which is not a surprise because she also played well yesterday.
Yeah.
Pawn to g6, trying to bring the king over here, but weakening some dark squares.
Yeah. We might want to mention that the time control for today's games is going to be 3 minutes with an additional 2 seconds after each move. That is going to be the BLITZ section for today.
Yeah. Don't like it. Make it 5-0. What's all this extra time? Like, you can play a chess game in 5 minutes. Give us some excitement, some throwing of pieces. But 3+2 is the official FIDE BLITZ time control. So what to do?
Indeed. Should we have a quick look-see, Jan, at the other games, just to see if there is anything exciting happening? Not that it's not exciting enough, especially now after b4. She is just going full Monty and yeah, opening up the queen side as well. Probably not the time to change the board.
Okay, we can stick with the action a little bit here and then jump. It looks like Sakai is still doing all right. She brought her king out. After knight takes b3, she can go queen back to c7. Even if you lose the pawn here, once all the black pieces are going, I think I'd take black here. I'm not sure. Ah, she takes with the rook, playing for tricks. Knight takes
Knight
b3,
f5,
knight
yeah.
f5. Still, same thing still applies. Queen somewhere. Black looks fine. Rook c3 is still fishing for some trickery, but even b6 looks like stabilizes everything. Sakai.
Yeah, strong showing
Hanging
for the
in there.
local hope,
Yeah.
for sure.
Queen to d2. I don't know. Rook to c8. Knight e4 is looming. Bishop a4 maybe to get rid of the stupid bishop. Black looks very all right. Yeah, rook c8 plate. And yeah, this goes quickly. Feels like we just started and they're down to 1 minute. We haven't seen any of the other games. Blitz is always tough. In general, I think we should have a look around early and try to pick the most exciting one, then catch up with the others. Or we can do a very quick tour. Sharp position in Norman Kostenjuk, where white is trying to get some attack going on the king side. Stefanova is winning against Irene Sukandar. The e5 pawn, if I count correctly, is dropping. And yeah, white is just winning.
Actually, white was already winning without taking that pawn, but that's just the insult to injury.
This looks bad for Anna Sargsyan. I haven't had time to count the material, but the eye test says black is doing well with his king in the middle.
Yeah, pawn up.
Okay, you pick a game. Which one you want to stick with?
I'm almost inclined to go back to the first one, actually. What do you say?
Right, let's go. So we have Vaishali and Stefanova winning two of our favorites, but here it's still very much a battle. Although with the queen a bit sidelined on a7 now,
Yeah, maybe bishop
there
e8.
are some weaknesses appearing around the king. And I would really like to put the queen on d8 to cover those, but that's not a legal move.
I didn't like the trade. I think bishop e8 looked like a move there to connect the queen from a7 to the bishop on e7. Because now she, queen f6 check, and then the rook on the third rank is going to join the party. This is looking terminal.
Ouch, yeah, this
Quickly.
escalated quickly. Yeah. And Katerina Lachno wins her game. Yeah, this moment you mentioned. Bishop takes g5. This is like, if a vampire asks if he can enter your house, you should say no. Yeah. But don't invite him in. You don't get rid of these guys. Yeah. So, let's jump maybe to the Vaishali game. What happened here?
Oh boy, everything just vanished on the king side.
But hang on, knight takes g1. Ah, she's just taking all the material here.
Nah, this is already over.
Okay, this is done.
It's over.
Mate, next move. Yep, More switching. Sorry, this is going to be a hectic day. Kostenjuk with a decisive advantage against Alua Norman as well. Or at least extra pawn. Very, very strong and experienced blitz player, Alexandra Kostenjuk. Beat me in Title Tuesday, which is almost impossible. Only hundreds of other players have also achieved that, so she's very serious. Bishop f6, looking for a checkmate, but no checkmate incoming yet.
Nonetheless, kudos to Alua for trying to put up a stiff resistance and always trying to find some tricks around the black king. But as material keeps on dropping off and now the king getting activated, I think her hopes are fading.
Not a lot of tricks around.
Nah, not anymore.
And rook h5 is checkmate, which was spotted after some hesitation. Yeah, all business. I told you who was going to win. They're up 4-0.
Wow. That's not a bad way to start your predicting day, Jan. That's impressive. I think you should quit on the top.
I have the power of reading chess ratings, which normally help in a 4-game blitz match. So we've seen Katerina Lachno defeating Azumi Sakai. Alexandra Kostenjuk beats Alua Norman, and maybe the most anticipated match, but Kostenjuk, seasoned pro, looked fresh, got rid of the jet lag, and I think what might help her, she's very good at preparing for the games as well. Well, from Alua yesterday we've seen she has some nice, tricky, surprising lines, but if your opponent knows the pairing in advance and can get ready for it, then maybe not as much fun is there to be had. And Kostenjuk showing some knowledge here in this Petrov.
It looked promising for a while for white, but then something must have gone sideways for Alua. Not sure what we exactly missed.
Yeah, she lost the opening battle. I'm not sure if she got a chance. Because later here, yeah, it got a bit messy after this Queen c5, Queen a3. That was maybe somewhat ambitious.
Yeah, this is roughly the point where I thought that she might have some chances on the king's side, but maybe it's an elusive
Queen was
moment.
A bit far away, and yeah, here after f4,
F4?
takes. Looks like white got something going.
Oh, g5 did not look like it.
Fg looks strange.
f5?
Maybe here, just don't go g5, but Queen e2 and play for f5, e6, f6, no?
Yep. Yeah, abandoning the c3 pawn looks like a very small investment for a rocking kingside attack. Also, instead of fg, didn't she have f5? Or maybe rook h6 is problematic.
I don't know, maybe there's some
Queen g5, bishop d8, f6.
Okay.
Messy.
Still complicated.
Oh, bishop f2. Bishop f2 is what I think I'm missing, no? Instead of bishop d8?
I can't calculate. I was going to say yet, but I don't think we need the yet. But yeah, this wins material. Fight probably continues. But
yeah, what a mess. Wow. Yeah, figuring all this out in a blitz game, of course, is a tall task.
Yeah, in the end, after fg, looks like all of white's dynamic play is gone. And here, with all these pawn weaknesses, Alexandra had no big trouble wrapping up, converting. We haven't seen what happened in Stefanova's game. Antoneta Stefanova, the Bulgarian chess legend, former world champion as well, always has been very, very strong blitz player. Not overly theoretical approach in the opening, which is typical for her, likes to get the pieces out, play slowly. And this bishop e3, this is a funny move, I recall. We had a match once with the German national team against who was it? Against Serbia. And Bluebaum asked me for an idea in this line. At lunch, I told him, but it was a joke. I just play bishop e3, and then you play queen c1, and you have a double threat of bishop h6 and c4. But I wasn't super serious about it. And then I go check the openings, and I see him proudly playing bishop e3, like I should not joke about opening prep. Anyway, it's not such a terrible move, and blue got a good position. But generally, don't try this at home. Play like c4 or bishop f4 or c3. But yeah, bishop e3, knight g4, bishop f4. I'm not sure if this theory looks like a principled reaction from Irene. Messy position, black is a pawn down, but compensation, looks like the compensation vanished, but the missing pawn stayed, no?
Yeah, it seemed like a fairly straightforward affair. Somehow black never really managed to build something meaningful out of that center that she got early on from the opening.
Yeah, I'm wondering where it all went wrong.
Does this, by the way, bear now the name of the Gustafsson variation by any chance, bishop e3, or should we coin it now?
So. I also don't think I invented it, but yeah, why not? Let's do it. So a5 apparently was bad, but I'm always wary of these positions. Looks like you have a nice center, but it is an extra pawn, and it feels a bit easier to play with white if you ever get in c4.
So what does Compi want here with black?
Yeah, Compi seemed to approve of this. Irene, a strong theoretician, probably knew this stuff. Doesn't love f6. Goes queen d7 and play h6.
It's definitely a Compi move.
Yeah. Complicated.
Arguing that the bishop has no good retreat square on the diagonal.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What happens? I go b4 and then...
E4.
Okay, he does computerish stuff.
That looks solid. And by solid, I mean chaotic, as always.
Yeah, it's too messy for me at these ungodly hours. How's your jet lag? When did you wake up?
Oh, jet lag. I don't know what it is. Nah.
What's the time difference to Australia?
Slept like a baby. 1 hour.
1 hour? That's nothing.
No,
How
honestly.
can it be 1 hour? Isn't it like 10 hours away by
Indeed, but when you are flying north, south to north, right along the time zone, it's same old, same old.
Oh,
Same old, same
must
old.
be nice.
Yes, it is. It was actually very pleasant. Very pleasant. I look forward to coming back to this beautiful place for many reasons.
And the question, why didn't she take the rook?
Because she wanted mate.
Not that bishop g6 is bad, but...
But a rook is a rook.
Yeah, you can take it and then go bishop g6, I would argue.
Fair enough.
Anyway, that's nitpicking, because bishop g6 won on the spot. Still, if you can take a rook with check and then get to the same position, normally you do it. Still, I think bishop g6 forced resignation, so I'm not sure how much it can be criticized.
Yeah, and also opponent had 3 seconds on the clock, so there was all kinds of troubles on the board. But still, I was very impressed with how Sakai played this game until the dreaded take on g5. She actually held her own really well.
We just got intel. The next round will start in 5 minutes, so we will stick around and see if there are any comebacks that are about to happen. Yeah, Sakai seems to know her openings. Also played a bunch of logical moves. I dislike queen a7 going away from the danger zone. I think if you put this queen here, reinforce these dark squares, then maybe go h4, rook h5 or whatever. Black should be doing all right with the extra pawn.
Yep.
But yeah, don't put your queen too far away from the action. And here, as we've mentioned, takes accelerated it while bishop e8 was hanging in there. But still, it's so far.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like sometimes people, get this illusion of where the pieces are located is where they feel that the action is. So if you go back a couple of moves, in particular before or right when she played queen a7, barring the bishop on e3, all white's pieces are on the queen side, and that often creates that illusion that you need to be thinking that the game will take place on the queen side, and I think that was the reason why she opted to keep the queen on a7 on the side of the board where it felt the action was going to unfold. But in fact, bishops are tricky pieces because they shoot quite fast. So the c2 bishop is an illusory piece in the sense that, yes, it's on the queen side, but obviously all its jobs are associated with the king side. So I don't know, I don't want to read too much into it, but that would be a somewhat rational explanation as to why she wanted to keep the queen on the queen side.
Yeah, this is where the action is, where the king is standing. Also, often the direction the bishops are pointing is not so much where they're located.
Exactly.
But both these guys are looking this way. So, gotta be careful still. Yeah. It's one move in blitz, easy to nitpick, but it feels like that was the source of her downfall.
Yeah.
Man.
And what happened in the Vaishali game? I don't think we unpacked that one. Like, that kind of happened so suddenly.
Yeah. E3, B3, trying to take it slow. What's Anna Sargsyan's style? I've seen her play E4, D4, slow D4s, fast D4s. She just plays anything?
Yeah, it does look like it. And yeah, she seems to have these occasional very aggressive moments, and then sometimes she just plays very solid positional chess. Hard to figure. G4 is definitely an example of unleashing in a position where it just feels like, whoa.
Yeah, but this already went terribly wrong. Generally, this is just a bad line. After c5, you don't play b3. If black plays e6, you can play b3 and these types of setups.
Yep.
But if this black bishop is still free to go out, b3, I think it's just a mistake. There's moves here, of course, c3, bishop e2, knight bd2, c4,
Yep.
d takes c5, pick one, but b3 is already quite bad. And choosing 3e3, yeah, that backfired a little, because these structures, these reverse Karlsbad structures, if this bishop can come out, normally you want to play c3, but here b3 is hurting you, because now you weaken this square, so she got a pretty bad position right from the get-go. And people might say, but this looks like whatever you call this, like a Zuckertort, with this bishop on f5 targeting this pawn.
Yeah, this is just all kinds of bad.
Yeah, g4 didn't help, I guess.
Isn't that just an outright blunder?
Yeah, it's already a sad position, but yeah, play bishop
For sure,
d3,
yeah.
3-2, and try to hang in there. But the black position just plays itself, so she tried to mix it, but bishop e5 just picks up a pawn. This king is weak.
Yeah, Vaishali is too solid for, not taking advantage of such lackluster opening.
Bishop e4, nice touch. Exploiting this pin. You can't take, and if not, black will pick up more material. Now Vaishali is just too strong tactically to get away with such shenanigans.
Yeah,
Having said that, knight d4, Compi has something to say. Queen g4, how is this equal?
What?
This is cute. First of all, knight f3.
Ooh,
takes
hello,
f3.
queen takes. Oh, and the rook g3 check also covers c3. That's mad. So if I plonk anything on c3 with black to block the check, I still lose both
Doesn't matter.
units. Wow, that is sweet. That is sweet. That's very nice.
So queen g4 was a way to hang around. I'm surprised Compi says it's equal. Now, white isn't that much material down, yeah?
Yeah, the rook endings.
Somehow.
We are entering the dreaded rook endings again.
White is surviving.
Crazy.
Okay, bit of a fluke chance, but as usual, just as I said, Vaishali is too sound for anything to happen. She does make a mistake.
Yeah, but also white had 5 seconds on the clock when this happened, so good luck finding queen g4 here. That's a tough ask for sure.
And yeah, this escalated quickly.
Yeah, if you go back a little bit, Jan, there was a tactical detail that we didn't point out. So when Vaishali took on e5, the justification of that capture was that the queen on h6 was hitting the c1 rook, so the b2 bishop was overloaded. If you go back a little bit more.
1 second, I want to mention this moment, because queen d3, we mentioned queen g4 with the point of knight f3, queen takes f3, but I think this is the same
queen
position.
takes f3.
So here she could take. I understand it's only 3 seconds, but this is winning.
No way.
So, and this she could have spotted.
Yes. I mean, that's your only hope in the game, right? So as much as you don't want to sound critical, that sounds like it was doable.
Yeah,
And
double blunder there, but we're ready
Yep.
with game number 2.
Alrighty.
Let's bring it. Switch to the playing hall. See who looks motivated. Mark is asking Vaishali if she has any statements for the show, but apparently not.
She makes statements with her moves, Jan. That seems to be the case so far today, and yesterday in particular.
The chess does the talking.
Yes, indeed, as the legend once said. We let the chess do the talking.
There we see Anna Sargsyan. Let's hope no one told her about queen takes f3. That was a big miss in a completely lost game. She could have won in one move.
Yeah, she could have turned that game around. That would have been the upset of the day, easily. Yeah. I wonder if Vaishali knows.
Probably not, since they both went there with seconds. Normally in Blitz, you don't check your game afterwards.
Yeah, for sure.
We have game 2 starting. All 4 favorites won their game in the first round. This is, what do you call this? Best of
4.
4, meaning 2.5 points win the match. So everybody will get to play a third game, but maybe not a fourth.
Actually, I do not know what the policy is. Do we play out the fourth?
I know. Yeah. 2.5 ends the match.
Okay. That makes commentary easier. They were very thoughtful when they figured out the ruling. And we have got a 4-knight Spanish. Knight d4, the exciting way to play. Is this what you recommend, sir, in your highly respected chessable course?
Yeah, that's in my course. The thing with knight d4 is, yeah, it's objectively the best move. Sometimes you don't want to do it because white can exchange a lot of pieces with this stuff. And you have to do some homework with black, as is often the case in sharp lines against all these moves. Now, Vaishali is going bishop d3, which is little blitz surprise weapon. I can't say I'm too familiar with this one. If in doubt, you can always take and play d6, bishop e7 castles. But maybe there's some forcing stuff here.
Yeah, d5 is definitely the test of the pudding, as they say.
Yeah, still, they keep finding new random ways to play. Just when you... And d5 played.
Yep. Yep. So the idea is now to establish a pin with bishop g4 as soon as possible.
Yeah, if knight takes c5, I'm assuming bishop d6 and black develops very quickly. Yep. So what are they doing? Looks like a bunch of exchanges.
Ooh, that was a lot of trades, actually. We're going from very exciting and very sharp to very symmetrical and mundane.
Castles, bishop e6. Both sides seem to be familiar with this very rare line.
Yep.
Homework being done.
Some impressive prep, by the way, is to be seen across the 2 days, which is always good to see.
People are working.
Yeah.
Not fair. How can the rest of us keep up?
Exactly. We need to write more chessable courses so that we are on board as well with the openings.
Then remember them.
Yeah, that's the tricky part. That's the tricky part. Writing is easy. Remembering it.
One castles, I don't know what this is. Bishop e4, d3 looks roughly equal. I will decide this is not the most exciting game and switch to maybe Kostenyuk against Alur Nurman, which at least looks a little more action-packed.
Whoa. This was some kind of Grand Prix Sicilian, or?
Yeah, more blitz lines.
Yep. Okay.
Bishop b5.
Or I don't actually know what this is called, but I call these bishop b5 versions still a Grand Prix, but I'm sure I'm wrong.
I don't know. I've never cared much about chess opening names. Technically, I guess f4 is a Grand Prix, and this is whatever. 3 bishop b5, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's a classic escape route is the call the move.
Yeah.
Yeah, very standard stuff.
Yeah, no idea what's happening here, but it looks like Kostenyuk did get the upper hand later on. Because this king is somewhat open.
Yeah, h6, g5 was a bit funny. You do that if you can follow it up with some more kingside presence, but it feels like that's not available to black here. And in fact, we are falling
Current
apart.
position, and it looks sort of checkmatey.
Yeah. This is a dream scenario from this opening for white.
It's always interesting to check Alexandra's games, because very often, even if it's a random-looking line, she has a concept behind it. And here she clearly knew what she was doing. This is, living the dream. You haven't sacrificed a thing. The knight is doing well, the bishop is there, and white has an attack without sacrificing a pawn or making any concessions.
Yeah, and look at the clock situation. It almost feels like Alexandra is in book still. And
Feels like she's played this before here.
yeah, Aloha is definitely struggling to steady the ship.
Yeah, this chess homework pays off. I know it's boring and we all want to win because of our great intellect and talent, but knowing stuff and working on stuff does help.
And this is beautiful chess too, by the way. All pieces coming to the party and all pieces have functions. This is when you expect a tactical finish of some sort to decide the outcome.
So you don't need to do anything. You play natural moves, rook g3, we go after this one, f6, I guess h4 or e5.
Yep.
Position just collapses without a single sacrifice, really plays itself. So yeah.
Needless to
continue.
say, I would prefer to see those sacks, but you are right that it's not even needed.
No, I think there's beauty in not having to sacrifice anything, and the opponent is helpless as well. Yeah, maybe switch back to h3 or h4. She does take on f6, which also looks devastating. It's time to cash in. Take, check, take.
Yeah, it does look like it. Yeah, I thought that she would take back with the bishop on f6, but queen g6 check. Oh, actually, then there was rook g7.
Yeah, no, I just wanted h4 and keep it going, but maybe there's something more direct.
Ah, look, she's picking here between different winning moves.
Bishop
Yeah, bishop takes.
Indeed. Yeah, Compy says rook f3, which also looks tempting. Because h4, rook h7 is maybe
Queen
maybe
g4
not the
play.
cleanest. Queen g4. There comes the h-pawn. Alua hanging in there after she got outplayed in the opening. Still in deep trouble, but not over yet. Queen h4, bishop back.
I don't know if bishop back was necessary there because there was a bit of a pin on the file. Ooh.
And black is sort of back in business. Rook h7, g5 is hanging. Some hesitation. Yeah, Alexandra realizes.
Do we have bishop g5 now for black?
Yeah, I think so. She doesn't do it. Goes queen to f5. But this is now anybody's game with little time on the
Oh,
clock.
no time. Yeah, that's why she didn't find bishop g5 there, I think. Which was unfortunate.
No, you can see her instincts and active play are still working, but she did get outclassed in the opening. It's been uphill battle. She's still in trouble, still. Having seen the position out of the opening where it looked like checkmate without any hope, black got
Yeah, this looks like
a lot of action.
Yeah, black managed to survive the worst. Now with the two bishops and white king a bit weak on the dark squares, she has some hopes, I suppose, but the clock is still something that we have to account for.
Queen b6 was played, queen to e4. And looks like the white king is in some danger. Queen h4 check, but maybe it can safely march. And queen g3, nice spot by Costenyo, double attack.
Neat tactic.
Hits the bishop and the king. The game is over.
Yeah, overall a very impressive performance by Alexandra Kostenyuk for sure. There was a little bit of a hesitation there when she was just about to cross the finish line, but overall I think this was a convincing victory, and that puts, by the way, Alua Norman on the brink of elimination.
Yeah, the favorites are rolling here. Lachno up to 0 against Sakai. Stefanova lost 1-1 against Irene Sukandar, and Vaishali wins again So we have 3 2-0s and 1 tight match.
So maybe next round we will start with the Stefanova-Sukandar game, just because that would be probably the one to look out for in terms of competitive value, most competitive value.
All right, let's catch up. Vaishali, what can we learn from this one? Was this random opening? Looked like not much happening, but then, yeah, this f5, bishop e7 feels like Vaishali played with a bit more purpose and quickly went wrong.
Is there a piece sack here?
E6 you take.
Yeah, and the queen is overloaded. e6 is loose.
Yeah. Just collapses. Yeah, it looks like she was drifting a bit here. After the opening, this f5 just creates weaknesses for black, not really helping. And then bishop e7 didn't make it better, leaving this bishop loose.
Yeah, I guess bishop f5 was the way instead of f5 and try to trade some pieces.
Yeah. Bishop a5 already decides the game. No, Vaishali looking strong. No news there. No chance whatsoever.
Now she convincingly converted that without any dramas whatsoever. Yeah.
And what happened to Stefanova?
This looks like another Scotch gambit, which seems to be the theme of the tournament. Oh no, it was actually an outright Scotch.
Regular Scotch, and Antonetta chooses a sideline, bishop b4 check, c3, bishop c5, which is not unheard of at all, but it's still far behind knight f6 and bishop c5, even queen f6 when it comes to mainline status. The point is to provoke this pawn to go here, so white can no longer put the knight there, but comes at a price. White is already stabilized in the center. Black has to lose some more time. I'm assuming this is all some sort of theory. So far, looks like black is doing well. Compi wants king takes
to threaten rook e8. Yeah, that's a hefty tempo there.
Yeah, also looks quite natural.
Yeah, now the black king is in a little bit of a precarious situation.
Yeah, still. Wouldn't mind. She really wants that queen exchange.
Yeah.
And now it got a little out of hand.
Yeah, the a-pawn is going to be a force to reckon with.
Yeah, and that poor king is... Oh, does this hang a rook?
Oh no!
She hung the rook.
Doesn't
help.
That's an ouchie. Okay, well that's
a rook.
That's over. She tried her best to create some counter-attacking chances, but a rook is a rook.
Also, not a lot of faith in Irene's technique. She did play on, which of course you're entitled to, with the rook for a long time, but knight d4.
Yeah, I wonder if, from a competitive point of view, it's just better to call it a day, leave the room for a few more minutes, allow yourself some time to recover from a shocking blunder rather than playing it out and, carry sort of that bad, bitter taste in your mouth that you lost the rook for no reason and then struggle through. I don't know.
Let's ask Fiona in the playing hall.
We are here with Women Grandmaster and International Master Marta Fierro from Ecuador. Marta, thank you so much for your time. So we're here on day 2 in Tokyo, the first event of the WR Women's Chess Tour. And in fact, you will be organizing the next one or co-organizing the next one in Punta Cana. So first of all, tell me your impressions of this event here in Tokyo.
It's amazing. I mean, to have this high-quality chess, women chess, and then in Tokyo is just amazing. There are exciting games. We just saw today the first round of the BLITZ event, and actually 2 games already were ended, and it's very, very, very exciting. I'm pretty sure in Punta Cana it's going to be also as great.
What can we expect from Punta Cana? How is it going to be there? What's going to be similar? What's going to be different?
Well, Punta Cana is such a beautiful place as well, and we're going to have a lot of players from the a lot of women players from the American continent, and it's going to be, with no doubt, the biggest and most important women event that we have done in the Americas. So we are really excited. We have a lot of people, expecting this event, so it's going to be amazing.
Can't wait to travel to the Americas, and it's great to bring chess to places where we haven't seen so many events so far. Speaking of upcoming events, just last night Vadim Rosenstein announced on his social media that we would be coming back to Japan next year for a tournament which unites a few different countries from different continents. What can you tell us about that project?
Yes, it's going to be a team tournament, and it unites countries from all the different continents. So it's going to be amazing. It's going to be in April next year here in Tokyo. So I'll be looking forward to come here and then to see matches between Panama, Puerto Rico, African countries, and many more to come.
Another event that's coming up very, very soon is the event in Lima, Peru. I think we're expecting a big chess party that's going to be longer than the events we've seen so far in Manila and in Tokyo. Tell us, what is that about? What's going to be happening in Lima?
Well, we're going to have a chess marathon. We're going to have 67 hours of chess, non-stop chess.
That's going to be crazy.
So I don't know. I have to get a lot of sleep before Lima. We're having a lot of countries already that has signed up. We're going to have BLITZ, Rapid, Buckhouse. We're going to have Simon by top grandmasters. So it's amazing. And also, actually, in Peru, we're going to have a qualification, one spot for one woman player to go to Punta Cana. It's very important, the support that women are getting now with the events of WR Chess. So this is exciting for us.
You mentioned one of the events in Lima is going to be Buckhouse, and well, now the events that are coming, you are more in an organizer position, but we were just in Manila last week, and you were actually playing in the Buckhouse tournament with Sarai Sanchez. Yes. Tell us about that experience.
That was very fun. I actually, it was funny that, it was probably the first time Sarai played Buckhouse, So I was looking on the other board, and Sarai had 10,000 knights on top of her king. No? So I said, okay, let's concentrate in my board. And then I saw it back again, and she took all the knights. I don't know how she did it. So we had fun. I love this Buckhouse because you can also express your emotions during the game. It's a team tournament because you have to play according to your partner's board. So it's exciting. And I was amazed at how good they played in Philippines, this Buckhouse. Mm-hmm.
And actually, one of the top players from that event is a special guest here today. Wanda Liang. Will be hearing from him later today. And maybe a final question, Marta, is just, what does it mean to you personally, to bring chess on such a big scale to your continent and to the Americas?
It's something we've been waiting for so long, and we finally have it. And I'm sure it's not going to be just this event, and that we're going to do many more events to promote women chess, because we still are under 20% of women playing chess. So we have to improve, not only as players, also as arbiters, trainers. So this is something we are very concentrating on. So we are getting the support from WR Chess. So we're going to promote women chess, not only in the Americas, but around the world.
That's so fantastic to hear, and I can't wait to see you in Peru and Punta Cana. Marta, it's always a pleasure having you around. Thank you so much for your time, and we're going to go back to studio.
A lot of stuff happening in the chess world, many exciting events. Coming up, Marta Fierro catching us up on what's going to happen. Have you been to Punta Cana?
No, not yet, funnily enough, and I'm assuming the same goes for you.
Never been. But we are in Tokyo right now, which is also amazing, watching the first event of the WR Women's Chess Tour, where round number 3 is about to begin or game number 3 in the first round. And that could send a lot of players home, literally. We have one match that's tied 1-1, but Katarina Lachno is up 2-0 against Sakai. Alua Nurman down 2-0 against Kostenyuk, and Sargsyan down 2-0 against Vaishali. So if Sargsyan, Nurman, and Sakai lose their games, they're out. And this is the final event. It's a knockout. So if they lose, This is it.
Yeah, they can just tune in and watch. I guess that's the best they can do as a plan B for the day. Actually, even a draw would send them home, so they don't even need to lose. They actually on-demand win now. Otherwise, unfortunately, this is the sad end. This is definitely the one downside to a knockout system, that sometimes it can end rather abruptly.
3 must-wins. While in Stefanova's Sukandar, we do have a 1-1 tie. So we can focus on that one, but we should pay attention to catch the players' final moments if they come up in the other matches. So we see them one last time.
Indeed, indeed. Exciting moments before the round kicks off. We have seen a great variety of openings too, which is a particular interest of mine. So it's good to see that you know, we are treated to all kinds of new ideas, fresh ideas. Obviously, Vaishali coming in strong with her prep still somewhat alive, you know, still in her mind from the candidates, of course. But the rest of the field is equally well prepared, or at least that's the impression that I'm getting. And that's always, you know, a good start for exciting fighting chess. So let's hope that this trend continues.
So you're arguing that Anna Sargsyan, who was lost with white after 4 moves in the last game, is equally well prepared.
You had to rub that in, didn't you?
I don't know, I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. No, that was a strategic, you know, sidestep from the prep, just to try to confuse the opponent. But now watch as game 3 is going to, she's going to uncork some top-level prep.
I'm curious what's going to happen. Mr. Mark, when are they continuing? Do we know? Give us a sign. 5 minutes? 10 minutes? 5?
We're given
5 minutes break, everybody. Then game number 3. A lot of action. Welcome back, everybody. Game number 3 in the quarterfinals has just kicked off. So, Andra, which one do you want to go to?
Oh, as agreed before, we absolutely must start with Stefanova against Sukanda, which is obviously the most contested pairing of the day, and A4.
A4, it's getting more
Wow.
eccentric. Then again, nowadays, A4, H4 in any position are legal options, and we've mentioned Stefanova normally not looking for a theoretical battle. I think she's trying to play types of positions she's familiar with, these King's Indian attack structures, but to avoid theory, and therefore A4 her weapon of choice.
Yep.
I don't know, I guess D5 and black is doing well, no?
Yeah, reverse King's Indian vibes here.
Yeah. Literally, if you go knight C3 or knight D2, you have a King's Indian fianchetto position with an extra A4.
Which is actually useful, might we add. Which is why I was thinking if D5 was the smartest choice, but I can't and don't want to argue with the compy and the bar. But I would have thought about
black is fine.
Yeah.
King's Indian is so terrible.
Give me a few tempi and still it's all good. It's all good.
But it often happens that one thinks, okay, this is so-and-so with an extra tempo, but normally in black openings you're still trying, not to play for an advantage, but get the pieces out. So you're having a free A4, knight BD2, and this doesn't look very scary while black just occupies the center. Bishop E6 seems to be a bit of a focus of Irene. She played Bishop E3 last game. I don't know, I'd have played
E5. E5 looked the natural move.
Also interesting. Now, you can play Queen C8 or takes on Queen C8, followed by Rook D8. Yeah, she does take.
Yeah, Bishop E6 basically compels you to take, because otherwise the setup doesn't quite make sense. And as you said, Queen C8, Rook D8 is quite a smart follow-up to score a few tempi. She goes D7, which is also logical.
Yeah. Actually, maybe more logical, don't know why.
Yeah, Rook D8 still is the expected follow-up, trying to create pressure on the newly opened D file.
Yeah, still looks reasonably pleasant for black. The question is how to follow up, like Queen C7. Provoke C3, then Queen C7, knight D7, knight D5.
Yep, trying to establish a foothold on the D3 square, but that's still a fair way away.
C3 played. Yeah, Antoinette has played these types of positions many a time, so she's very experienced. Then again, these types of positions aren't very good, so it's both a blessing, but maybe also held her back that she kept, or I don't know, she kept playing these setups that are easy to learn, because you don't need move-by-move knowledge, but you're not fighting for an advantage either. Let's have a look how Irene handles it. And she...
Knight A5, I think.
She went knight A5 going after these squares, also very logical.
Yeah.
So Queen C2. Now A4 having some drawbacks. It left a weakness here. Guess you don't want C4 because knight D4 covers it.
Yeah, she drops the queen back now to C8, which I quite like. Maybe prepares knight D7 ideas?
Yeah, very much so.
And then en route to D3, as per pointed out by you.
Yeah. Then again, I'm not sure how well it mixes with the other knight being here. But computer, as you can see by the bar, very optimistic for black. Pawn to C4.
Very logical play.
Knight B3 is her point.
Yeah.
I have mixed feelings about C4 because it gives away this square, but it's a logical reaction to B3.
And she captures.
That takes.
Okay. Taking on some weaknesses, but hoping to neutralize them with active piece play. As pointed out, the knight on D4 is going to be a stellar outpost.
Yeah, I like what she did there. It still doesn't look pretty, but now at least you can see outlines of activity. Knight D4, then E5 or F4. Well, for black, the pieces are very nicely positioned, but what's
no target
next?
in sight, yes.
Yeah. Bishop D7 played, which makes sense. I think I'd like to play E5 with black, given the chance just to control this square, to stop this pawn.
It's worthy of mentioning, though, that there is again a strong time advantage in favor of the Bulgarian former world champion.
Very steady hand.
Yeah. Might be d4. Is that gonna be the follow-up? Because otherwise bishop f5 is, yeah, it kind of had to be played, I feel.
Yeah, maybe after e5 she could have.
Yeah,
for the
actually.
Zwischenzug.
Yep.
But here we are, and now with black having to play e6. Still complex positions, but you can see the makings of like
Some king's
Indian
yeah.
sort of attack thing.
But then again, the c3 pawn is going to tie down a fair few pieces to the defense, so that it's not so easy to transfer forces to the king side.
a3 activates the bishop. Now, think about c4 or put a rook here. No, it looks like Antonetta slowly, as it often happens in her games, like after the opening, computer might say, she's not doing great, but she understands these types of positions and very often slowly outplays her opponents.
Yeah, a6 seems to be a bit of a I don't care about what you are trying to do sort of move, and that concerns me because c4 might be now coming, and pushing those black pieces back will certainly allow white to spread her wings and you know, try to create some attack.
Yeah.
I actually like white now.
b6 going after this pawn. Queen c3 looks logical. It's the knight. Yeah, you can see Stefanova's hand just making very, very good moves.
Yeah, the position just flows so fluidly in her hands now. It's a pleasure to watch actually how she plays this.
We jinx her. Queen a1, knight takes a5, and pawn disappears. Also on the clock, it looks like she caught up a bit. At least judging from there, 12 seconds versus 24 seconds.
And she dropped an exchange too?
She is losing some material. I think we praised her too much, then she immediately ruined the position.
The caster curse is real.
Yeah.
The caster curse is real.
It's like in basketball when they say hit 17 free throws in a row, they always miss the next one. Queen b7, what's going on here? This is too fast for me. She picked up a pawn, now queen e3 back, and with this active bishop in the black camp, it's like there's still all to play for.
Yeah, knight d4 with challenging the light squared bishop, and now with the two bishops she's going to have a lot of purchase on those squares on the queen side with the two bishops and the c-pawn.
The game, as you can see, is a little ahead of our board, which is slowly catching up. The position is roughly equal, but with seconds, anything can happen. The a-pawn keeps advancing, but I
not
think
anymore.
This is the end of the road. Irene sacrifices an exchange to keep the a-pawn alive. Queen c2 prepares for the c-pawn to march, and bishop f8 still allows c6.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, bishop f8 was probably not it.
This went wrong, and there...
Oh yeah, because of she played bishop f8, she couldn't capture the pawn on c6 due to the back rank pin in the end. So this was a very unfortunate outcome for Irene.
We're back in control, and now with the extra 2 seconds per move, the extra piece should get the job done. Irene is saying, you didn't resign when you were rook down last game. You expect me to resign with just a puny missing piece? Okay, the pawn is also queening, and f3 or rook h6. Rook f6? Why not?
Rook h6 check is on, yeah.
She decides to take a few pawns first. Careful with the stalemates, but rook g5 is checkmate. No.
Oh.
Mate in one missed. But I always get annoyed because I miss lots of mates in one. If the position is completely winning, you don't care. If there's a mate in one, mate in two, you try not to hang your pieces and you're going to win.
Yeah.
So it's always a nice meme. World champion misses weight in one move. But
the goal is to win the game.
The goal is to win the game, and it doesn't matter if you give that mate. Still, was mate in one move, just saying. Anyway, Stefanova wins, and that means she takes the 2-1 lead there.
Indeed. Meanwhile, Vaishali convincingly progresses into round two.
No. She lost.
Did she?
Yeah.
Oh, I misread the handshake there. No, I'm jumping the gun too soon. Apologies, correction. We have got a bit of an upset there.
Anna, after I criticized her opening this time, no nonsense.
Told you.
Gets a good position. And comes back in the match. Just 2-1. More work for Vaishali.
Ooh. Yeah, this doesn't look like a game that White was going to win for a while there.
No.
Even now.
Where it went out of hand. She took a pawn, stabilized, and yeah, now. Some work in Blitz.
Oh, c7 was...
C-pawn got the job done.
Yeah.
Also, this rook is hanging.
Yeah, what is going on there?
Take the rook.
No time on the clocks.
King g3 is good.
Yeah,
But
taking the
some
rook
point I
is
would
not
take
bad.
it.
She still didn't take it.
Very focused on the c-pawn.
Yep, neat tactic though, with bishop takes, rook takes, and then allowing the promotion, and I'm guessing she checked down that rook. Yep, that was the end of that one. Very chaotic game, fitting the theme of Blitz.
Did anybody make it to round number 2? Yeah, Katarina won by checkmate. So she wins 3-0 against the local player. Still a very worthy showing from Azumi Sakai, and hopefully many Japanese players will follow her to make chess even more popular here in Japan. Good outing, but was tough to deal with. Kostenjuk yesterday and Lachno today, two legends of the game. And Alexandra Kostenjuk also, after I thought this might be the closest match given how strong Alua looked yesterday in Blitz. Kostenjuk is saying, no nonsense, 3-0.
Yeah, very impressive showing by Kostenjuk.
Didn't give her a chance. Choosing the Petrov and not allowing any of Alua's tricky lines. She came up with one here, d4, ed, knight d5. But knowing Kostenjuk, she probably also knew what to do here. Got a good position.
And converted with a steady hand.
Still, I was impressed by Alua Norman. Very active player, very dangerous tactician. I think, but I'm sure Eric Rosen will disagree, that she has to evolve from these trick lines she's playing to more sustainable stuff. Because right now she's playing lines that put pressure and can be dangerous, but they're normally one-trick ponies. And I think once she starts adding whatever, more Ruy Lopez's slow Italians, it's less likely she wins out of the opening, but long-term, I think.
Yeah, that is the way toward improvement for sure, a bit more priority toward classical themes. What's interesting, Jan, though, that I think we would like to mention, though, is that this puts a dent in Alua's hopes of qualifying, because as much as she scored 8 points yesterday by coming second, she was the runner-up of the rapid event. Now she's kind of out of the contest for the Blitz for the rest of the day, so I'm not even sure how many points she scores. Is that 2?
I think 2, so 10 total. That's not gonna cut it.
Unlikely.
Let's cut to Fiona, who has a guest.
I'm here with Grandmaster Alexandra Kostenjuk, and Alexandra, that was quite the performance. 3-0 in Blitz, and not against any opponent, against Alua Norman, one of the rising stars in chess nowadays. Congratulations. Tell us about those 2 games.
Yeah, thank you, Fiona. Well, you know, in Blitz you never know how it can go either way. And of course, I'm happy to win this match. It was like the perfect score, 3-0. The first game was quite shaky. I mean, I got out of the opening, was a very nice position, but then I kind of didn't find the right plan, and okay, everything decided on the second. When I checkmated, like, I wondered for how many moves, you know, I had this opportunity to checkmate, and just, yeah, well, the most important thing was not to get checkmated. And then when I realized that actually I can checkmate, it was a nice surprise. Yeah, in the second game, I got out of the opening, like,
she made the mistake allowing me to play f4, and then it was a very easy attack. Okay, it was not very easy to convert, but I was happy that at the end, like I managed to calculate the line that actually happened in the game. Like it looks scary. It seems that she might, get some checks around my king, but my knight on d3 was protecting the king very well. So, and in the third round, I completely forgot this gambit line, but yeah, she misplayed, I don't know, and ended up without a pawn. So since I was in a very, comfortable position, I didn't have to push to win. I just played on and then won that game comfortably. So overall, I'm happy about this match, how it went, but now it's time to prepare for the next one.
Is this winning 3-0 scoreline an extra confidence boost?
Well, it's always nice, first of all, not to play the fourth game. It saves some nerves and energy that required because, you mentioned that Aloha is a rising star. Well, actually, she's exactly like, she has almost the same birth date as my daughter. So when I start thinking about that, that's kind of weird, to play girls my daughter's age. But okay, that's life, and it's nice to see chess growing and new stars arising.
Your next opponent will be a little older because it will be either Irene Secondar or...
Sorry, girls, yeah, nothing personal, yes.
Not personal, but it's just, I think, fact. Or Antoaneta Stoyanova, who I believe probably is one of the players in this tournament you have the most experience playing against. Their match is still ongoing. Game 4 is coming up. Will you be watching that? And is there an opponent you'd rather play between them?
Well, I always watch chess tournaments. I love watching chess tournaments, sometimes even more than playing them, actually, at this moment. So, yeah, of course, I'll be watching these matches, the 2 matches that are still to be decided. And actually, with Antoaneta, we played, I don't know how many games, a lot, many games. With Irene, I haven't played that many, just a few, I think, BLITZ games, so I don't know her that well as Antoaneta. But again, yes, that's life, that's BLITZ, anything can happen, and now it's time to rest, to prepare, and we'll see what the life brings to us.
Let's talk briefly about yesterday's rapid event. For you, the road ended in the semi-final. How do you look back on your performance and the event overall with Vaishali's victory in the end?
Yeah, well, it was a very nice victory for Vaishali, so congrats to her. Of course, I was a little bit disappointed about my second game, well, about my first one as well, of that match, but I mean, somehow my pieces, I blitzed out one move straight out of the opening, and then the position after she played d5, it got equalized. Instead, I could have played bishop e3 and get a nice edge. But again, yeah, sometimes even rapid, you blitz out moves and then you start wondering why have you done that, having 15 minutes on your clock. So that was the mistake of the first game. Then I kind of was lucky to survive, I think, at the end, because I was under, it was not a comfortable position, even though the engine might say that it's equal. But, in a practical game, I was very happy to make a draw. And then in the second one, I got out of the opening in a pretty comfortable position. And actually, when she played c4, I could have just exchanged this light squared bishop. And actually, I mean, it's even slightly better for me. It only can be slightly better for me. But for some reason, I decided to play for the initiative. I kept her 2 bishops alive, and that and lost, of course. I mean, I over-evaluated my initiative, and I shouldn't have done that, but okay, sometimes you make wrong choices and take wrong decisions. That was definitely the wrong decision, and yeah, I lost it. Well, it's always sad, because it's very fast, just 2 games, so one mistake and you're out. Although at the end, I had some chances to complicate and even get a better position, but okay, it's another story, another life. At the end, it was over pretty fast, so it did leave such a bitter, aftertaste. But okay, again, it's a knockout format, and that's why we like it for. It's very exciting. One mistake, you're out, and well, I'm happy to see those tournaments, having this format, because so far we have only World Cup with this knockout format and nothing else. So it's nice to have something more to that.
What you don't say, of course, is that you are the mastermind behind this entire tour. You're not just a participant. Vadim had approached you and you said, well, I've had this idea. And then he supported the fact that it came to life. So tell us a little bit about how you got the idea and what it's like seeing it come alive now.
Or rather, I approached Vadim, you know. I think that was this way around. Yeah, well, because, of course, first of all, I love women's chess. I've always believed in potential of women's chess, and I'm always happy to do something for women's chess. And I've been working, like I've been contemplating the idea of women's chess tour for a long time, actually already a few years, similar to tennis. WTA, Women's Tennis Association Tour, having the same format, knockout format throughout the year with points and with the grand finale at the end. And so I was approaching everyone actually with this idea, with my presentation. And I mentioned actually in one interview this tour, and then some people from Australia actually wrote to me that they want to support and help this idea, and they helped me with the presentation, so I thank them very much for that. And then, yeah, I was sending this presentation, you know, to everyone, saying, you know, women's chess, we're great, you're gonna love us. And yes, I was I'm very happy that Vadim loved the idea and immediately supported it and said, okay, if you want to organize them, go ahead and do it. And so this project, I must say, well, it keeps me busy, but I love it because in the last I used to have a lot of projects always around myself, my career, and those projects give me energy actually to live. And this is the definition of this project, even though I'm busy, you know, with every single question, but I just love it, and I hope that it's just the beginning. Of course, there are always things to improve, but first of all, yeah, I must thank Vadim for supporting this idea, for agreeing to organize this tour, WR Women's Chess Tour 2026, and again, fingers crossed, it's gonna continue for the next years as well.
We still have some very exciting stops on the tour this year. Hopefully we'll get to talk to you more later today about all the upcoming events, but I see the players are headed into the playing hall. So we're going to go back to the studio for round 4. Alexandra, thank you so very much and congrats again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Fiona and Alexandra, the mastermind behind this tour. And she mentioned how she pitched the idea to Vadim. Vadim, if you're watching, I have an idea for a tour for 40-plus retired German players. Maybe we can also go with Japan, Punta Cana. That does sound good. So yeah, this is a very, very exciting event that brought to life here with the help of Kostenyuk and Vadim Rosenstein, who made this event possible.
I like how you added the German players just to rule me out, because the 40-plus retired, I'm like, ha, here we go, sign me up. And then you
added need to have a chance. We can't open it to all 40. But this event, of course, doesn't have any age limit. Kostenyuk mentioned Alur Nurman was more or less the same age as her daughter, whom she faced in the first round. There we see Vaishali and Anna Sargsyan.
Anna seemingly in a good mood.
Yeah.
On the back of a victory.
Still alive.
Yeah. Kudos to her.
So we have 2 matches still going. Entering the 4th game, Lachno and Kostenyuk already in the semifinals. And Stefanova versus Irene Sukandar and Vaishali are up 2-1. Needing a draw here. While if they were to lose the games, would head to Armageddon. Good old Italian opening in Vaishali versus Sargsyan.
Is it knight f6? Is it bishop c5? Place your bets, Jan.
I've converted to knight f6 in my older days, but d6, rare move, used sometimes, mainly as a way to avoid theory, but also some strong players have experimented with this recently. Vaishali doesn't seem too phased, goes for standard stuff, knight c3, pawn to a4. Probably will play pawn to d3 castles. She's saying, I will play my setup, I don't really care. What do you do?
Yeah.
Are you an Italian proponent?
Yeah, I have got a recommendation in one of my courses for knight f6 for club players, but I also don't mind bishop c5, so either or.
What's club players nowadays? I never know.
Oh,
There are so many strong internet players that aren't in a club. Are they club players?
Oh yes, yeah, of course. As long as they follow my course and willing to engage, they are club players.
So
Basically,
if someone's not a club player but wants to buy your course, can they still do it, or
Yes,
you have to prove club membership?
No, you are golden. You are golden. You are more than welcome.
That is nice. But what's knight d5? Can't I take a knight b4 and win a pawn? I like pawns.
I guess you have to take back with the bishop then, no?
Yeah, but that's...
I mean, not that
what you
I'm doing that happily, but...
Okay, it didn't happen, but looks like a little carelessness there from Vaishali. Now she can fix it with playing c3.
Are we still on? Oh no, c3 is... Oh, he should play bishop d2 instead, right? No,
Yeah.
okay, yep, fair enough. That fixes the problem.
Still bishop d5 and
Knight e7.
knight e7 looming now after bishop f8. Which, by the way, is always, if you don't know what to do in these e4, e5 positions, rook e8, h6, bishop f8 normally is a safe way to spend a couple moves. Can never be too bad.
Yep.
Now, yeah, we get this standard structure, slightly more pleasant for white. Knight h2, playing on the other side. I thought she was going to play over here, but Vaishali sees the whole board.
Yeah. Homes in on the king. Play always on the side where the king is. It might end up in checkmate. General wisdom, in case you didn't know that one.
I did not know that.
No, there you go. I'm happy to provide some coaching services for you.
Queen sidesteps. Yeah, standard stuff. White has the slightly better bishop because it's not impeded by his own pawns. But of course, black is very solid.
I guess Vaishali would like to break with f4.
Yeah, I was surprised because I don't want any part of all this f4 stuff, and it's bad too. Like, just grab some space here.
Queenside, let's go. Nah.
Yeah, but now d5. I mean, you're not really attacking the enemy king. You're just weakening your own.
It's part of the script, yeah. Just allow it to unfold.
Might be, but...
No, I thought I'd hear you. D5 was definitely a unpleasant counter thrust and a very logical one for sure. The age-old wisdom of when attacked on the wing, breaking the center. And as you pointed out, the attack is rather imaginary at the moment. It's not clear how white can cook up some threats, maybe hoping for queen h5, rook g7. That would be a...
Queen h7, that's very careful. I would have gone more...
f6 bound.
Central, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what Vaishali was planning against that.
We will never know.
Indeed.
Maybe Fiona can ask her after the match. Okay, bunch of exchanges now. Black should still be fine, but with this queen on h7, it has to find a way back into the game, maybe.
Now queen f5 now is on offer, but not taken. Rook f1 seems logical now, yep.
Yep. Still nothing drastic. Rook f6,
yep.
or I don't know if you can go g6, but this queen on h7 is a little funny. f5, also fine, I guess. Still rook f4.
Yep,
Again, black does have more pawns around that king, so if the queen ever comes back, I'd be very happy with black's position. Just gotta fix that pawn first.
Yeah, that queen needs to first return to the party, and then I think you're right that black is looking quite happy.
I guess you can just go g6. Probably Vaishali has cruel intentions with some g4, but then
bishop d6 seems...
we have to calculate. Unpleasant.
Although bishop d6, rook f5 is also on, no?
G5, what's going on? Can you take? Take. Ah, she wants rook e2 in the end, and then...
And there is no rook
back.
f2.
There's a pin.
Bishop, yeah.
Calculating.
Tricky business. That's actually a very clever way to resolve many of Black's problems, if she had any.
Yeah.
Because this way, no problem with the queen, no problem with piece activity, and rook e2 seems to hit big time.
Yep.
I'm not even sure if I prefer black or white here.
Certainly not white. I'm not sure
Yeah.
if black is better. Probably it's equalish.
Not sure if you recognized it, but Vaishali had to defend a few inferior endgames in the past few rounds, including last night's last game in that rook ending against Alua, and then the previous game against Anna. And now again, it looks like a slightly inferior endgame.
Yeah, she's managed to force the exchange of rooks, which should help the defense. If the black king makes it to d5, though, I mean, you still might have to suffer a little bit. It looks like white is in time to put her king on e4, which should make the defensive task easier. Or it's not really even a task. It's just equal. Play g4 and wait b3. Do nothing for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate actually for black that those pawns on the king side are blockaded on dark squares, and now we see that they actually can turn out to be targets. So speaking of defending inferior endgames, I think Vaishali might even think about winning this.
Yeah, now d5, certainly.
Eliminating the weakness, and yeah, now it's only black who has got problems. Yeah.
She only needs to draw to advance, but winning is also allowed. Bishop d6. Bishop d6 was trapping that bishop on b8 with the winning pawn endgame. But what she's doing also should lead to a win. Just king d7, king c8.
Yeah, this is now the beginning of the end for black. Bishop e7 check is also pending, so this is very unpleasant.
She's thinking if she needs to be super precise with bishop d4 check or whatever. Oh no, the camera is just frozen. She's not thinking.
No.
And the game is over. The camera froze, but not the players. Vaishali wins. Had one scare there, but did make it to the semifinals. Anna is asking about her g5 trickery. Looks like they missed something. And how did the other game go?
Indeed.
Oh, Irene comes back again. 2-2.
Oh, wow.
Armageddon.
No lunch break for us yet, sir.
So that match ends 4 decisive games, 2-2, meaning the players go to Armageddon. Armageddon works similarly to what we've seen in Rapid yesterday. I'm sure everybody was watching yesterday. But since this is Blitz, the rules are, I always have to recalibrate my mind. So white gets 5 minutes, has to win.
Yep.
And with black, the players can bid the amount of time they're comfortable with playing. Since black gets draw odds, the idea is that black should want to accept less time in return for the draw odds. So there will be bidding. Players can say, I'm willing to play with 3 minutes 20 and the black pieces. To get the lower number there, gets the black pieces and the draw odds. What do you think is a fair number?
I wouldn't go below 4.
We'll change your mind, which I forgot to mention. There is an additional, I think, 1 second per move after move 61, after move 60.
In a blitz game, after move 61.
After move 60.
I don't think that you added anything into that equation that made me more excited about taking the offer. So I'm still sticking with not going below 4, and even that I would do with reluctance.
No, I think it changes things a little bit, because if you can't get flagged after move 60, that does make a difference. So I think without the increment, I'm with you. I also wouldn't go below 4. But with that extra second, I don't know, could make a case for 3.5.
Yeah, I guess it has to be a very specific scenario for that to be meaningful. I mean, what percentage of Blitz games do you think go beyond move 60?
Could be some, like at least you eliminate this. I might get flagged.
With
whatever.
rook
Some
and
bishop and game moving back and forth because I don't have time. So
yeah, that's actually a fair call. So percentage-wise, there is a small fraction there that certainly makes it meaningful. I don't know. I am a big proponent of taking white and the time advantage, but yeah, we'll see.
No, in general I agree, but we still need more statistics, or maybe the statistics are out there and I just don't know how to access them on.
I would just wait to make this tournament a weekly, and then we will get the data, right?
Pitch it to Vadim. He seems eager.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I'm happy. I quite like this place.
Might as well stay here. We will give the players some time because they have 5 minutes to do the math on what they want to bid, and after that, it's still going to be a small break. So I think in around 10 minutes we will be back with the Armageddon. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss the greatest show in chess, Armageddon. And we do have lift-off in the Armageddon game. Antonetta Stefanova with the white pieces. Irene Sukandar with black, needing only a draw. And it looks like both sides, since they won all their games with the white pieces in their mini-match, bid pretty much 5 minutes, 4:59, which is the minimum bid. And therefore, we have pretty much equal times, but Stefanova gets to play another white game. What's his opening, Andras?
Well, unlike the previous games, now we are following some well-trodden path, unless I'm mistaken, in this English slash, well, I guess English, right?
I don't know what you call this. It's in one of my many courses, Queen D2 exclamation mark.
There you go. Let's plug.
You wanna. The course is in German, and the point is you want to take on D4 with the bishop. But Stefanova plays knight C2, keeping more pieces on the board. Maybe, given the must-win situation, she wants to avoid exchanges.
Fair enough.
The thing with these structures is long-term white is better. If you manage to stabilize, get knight C3, Queen D2, E4, whatever, then long-term there's always this knight jumping to D5 and trying to recapture with the E-pawn. So, in general, I'm always skeptical about black's position. She needs to do something direct, like getting in D5 or A6, B5, before white is fully mobilized. And that won't be easy here.
Indeed, indeed. One thing that I tend to struggle with the white pieces in this setup is that I'm always a bit reluctant to play E4, because I like my bishop bearing down on the queen side. But I guess that this is an integral part of the setup, because as you pointed out, and it is an important concept, we always want to take, or more often than not, with the E-pawn to create that backward E7 pawn, pressure along the E-file, and just have a positionally superior setup altogether.
Yeah, E4 is correct, played by Stefanova, bishop G4, trying to provoke F3 as well, to which his bishop looks a little funny, but long term, once again, F3, knight C3, Queen D2. White doesn't need to be in a hurry. Queen C1 looks excessive because it allows knight E5. Yeah, Queen C1 was wrong.
Yeah, that didn't look healthy. F3 is definitely the way to go.
And she gives the bishop. This changes the equation. Complicated position. The black bishop is somewhat locked up, but white lost all these trumps I was pointing out earlier. Question is, can you go E6, or will this bishop be in trouble? I would like to play E6 to cover the D5 square, but maybe it's unfriendly.
Yeah, I think the most people losing their trumps is not necessarily a negative, but in this particular case, I do feel the absence of the dark squared bishop too. I didn't like this transition, even if it came at the cost of a double E-pawn and the bishop on G7 being stuck. But don't forget that depending on what happens with the G4 bishop, an E6 bishop F8, bishop C5 maneuver can re-enliven the bishop. Additionally, king H7, bishop H6 is also on the cards to give meaning to the bishop pair. I would rather take black here, and king H7 played indeed.
Yeah, no, I liked H5, also hinting at pawn to H4, and after H4 means it's even harder to touch these pieces. The bishop can come to H6, this bishop can also go back, and then E6. So, no, black is doing very well after this Queen C1. Well, strategic mistake. Irene only needing a draw so far in the driver's seat here.
Indeed, and to use one of the trendy expressions that I learned from my teenage daughter, she appears to be locked in, Jan. That's the new one that you need to learn. Locked in, it means absolutely focused and performing to their best.
I don't speak
Nor do I.
Gen Z, but that's good to know.
Add it to the list.
Locked in.
Locked in.
No cap.
Yeah, no cap, locked in. And eating, that's another one that I need to teach you now. Eating means doing well. So if they say I ate, that means they performed on a very high level. So there you go. That was I merely mention it because I remember that in your World Championship cast with another legend, Peter Svidler, you had a little segment where you read out a message that was written to you in Gen Z language, and I thought that I would double down on that. Wow.
I lied. I wrote it myself. I said someone else did it.
Oh, you did it.
But it was me. I lied. I often lie.
You tricked us all. What a devious move that one was. Don't let them see your next move.
Rook D4 played. Still like black's position. Queen D8, E6. Just stabilize. And one day this bishop will come takes, I'm not sure. CD changes the structure, gives white something to do.
Wasn't knight b6 the threat, though, why she did not play e6?
Yeah, no, I thought queen here. Just cover everything and then go e6.
Oh, sorry, I didn't catch queen d8. Yeah, right. Yeah.
But yeah, she does take, and queen to d7.
This is less attractive than your queen d8 idea
Yeah,
was.
no, this structure. It's weird with this rook on d4, which could be an asset, but could also get trapped on a bad day. But yeah, it looks like this was progress for white.
Indeed.
Still, nothing too bad happened. Compy says equal. The rook comes out.
Yeah, that also sets up a possible bishop a6 pin.
I don't know what the queen is doing there.
Yeah.
And she does take the pawn. Once again, the queen a little away from the action on the king side. It's a recurring theme.
Yes, indeed.
The rook enters.
G4 pawn could be a target too. Queen e2 ideas.
Yeah, exactly. Queen a5, double attack. Nice move though, because it also prepares rook to d2.
Yeah, I think this was missed based on Stefano's facial expression. Rook c1 seems to hold everything together though.
Yeah, but the rook was going to d2, so she goes.
I thought rook c2 was neutralizing it, but maybe I missed something there.
She goes queen c3, but how do you win this? Now takes and rook to d2. The bishop can still come out via h6. White, this is an Armageddon game in a must-win situation.
And by the way, black is ironically up on the clock. So that is definitely something that we need to consider, given that she started with a slight deficit, of course. Hardly any, but still. With draw odds, time is also an important factor. I don't really see this game turning out to be a decisive one, unless the rook on c6 can cause some trouble, but even that doesn't quite seem to cut it.
Yeah, now black is...
Oh, cruising.
Black is in good shape. Stefanova needs a miracle, some trickery, but so far it's Sukander collecting a pawn, gaining this passed b-pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, will be difficult to lose this. Like, just put the king on g7, so there's never any trickery. Yeah, king g7 played, and the black position looks untouchable.
Yes, indeed. Although the bishop on f6 is a bit of a problem piece, but I suppose black has nothing to prove as long as the position is in balance with golden. And indeed, she sets about fixing it. But now h5.
Yeah, I don't like g5. I mean, I'm sure it's fine, but didn't see what white was doing if black just does absolutely nothing. Rook b2, rook a7.
Yeah,
well,
just
this
holding.
gives white some hope.
Indeed. Irene did not necessarily play there to the requirements, which was that draw is good enough, so you don't need to do anything fancy. Just hold your upper pawn. Nothing is, threatened. Make your opponent work hard.
I mean, it still holds true. Just a little nuisance as h-pawn, but nothing threatening yet. King f1 tries to bring the king.
She wants
Irene
to
wants to pick up that pawn. King h6.
Yeah, and I think Stefanova wanted to play king e2, king e3, and then go after the g4 pawn, but now that plan has been thwarted.
And nice defense there, rook a4, pointing out that after rook a6, there's rook a5, when white is still probably holding, but can she win? She's also down to 2 seconds. Oh, there, she lost some time.
Oh no. Unfortunate, dramatic end, but to be fair to Stefanova, the position was already lost on the board. And
wasn't winning.
And even a draw wouldn't have done for her. So shout out to Irene, who fought back after a first round loss and now indeed proceeds to round 2.
Yeah, and that's a surprise. The former world champion Stefanova eliminated in the quarterfinals. Very tough outing by Irene. Sukander came back twice, I think. No, was down 1-0 and then 2-1. Then won the Armageddon with the black pieces. And I think the key moment was sort of early on after pawn to e4, bishop to g4, where if we have a board, she played this move, queen to c1, allowing knight to e5. We don't have a board, but
Our
After
viewers
that,
can
it was,
follow blindfolded anyway, so we are blessed with very strong viewership. 93 is also on the cut, by the way, after 95. But yeah, perhaps we can talk about just how good of a match this was. Indeed, as you said, Jan, she came back twice from behind, winning on demand. A spectacular feat by any means, and even especially in Blitz, to do that is just tough, really, really tough. And yeah. I happened to take a sneak peek, by the way, in the players' restroom in between games, and I always caught Erik Rosen on his computer and Irene sitting next to him between breaks. So it looks like every single second that the players can get was, used to the max and try to prepare, or at least, be in the zone with the games and in between games. So any little prep you can do apparently can make the difference on this level. And now we have the board indeed, and Knight pointing at those juicy light squares, something that should not have been allowed, as f3 was available, as pointed out by Jan earlier. Kicking the bishop, temporarily ruining our own, but that is not a major concern, as later on we can always extend that kingside pawn formation with f4, allowing that bishop more scope on the long diagonal.
Yeah, in general, white just wants to stabilize and no accidents to happen. If you go f3, knight c3, queen d2, rook to the middle. Long term, the structure, this Maroczy structure, is always good for white. But after queen here, this knight e5 really changed things. Maybe it was still possible to try to play for the structure with queen e3, but already looks a little shakier. And after she had to give the bishop and also control of this square, I mean, it was still a complicated game, but black was always doing all right, and she never got close to winning chances. So, good job by Irene Sukandar making it to the semifinals. Who is in the semifinals?
Indeed, let's have a look at the upcoming pairing. And we will see that on the top end of the draw, we are going to have Katerina Lano, who had a fairly good break, I guess, between round 1 and round 2. And she is going to face, indeed, Irene Sukandar, who had to fight for it till the very last moment to qualify for round 2. Whereas on the bottom, informed Vaishali and an indeed very much informed Alexandra Kostenyuk, for sure, that is going to be the most exciting, at least it's promising to be the most exciting fight of the day. What do you think, Jan?
Yeah, we have three absolute heavyweights of the women's game. Three-time Blitz world champion Katerina Lachno, the current reigning challenger Vaishali, just won the women's candidates tournament, and former world champion Alexandra Kostenyuk. Irene joined that illustrious company by eliminating another former world champion in Stefanova. But what do I think? I think I'm going with Lachno and maybe Kostenyuk. Like Vaishali, of course, has been crushing everything recently. But in Blitz, Kostenyuk has always had a very steady hand, very, very well prepared, while Vaishali, I don't know this actually, but I don't recall her having big Blitz results. She's obviously good in all formats, but I'm going with experience and betting on Alexandra Kostenyuk and Katerina Lachno, two old rivals, of course, to meet in the finals.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. Those would have been my picks too, but
I'm sorry,
since you took them, and yep, fair enough. No, I'm going to go with the opposites and hope that now Irene is going to, carry on with this excellent form and take this very good win and performed really well on the back of that victory in round 3. And perhaps Vaishali is going to take the whole tournament out. But I certainly think that Kostenyuk is going to be a very tough challenge for the challenger of the World Championship title that is going to come in a couple of months, or maybe a bit more. But certainly with this year, we are going to see Vaishali playing for an even greater crown.
Yeah, what time is it? It's 10 minutes to 1, so there's going to be a nice long break for the players to prepare and rest, maybe get some lunch. Erik Rosen, Irene Sukandar's husband / second, can keep clicking on his computer to find weaknesses in Katerina Lachno's game. So what do we do? Nap? You're not jet lagged. You don't even need another nap, no?
No.
Will you do?
I don't even know. Maybe just browse around a little bit and have a bit of a bite to eat. Check Twitter. What's on chess Twitter is always the most important thing of the day, right? So we'll see. I got followed by Wesley So.
Oh, congratulations.
So highlight of my day. So I need to now, be active on X or Twitter, whatever you call it.
Is Wesley back on Twitter? I can't keep track. Sometimes he's very active, then he disappears again.
Oh, no, he seems to be active. He posted a few things. And he performed quite well in Norway chess. So, he's happy now. And I'm happy too because he followed me. So the circle is complete.
I'll see him next week. He's on our WR chess team in Hong Kong, along with Magnus Carlsen, Fabian Caruana, some other little-known chess players. So maybe Wesley can give me some tips for the Twitter game.
Yeah.
What do you recommend? Like, probably posting something once in a while helps, yeah?
Yeah, that usually, and if it's controversial, that typically also, gains traction big time. But also just posting positions with a fairly obvious move and then put the caption underneath brilliant but why. That tends to be
brilliant, but why?
Brilliant but why is basically 9 out of 10.
You also do only 2% of players can solve this puzzle and give some mate and two?
Yeah, that's also, or no one can solve this within 30 seconds. But those types of things are also very popular and trendy.
But do I need this blue check? I don't want to give Elon money, but I need it for...
Are you not a Tesla owner?
No,
Huh.
I need it for the algorithm, right? Will they show my tweets if I don't have the blue check?
Look, it depends on how popular you are, see?
I used to be very popular, but feel the engagement.
You're not commenting enough, Jan. You need to up your game. Like, you need to be putting yourself out there. Combine your internet portfolio with Instagram and other media outlets. Are you dropping the ball, sir? I'm disappointed.
I think I've dropped it a long time ago, but thanks for the pointers. Stay tuned for my exciting puzzles coming on X. We will be back with hopefully exciting chess in, 2 hours. Is that true? I need confirmation. They start at 3? No one seems to know.
No, let's go with that.
We'll be back eventually with the semi-finals, and hopefully you guys can also get some lunch if you're in the right time zone, breakfast, sleep. Join us for the semi-finals and finals of the inaugural WR Women's Chess Tour.
Half. Let's start from the first game where you were pressing, probably close to winning, but in the end it was a draw. What were your thoughts after that game and going into the second, especially in such a short format?
Thank you. I think first game, was pawn up throughout and I was better, but I think it was not so easy. I could not find clear way where I could convert it. Both of us were in less time. I think she defended really well. Towards the end, this edge pawn gave her a lot of counterplay, and I ended a draw. It was fine. I think we played a fighting game. I was it was fine result. So I thought, okay, I'll just focus on the remaining white game. So the second game was a bit smoother. I think she should just take the b2 pawn instead of bishop e6, and she allowed me b3, and then I was a full pawn up, and it was a bit tricky. She played a5, rook b4, and this after knight e4 the piece got trapped. So yeah.
And your opponent for the semi-final is already clear. It is Alexandra Kosteniuk, who just won her match. What are your thoughts going into that semi-final this afternoon?
I'm excited. She's always tricky. We have played a few a few chess.com speed chess matches and some lot of games in Rapid and Blitz. Yeah, it's always exciting to play her. We both have like very similar playing style, and I am looking forward to the match.
And finally, let's talk about the venue here. You just told me it's your first time in Japan. What does it feel like to be playing in a country that we don't get to visit very often with chess?
Yeah, exactly. Thanks to the organizers for making a tournament in Japan, and also thanks to the Japan Chess Federation for organizing it very, very nicely. I mean, I'm really loving the place. I've not gone out of the hotel yet, but I just love the hotel, and I think we see here everything is great. It's hard to complain, and yeah, thank you very much to the organizers like Vadam for getting this tournament in.
Fantastic. That's lovely to hear, Vaishali. Thank you very much. Congratulations again, and best of luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Irene, unfortunately, this rapid leg of the tournament is over for you, but you came up against a great opponent, Vaishali, and in the first game you made a draw, which was a heroic defense, so I'm sure that's a positive takeaway from this match anyway, right?
Yeah. The first game was very interesting. I think at some point I was overestimating my position. Of course, like towards the middle game, like after the opening, I think I misplayed something that I felt like I had to sacrifice a pawn in order to get more activity, which I think was a good decision. I really haven't analyzed it. But then towards the end, when we were like playing on seconds, basically, I thought my position was pretty good. My king, my rook, my knight, and there is a pass pawn on the H file that was also kind of attacking the king. It feels like everything was so tricky, but we didn't really have much time on the clock. I wouldn't be surprised if I had some winning chance. That's what I thought after the game, but my husband told me, no, you were never better actually. But there were some tricky lines all over the game that both of you had to be careful, but and also like both of you played like a very clean end game, so draw was a deserving result.
You mentioned your husband. For the people watching us, they will know him as International Master Eric Rosen. He's here with you. Have you guys prepared together quite a bit for this tournament?
To be honest, not really. I've been very busy with my work stuff, and we just came to Tokyo from Washington DC, and we just came last night. So I feel a bit jet lagged still, but it's not. Of course, it's not an excuse of my result. Vaishali is a very strong opponent, and she's a deserving winner. And yeah. So we didn't really prepare much, but of course there's some lines that we talk about before the games, just to get ready in case the game went that way. So, and especially as black today, like Vaishali played literally everything, so it was very hard to prepare against her. So I was just hoping for the best, and I think we went to a very interesting opening where I kind of like forgot the lines where it was transition to the middle game, because opening I think it was fine, but then there was I remember that black had to sacrifice a few pawns, but then in the end I had to take one of the pawns back, but I think in the game I took the wrong pawn, so that's why she could get away with all the consolidating moves, and white was just a clear pawn up until the end of the game, until I blundered it.
Tomorrow, new chances in Blitz. You mentioned your work being so busy. You've actually been on the other side of the microphone quite a bit as well, doing quite a bit of media work with chess. How does it feel to be back at the board and playing?
It feels great. I mean, I'm a chess player to begin with, so it feels great to be back on the competitive chess again. So I really treasured this opportunity, because after this I literally have to go back to work again, and then my days of being a professional chess these days, like within a year, I can actually count it. Like I rarely played tournaments these days, but I'm hoping, I'm hoping that my next year's schedule would be better. Like I would play more tournaments, I would play more chess, and I mean, of course, I would still be working as many things. Actually, I do some media stuff too, but yeah, hopefully, my schedule in the next few months or next year, it will be better with more chess.
We hope to see you at the board more. And finally, we are, of course, in your part of the world, still a bit far from your home, Indonesia. Yeah. But in Asia, what does it mean to you to have a tournament in Japan? And also, how have you liked everything here so far?
Yeah, so I've never been to Japan. This is my first time, so this is a very like a unique opportunity. I'm really happy to be here. Of course, during my travel days, I transit through Japan like I don't know a million times maybe from Indonesia to the U.S. back and forth, but I've never really
Left the airport?
left the airport. So yeah, this is my first time, and I love all the vibes so far. Tokyo has been great. The hotel has been great too. Both me and my husband's okay. This is still like day one, but we were like, okay, we're gonna come back to Japan one day. So, yeah, I mean, it's been great. It's been great, and then the importance of having this in Asia is, of course, like very, very important because Asia, as we know, that it is a growing continent for chess these days, and especially for women. We had dinner last night, and there was some tournament that I told to Alexandra that okay, some Asian representatives are usually rare to be seen, but here we have me. We have Vaishali, we have Azumi, the local player, and also we have Alua. So it's been great.
Erin, that's so fantastic to hear. It's our pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you, Fiona.
Tell us your feelings about this match, which is concluded.
Yeah, it was a very difficult one, and I didn't sleep well today because of jet lag. So probably my first game I have an excuse. I hope so, but still, yes, I'm very happy to win it and to play another one.
Tell us a little bit about before the Armageddon. You both had to bid a time, and both of you bid 9:59. Then it was drawn at random. I guess both of you really wanted to play with the black pieces, with the white pieces.
Yeah, but looks like we didn't get the system well, so we wanted to play with the black pieces, but it was dangerous, yes, because she could if she make I don't know, choose another
Any other,
yeah. It's me who's gonna play with white, yeah. So we didn't get the system well, so it was a bit tricky for us. I think she wanted to play with the black pieces. So
and you did too want to play with black.
I didn't know what to write, and it's my first experience with such a system, so I just decided at least to have more time.
In the semi-final, you will play against Alua Norman. Have you played much against her, and your thoughts going into that second match?
I think we played once. We played some speed chess match. I won it, but it was quite a tough one. And also one rapid game. Actually, she won this rapid game. So, and she's a young and very talented player, so it's not going to be easy.
We are looking forward to that match. We will let you go and have some rest. Once again, congratulations and good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
I'm here with Vaishali, who's the winner of the rapid leg of this first event of the WR Women's Chess Tour. Vaishali, congratulations. It was a long, long day. You won your 3 matches, but let's start with the last one, the final against Alua Norman. You won Game 1 in great fashion, and then let's start talking about Game 2, where you were defending a tricky endgame. Tell us about that.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Second game I was lost. It looked like I should be able to hold easily. It was unnecessary that I got into this pawn down endgame. This rookie one knight move was very nice. I missed when I played bishop f3. Maybe add something better. I missed rookie one. Rookie one was very nice touch, and I had to give up the c6 pawn. Then we went into this pawn down rook endgame where I had to defend. I'm sure at some point I messed up totally. At least one moment where I thought, instead of going king h7 towards the end, I should play king f7 because king h7 allowed king h4, rook f4, king g5, and king to the queen side, and this extra pawn, this pawn queens, and I think it just lost. I think I was lucky in the last game. But yeah, the first game was smoother. It was a nice game.
The first game was really, really nice.
Yeah.
It turned into your favorite quite early on, I would say.
Yeah.
Tell us about that one.
Yeah, I played this C3 Sicilian. She played F6, which was total surprise to me. Like initially, I thought it should be very bad. I should be able to refute. I tried some knight h4, d4, knight g5 ideas, but it was not working directly. So I understood I have to take it slow. Then I saw this move d4, where if c4, I can go d5, sack b3, and you know, where it's complete domination. Bishop on f8 is bad, c8 is bad, and yeah, she cannot develop anything. And where I sack a piece for a pawn, but she can also eventually give up a piece for e6 pawn, or just leave the knight on c6, and it was not clear. I should probably have played. Then I saw this queen e2 a4 option, which was also interesting. Then I went for this. Then actually towards somewhere in the middle, I blundered d4 pawn. It was not planned. I just completely blundered, and then I think it was still winning, luckily. So I didn't spoil much. Yeah, I think it was a nice finish also. So, yeah.
What does it mean to you to win here in Japan, the first time that we have a top-level event in this beautiful country?
It's nice to win a tournament, and I think this is my first win in a knockout format. Okay, we have very less knockouts, but still it's first one, and it's special because always knockouts. It's like sometimes it's stressful when after one point it changes a lot. And but I really enjoyed playing here, and also first time to Japan, and it's a nice way to win this event. And yeah, thanks to the organizers, thanks to Adam for inviting me here, and also to start this. To have this initiative, like to have this series of tournaments, it's very nice, like to promote the women's chess. And thanks to Japan Chess Federation and all the people began, to bring this tournament live. And also we are playing in a very nice hotel. So yeah, it's all good.
Did you enjoy playing in this knockout format and in a rapid time control?
Yeah, definitely. I think earlier when I play knockout, I would be like very stressed. But here my only thing I had in mind was, okay, if I play till final, it's great. If not, okay, I'll see the city. I'm also here with my good friends, so I thought that was my mindset actually going to this tournament. So I think it just went well.
Let me ask about that. You're here with a friend. We are so used to seeing you with your brother Prague, your mother. Speaking of your brother, we have to mention, of course, yesterday he became the first Indian winner at Norway Chess. So it's been a successful 24 hours for the family. And I want to ask you, I think by the time he won in Norway, it was maybe 3 or 4 in the morning here in Japan. Did you stay up to follow his last game, or did you just wake up in the morning and then find out?
No, last night I was too tired. I slept early, but then suddenly in between I woke up and I was checking his game. I know it was a crucial game. It's unfortunate I could not follow it live, but then I saw it was it was about equal. It was right after the opening, and then again I slept again. And then when I woke up, I saw it was already he won the game. It was around 4:15, and then I just messaged him, and I couldn't sleep back again. I was just laying in the bed. But yeah, it's a great thing, especially this comeback, because he had a tough first half, and he had this back-to-back losses, and then 4 wins. It's incredible. Also, the level of play, it was just very inspiring for me to see. It's a very special win. Yeah.
For sure, and well, congrats to both of you. Very nice double success. Tomorrow is the Blitz. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, definitely. Blitz is something I enjoy playing. No matter the result, it's always fun.
Vaishali, we look forward to having you back tomorrow. For now, congratulations once again, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
The WR Women's Chess Tour 2026 kicked off in Tokyo, Japan, and the rapid portion of the event is over. It was a tremendously exciting day, a knockout format with 8 players. So we went straight into quarterfinals where we saw one local player take part, Azumi Sakai. She came up against Alexandra Kosteniuk. She put up a great fight, but in the end, Kosteniuk went through 2-0. In other news of the quarterfinals, that's where we saw our only Armageddon matchup between Anna Sargsyan and Katerina Lacno. That was won by Lagno, who proceeded to the semi-finals. In the semi-finals, both matches were won by the youngsters. First of all, Vaishali beat Alexandra Kostenyuk 1.5-half, and in the other semi-final, Alua Norman beat Katerina Lagno with the same 1.5-half score. That left us with a final between two exciting young players, Alua Norman and Vaishali, who, of course, earlier this year won the women's candidate tournament. Vaishali played a great game in Game 1 to take the lead. She won in spectacular fashion with the white pieces. But Alua came very, very close to striking back in Game 2, deep into the rook ending. She had a chance to briefly win the game, but that chance was missed. And so Vaishali became the champion today without the need for an Armageddon at any point, winning all her matches with a 1.5-half scoreline. Congratulations to Vaishali, and we continue with the Blitz portion next. We are here with Women Grandmaster and International Master Marta Fierro from Ecuador. Marta, thank you so much for your time. So we're here on day 2 in Tokyo, the first event of the WR Women's Chess Tour. And in fact, you will be organizing the next one or co-organizing the next one in Punta Cana. So first of all, tell me your impressions of this event here in Tokyo.
It's amazing. I mean, to have this high quality chess, women chess, and then in Tokyo is just amazing. There are exciting games. We just saw today the first round of the BLITZ event, and actually 2 games already were ended, and it's very, very, very exciting. I'm pretty sure in Punta Cana is going to be also as great.
What can we expect from Punta Cana? How is it going to be there? What's going to be similar? What's going to be different?
Well, you know, Punta Cana is such a beautiful place as well, and we're going to have a lot of players from the a lot of women players from the American continent, and it's going to be, with no doubt, the biggest and most important women event that we have done in the Americas. So we are really excited. We have a lot of people, you know, expecting this event, so it's going to be amazing.
Can't wait to travel to the Americas, and it's great to bring chess to places where we haven't seen so many events so far. Speaking of upcoming events, just last night Vadim Rosenstein announced on his social media that we would be coming back to Japan next year for a tournament which unites a few different countries from different continents. What can you tell us about that project?
Yes, it's going to be a team tournament, and it unites countries from all the different continents. So it's going to be amazing. It's going to be in April next year here in Tokyo. So I'll be looking forward to come here and then to see matches between Panama, Puerto Rico, African countries, and many more to come.
Another event that's coming up very, very soon is the event in Lima, Peru. I think we're expecting a big chess party that's going to be longer than the events we've seen so far in Manila and in Tokyo. Tell us, what is that about? What's going to be happening in Lima?
Well, we're going to have a chess marathon. We're going to have 67 hours of chess, non-stop chess.
That's going to be crazy.
So I don't know. I maybe have to get a lot of sleep before Lima. We're having a lot of countries already that has signed up. We're going to have BLITZ, Rapid, Buckhouse. We're going to have Simon by top grandmasters. So it's amazing. And also, actually, in Peru, we're going to have a qualification, one spot for one woman player to go to Punta Cana. It's very important the support that women are getting now with the events of WR Chess. So this is exciting for us.
You mentioned one of the events in Lima is going to be Buckhouse, and well, now the events that are coming, you are more in an organizer position, but we were just in Manila last week and you were actually playing in the Buckhouse tournament with Sarai Sanchez. Yes. Tell us about that experience.
That was very fun. I actually, it was funny that, it was probably the first time Sarai played Buckhouse, you know? So I was looking on the other board, and Sarai had like 10,000 knights on top of her king. No? So I said, let's concentrate my board. And then I saw it back again, and she took all the knights. I don't know how she did it. So we had fun. You know, I love this Buckhouse because you can also express your emotions during the game, you know? It's a team tournament because you have to play according to your partner's board. So it's exciting. And I was amazed at how good they played in Philippines, this Buckhouse. Mm-hmm.
And actually, one of the top players from that event is a special guest here today. Wanda Liang. Will be hearing from him later today. And maybe a final question, Marta, is just, what does it mean to you personally, you know, to bring chess on such a big scale to your continent and to the Americas?
It's something we've been waiting for so long, and we finally have it. And I'm sure it's not going to be just this event, and that we're going to do many more events to promote women chess, because we still are under 20% of women playing chess. So we have to improve, not only as players, also as arbiters, trainers. So this is something we are very concentrating on. So we are getting the support from WR Chess. So we're going to promote women chess, not only in the Americas, but around the world.
That's so fantastic to hear, and I can't wait to see you in Peru and Punta Cana. Marta, it's always a pleasure having you around. Thank you so much for your time, and we're going to go back to studio. I'm here with Anna Sargsyan, who just lost her match, unfortunately, against Vaishali. After losing the first two games, you fought back in game 3, but then, unfortunately, game 4 didn't go your way. What are your impressions of the match?
Well, it was a very tough match, and especially against the world championship candidate. So obviously, I felt under pressure against her in every single game, and the last game, in fact, I could just lose after the 5th move. And I was lucky she didn't see it, so I got to at least play a little longer game. So
I felt I saw you smiling at the board
because because I blundered knight g5. Like I'm not so sure what happened there. I should have started with bishop e7 and started with knight f6. I'm just resigning after knight g5. I feel very good about the event. It's very nice, and I'm very happy to get the chance to play against such strong players like Vaishali and yesterday against Lagno.
Let's talk about yesterday's match against Lagno. That was actually the only match of the entire day that went all the way to Armageddon. So just talk us through that very interesting and fighting match.
Yeah, in the first game, the opening was not very good for me, but so luckily I had the chance to get better position in the middle game and managed to clinch the win. But in the second game, I think I blundered a couple small tactics and eventually got a lost position. And again, Lagno is a stronger player than me. Yeah.
And you qualified to this event actually through the online qualifier. I happened to be commentating that event, so I saw what a great performance you had at. How did you find out about it? Because I felt a lot of players didn't know about that qualifier. And how eager were you to qualify to come and play here in Tokyo?
I was very eager. I saw the event on LICHES because when you enter LICHES, I guess the announcement was there. So I saw it and decided to take my chances. And as you said, I feel like the first qualification event was maybe a little weaker than the second one because in the second one I noticed there were more like IM International Masters. So maybe I was also a little lucky,
I wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
And how has your experience been here in Tokyo? First of all, is it your first time in Japan? And have you had the time to explore anything? We saw you yesterday in the shogi workshop, so maybe you can tell us a little bit about how you enjoyed that and just your overall impressions.
Sure, I was very excited to come to Japan since this is my first time, and I'm very interested in the unique and ancient culture that they have. Very, very happy to be here. The people are very polite. The culture is just so nice. The shogi that we played yesterday was also very interesting. So the first one we played was, I'm not sure about the name pronunciation, Dobutsu, I guess, Dobutsu shogi, the one for like beginners. It was very fun, and I also got to play the professional shogi with the Japanese chess player Azumi, who plays here. She beat me. She beat me in shogi, but anyways, I loved it, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to get to know the game, especially from a professional shogi player. Yeah.
Yes, and we were very lucky to have Ms. Kitao here with us, who led the workshop from a retired professional player. And Anna, what's next for you now?
Next, I have like 5 classical events in a row, starting from, I guess, June 27th. I'm looking forward to those events. I'm not sure if I will survive 5 events, but if I do, that will be nice.
I love the ambition there. I'm sure you will survive. We'll all be rooting for you. Anna, thank you so much. It was a real pleasure having you here in Tokyo, and best of luck with your events.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm here with Grandmaster Alexandra Kosteniuk, and Alexandra, that was quite the performance, 3-0 in Blitz, and not against any opponent, against Alua Norman, one of the rising stars in chess nowadays. Congratulations. Tell us about those 2 games.
Yeah, thank you, Fiona. Well, in Blitz, you never know how it can go either way. And of course, I'm happy to win this match with like the perfect score, 3-0. The first game was quite shaky. I mean, I got out of the opening was a very nice position, but then I kind of didn't find the right plan, and okay, everything decided on the second when I checkmated. Like, I wondered for how many moves, I had this opportunity to checkmate, and just yeah, well, the most important thing was not to get checkmated. And then when I realized that actually I can checkmate, it was a nice surprise. Yeah, in the second game, I got out of the opening, like, she made the mistake allowing me to play f4, and then it was a very easy attack. Okay, it was not very easy to convert, but I was happy that at the end, like, I managed to calculate the line that actually happened in the game. Like, it looks scary. It seems that she might, get some checks around my king, but my knight on d3 was protecting the king very well. So, and in the third round, I completely forgot this gambit line, but yeah, she misplayed, I don't know, and ended up without a pawn. So since I was in a very, comfortable position, I didn't have to push to win. I just played on, and then won that game comfortably. So overall, I'm happy about this match, how it went, but now it's time to prepare for the next one.
Is this winning 3-0 scoreline an extra confidence boost?
Well, it's always nice, first of all, not to play the fourth game. It saves some nerves and energy that required because, like you mentioned that Alua is a rising star. Well, actually, she's exactly like, she has almost the same birth date as my daughter. So when I start thinking about that, that's kind of weird, to play girls my daughter's age. But okay, that's life, and it's nice to see chess growing and new stars arising.
Your next opponent will be a little older because it will be either Irene Sekandar or...
Sorry, girls, yeah, nothing personal, yes.
Not personal, but it's just, I think, fact. Or Antoinette Stefanova, who I believe probably is one of the players in this tournament you have the most experience playing against. Their match is still ongoing. Game 4 is coming up. Will you be watching that? And is there an opponent you'd rather play between them?
Well, I always watch chess tournaments. I love watching chess tournaments, sometimes even more than playing them, actually, at this moment. So, yeah, of course, I'll be watching these matches, the 2 matches that are still to be decided. And actually, with Antoinette, we played, I don't know how many games, a lot, many games. With Irene, I haven't played that many, just a few, I think, Blitz games, so I don't know her that well as Antoinette. But again, yes, that's life, that's Blitz, anything can happen, and now it's time to rest, to prepare, and we'll see what the life brings to us.
Let's talk briefly about yesterday's rapid event. For you, the road ended in the semi-final. How do you look back on your performance and the event overall with Vaishali's victory in the end?
Yeah, well, it was a very nice victory for Vaishali, so congrats to her. Of course, I was a little bit disappointed about my second game, well, about my first one as well, of that match, but I mean, somehow my pieces, like I blitzed out one move straight out of the opening, and then like the position after she played d5, it got equalized. Instead, I could have played bishop e3 and get a nice edge. But again, yeah, sometimes even rapid, you blitz out moves, and then you start wondering why have you done that, having 15 minutes on your clock. So that was like the mistake of the first game. Then I kind of was lucky to survive, I think, at the end, because I was under. Well, it was not a comfortable position, even though the engine might say that it's equal. But in a practical game, I was very happy to make a draw. And then in the second one, I got out of the opening in a pretty comfortable position. And actually, when she played c4, I could have just exchanged this light squared bishop. And actually, I mean, it's even slightly better for me. It only can be slightly better for me. But for some reason, I decided to play for the initiative. Like, I kept her 2 bishops alive, and that. And lost, of course. I mean, I over-evaluated my initiative, and I shouldn't have done that. But okay, sometimes you make wrong choices and take wrong decisions. That was definitely the wrong decision, and yeah, I lost it. Well, it's always sad, because it's very fast, just 2 games, so one mistake and you're out. Although at the end, like, I had some chances to complicate and even get a better position, but okay, it's another story, another life. At the end, it was over pretty fast, so it did leave such a bitter, aftertaste. But okay, again, it's a knockout format, and that's why we like it for. It's very exciting. One mistake, you're out, and well, I'm happy to see those tournaments, having this format, because so far we have only World Cup with this knockout format and nothing else. So it's nice to have something more to that.
What you don't say, of course, is that you are the mastermind behind this entire tour. You're not just a participant. Vadim had approached you and you said, well, I've had this idea. And then he supported the fact that it came to life. So tell us a little bit about how you got the idea and what it's like seeing it come alive now.
Or rather, I approached Vadim, I think that was this way around. Yeah, well, because, of course, first of all, I love women's chess. I've always believed in potential of women's chess, and I'm always happy to do something for women's chess. And I've been working, I've been contemplating the idea of women's chess tour for a long time, actually, already a few years, similar to tennis, WTA, Women's Tennis Association Tour, having the same format, knockout format throughout the year with points and with the grand finale at the end. And so I was approaching everyone actually with this idea, with my presentation. And I mentioned actually in one interview this tour, and then some people from Australia actually wrote to me that they want to support and help this idea, and they helped me with the presentation, so I thank them very much for that. And then I was sending this presentation, to everyone, saying, women's chess were great, you're gonna love us. And yes, I was I'm very happy that Vadim loved the idea and immediately supported it and said, okay, if you want to organize them, go ahead and do it. And so this project, I must say, it keeps me busy, but I love it because in the last I used to have a lot of projects always around myself, my career, and those projects give me energy actually to live. And this is the definition of this project, even though I'm busy, with every single question, but I just love it. And I hope that it's just the beginning. Of course, there are always things to improve, but first of all, I must thank Vadim for supporting this idea, for agreeing to organize this tour, WR Women's Chess Tour 2026, and again, fingers crossed, it's gonna continue for the next years as well.
We still have some very exciting stops on the tour this year. Hopefully we'll get to talk to you more later today about all the upcoming events, but I see the players are headed into the playing hall. So we're going to go back to the studio for round 4. Alexandra, thank you so very much and congrats again.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the semi-finals of the WR Chess Women's Tour. Andras, we've had a change in pairings. What's going on here?
Indeed, we placed our bets and now we have been refunded, so we need to replace those bets. So with our lovely technicians and helpers, we are hopefully going to see on the screen the actual pairing, which is that Vaishali is going to actually play against the three-time BLITZ World Champion Lachno, and the bottom end of the draw shows now Kostenyuk against Sukandar. So are you going to change your bets accordingly?
I'm shocked what the tree was changed.
I believe so, yes.
I guess it was displayed wrongly early on, so I hope you do not mind. We still get plenty of action, 2 matches, 4 games, best of 4. Whoever scores 2.5 points wins. Vaishali against Katarina Lachno is the big one. The challenger to the title against the former BLITZ World Champion. Who you got?
Look, I'm going to go against the odds, and I will go with Vaishali. But before we go into that, I believe that we have got someone even more important to talk to us. Is that Fiona soon coming on, or can I finish?
I have no idea. We'll see.
Yep.
And welcome back. We are ready for the semi-finals now. We have, first of all, Vaishali against Lachno, and over there, Kostenyuk against Sukandar. And I'm delighted to be joined now to make the ceremonial first move by international master Carissa Yip, who will be a participant in our next event in Punta Cana. So, Carissa, thank you very much, and take it away. Thank you so much, Carissa. We can give her a round of applause. And ladies, you may start your games. Best of luck.
We have lift off. 4 games, 3 minutes plus 2 seconds to make it to the finals. You were about to pick who you got.
I picked Vaishali. So, yeah.
And in the other one, we have Irene Sukandar against Alexandra Kostenyuk.
We can't talk about that when we have the Gustafsson line on the board, though. 94, your preferred method to meet the Scotch Gambit. And look at that. We have already seen this very position, this tournament once. Actually, not with Bishop D5, though. We saw Queen E2, unless I'm mistaken, with the Knight C5, Knight G5 idea. So this is going to be a slight deviation. But nonetheless, your preferred Knight E4 is definitely enjoying a deal of popularity in this tournament.
Yeah, it's a good move. Bishop D5, sort of a rare line. Knight to C5, pawn to C3, offering a pawn exchange. So Vaishali, pawn sacrifice. Vaishali means business. You can take this pawn. Knight takes Bishop E7, and White has some long-term compensation, but as far as I know, nothing too serious. Interesting, she's choosing such a direct, aggressive method, because usually she was preferring a slower build-up, but relying on the surprise effect. Maybe in Blitz. Knight e6, also logical enough. I don't know if Black manages to get d6. Of course, White has enough development that she shouldn't be in trouble, but it never looked that fearsome to me, this line.
Certainly, though, a potent weapon for a Blitz game.
We'll find out. Castles, pawn to d6, what the big deal is. I don't really see it yet.
Oh, Bishop E7.
Trina starts with Bishop E7, thinks she has time to castle, and then go pawn to D6. Which, yeah, I guess is also fine, but maybe a little inaccurate. Was maybe easier to clarify the situation directly. Now if White gets some, I don't know, Queen B3, Rook D1, things could get a little murky, and here after takes, you can no longer recapture with the bishop, or it would cost an additional tempo. Taken with a pawn is a little ugly. Not the end of the world by any stretch, but it's a little less pretty because it will be hard to develop.
Yeah, I think overall it's a success for Vaishali as far as the opening is concerned, without, of course, claiming any advantage at all. But I think she's going to feel very comfortable in this position, which I would argue that is definitely easier to play with White.
Yeah, Queen 2, put the rooks to the middle, Rook D1, Rook E1, see what happens. However, Queen E2 at least allows Black to put the bishop here, because we didn't bother this pawn as we would have with queen b3. And Katarina has different ideas, goes knight to c7, also very logical, freeing the way.
Bishop g4 on the cards now, liberating the pieces.
We should mention there's another semi-final running, hard to cover, too many games at once in Blitz, so we'll have a look at this one and then switch if it gets too boring or cover afterwards what's happening in Kostenyuk against Sukandar, where Alexandra Kostenyuk, diligent in the opening as usual, already has a serious advantage because, okay, we can go through this really quickly. The Marochi, which I was mildly critical, it worked well for Irene in her match against Stefanova, but the structure is just long-term dangerous for black. He pawned to e6, leaving this weakness. And knight b5, looks like it picked it up. And white should have an edge here, pawn to d6.
Healthy pawn up.
Back to our main battle between Vaishali and Katarina Lachno. Some exchanges on d4. Black still has the extra pawn. White has nice pieces. I guess roughly equal. Bit worried about this king with these guys pointing here.
Yeah, those bishops are bearing down on that king nicely, but nothing imminent yet. Maybe queen d3 could be an idea to provoke a weakness, but as you said, nothing major for the time being.
Bishop f8 gives the pawn back. As far as I can see, there's a double attack.
Very sharp you are, sir.
Very sharp eyes.
Neat tactic.
She doesn't do it, goes queen f3, hitting the pawn, but without the double attack. Slightly less natural. Because now black could play d5, saying, okay, maybe I lose that pawn, but if I do, there will be simplifications and it shouldn't be too bad. Unless there's something nasty here, and this should more or less peter out. I was wondering if queen here and if g6 queen here, trying to give it a little checkmate.
That would be nice, but I have h6, right?
Yeah. Can't see anything. I think direct after h6.
Yeah, it looks like black is holding without any trouble. Lachno very solid, as expected.
Played on general grounds, but now queen h4 is a nice move, covering all these squares and hinting at bishop g4.
Yeah.
If white plays h3, which she does, then you can even bring the bishop back out to d6. Why should black have any troubles?
Yeah, she opted for rook d8, c8 actually. Excuse me. Okay.
Looking at the clock, Vaishali
Picks
not a lot of time, but she does take on a7, which was left en prise by this rook c8. Not sure if there was a blunder or if she has something in mind, some knight b5 or whatever. Black had a pawn up, but no particular reason to give it back.
I was wondering about that. What happened with a7? I'm not known to be a pawn grabber, but I noticed that it's unguarded and there is no rook e8 to recuperate it on a2, so yeah.
Bishop d6, she's saying, okay, what's done is done, let's bring the pieces, but would have been better without losing that a-pawn.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit careless. The fingers were playing chess and we forgot that sometimes side pawns can be captured.
Yeah. Bishop to b6, both sides very low on time now. Queen f4, trying to bail out into slightly unpleasant endgame.
Yeah, lots of takes, bishop b3, and I will pick up the d5 pawn, I believe.
Yeah, this looks tough. Bishop a4, also nice move, hitting the rook.
Players are playing too fast for the technology to catch up.
Needs a second to catch up, but bishop a4, she went rook to d8 into the pin, and Vaishali cashing in a bit early, maybe with bishop c7, bishop b3.
We are headed for a draw here, unless something very drastic happens.
Yeah, a bunch of pieces disappearing.
Yeah, it's better actually if you watch the live camera view indeed. Nah, this is gonna be a draw for sure.
If she makes a move in time. Now, pawn down.
Ooh, okay.
My old theory, the stronger side always wins.
It seems
Hasn't
like
proven wrong in Vaishali games before, but
Yeah.
I'll still go with it.
no, fair enough. And it seems like this tournament is an ultimate ground for you to test your theory. Almost every round we get a game where
Yeah,
something
you
similar
just
pops.
lose with the seconds on the clock with white. Katarina also a good technician. Rook e6. She's not going to allow anything there. No, not rook e6. All right.
Yeah, it's down to the wire.
Space, g5, h5. I think I would have gone g5, but people do love their pawn chain over there.
Yeah, we actually discussed this yesterday too. Exact same pawn formation, and now the pawn begins to roll.
Yeah, no, black will just win this king c5, rook
And-
e5 slowly.
Yes. I was sure that it was just petering out into a draw. Something must have been missed there earlier on, but now we are certainly going to just see how this game unfolds. And
Yeah, she just picks up. Now the pawn on the king side, now it's 2 pawns up.
yeah, and she's
Rook
building
f5
clock.
defends everything,
Yeah.
and yeah.
That's a painful defeat with white in a game that was not necessarily meant to be lost. And here black is also cruising. Oh, different position. Black is not cruising.
No, it's white with the extra pawn.
Yep. Another rook ending. Smyslov would be
Rook
happy.
b6, this is simplifying to draw. Not sure if she could have tried to run. Now it's just a draw.
Yep.
Even though computer seems to disagree, saying black is winning, but
But what does the engine know?
he only knows best play, it doesn't know
Doesn't know-
expert human evaluation that both sides will queen that pawn / give the rook for it, and it will be a draw.
Exactly. Oh,
f4, what's that?
that was a
about?
bit. That was a bit random. Rook g6 looked like a
Won't
move.
spoil anything, but not
Yeah.
quite near that.
Anyway, yeah, we're going to sack the rook for that queen, and black will have to follow suit soon for the a pawn. Yep, and
Doesn't waste any time. Draw agreed. Irene keeps going strong,
yeah,
holding Kostenyuk with the black pieces. We haven't seen much of that game, so let us
yeah.
catch up after the players set up the pieces. King's placed in the middle of the board. And here we are. Good old Marozzi knight d5 is rare here. You're supposed to start with bishop d2, but the point about the structure still stands, so Alexandra picks up that pawn, and we're in for some adventures.
Oh boy, this got wild.
Yeah, looks like white is winning in exchange, but according to the wise computer, black is just fine here, which
That's crazy.
I'm a bit surprised why this would be so good, but apparently enough activity.
Oh, in fact, a3
is painful, yeah. Ah, she missed it. But,
Oh, it was also missed by black.
yep,
Oh, okay.
twice.
Ah, but
Here it comes finally.
third time a charm.
That pawn force white to give the exchange back, after which things
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
should be
what happened
equal. I
there?
see some double question marks.
Rook d4.
d4 was a chance when I guess this endgame is lost with the king too active.
Yep.
And rook b5. You could create some trouble here.
Ouchie. That's what you call that one. And then bishop b3 missed.
Yeah,
this-
it's random chances in blitz. So no, she went for it second time around. Didn't go.
Wait, after bishop c6 there is rook e5 check.
Yeah, then rook e4, I think. Forced
Oh,
the
same
rooks
point.
off,
Right. And then we still walk across to
White still wins according to
Compy.
machinery. Bishop f7 looks normal though, picks up a pawn. And how did black survive this?
I guess the time trouble played the major role there.
Yeah, looks like.
Oh, that's how. And
Still a pawn up.
the Gustafsson theorem got proven wrong.
Yeah, I guess here white is just not in time to stabilize. I thought the king could get out of the way, but
Nah, yeah.
black has a check.
Probably this position doesn't apply to the theory.
Here black was winning for a move, which I'm surprised by. But apparently king f2. How do you win this? a5, g3, a6, g2. And the pawn just gets stopped.
Yeah, too far. The king is cut off on the third, so you can't get up to b5 or b6 on time. What did we play instead?
There's nothing. King f2 was winning.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. What did we do instead? What happened in the game?
Yeah, king g2 was played, blocking the way, and that gives white the tempo.
The extra move that was also badly needed. Yeah. Wow. Nuances, nuances.
Yeah, I don't know what bothered her. Maybe rook h2 check, but apparently here.
Another tempo.
Black is in time.
Aye.
Okay, with.
Know your rook end games, children, is the moral of the story, right?
Yeah, then again, with seconds on the clock, I don't think there's much to know. You could argue king f2 is more natural, but I'm not aware of any chess school, not even the Hungarian one that teaches this position.
No, not at all. And as you said, probably in a proper time control game, she would have found it.
Yeah,
super easily.
Even 1-2 minutes to calculate, you will come up with king f2. I mean, good chance the hand plays it because it looks more natural than king g2, frankly, but.
Yeah.
Didn't happen, and then it petered out. Now white is in time to support the pawn.
Yep, which certainly sets the scene for a very exciting second game of the semifinals between these two.
What's the tour situation? So we've had Vaishali winning yesterday and Alua Numan finishing second.
Right.
Vaishali is still in it, so if she makes it to the final, she's guaranteed
winner
to even win the event, take one of the two spots. If she doesn't, I guess she's still reasonably safe in the top two, but we might have to calculate a little bit once it's over.
Yeah, I think Kostenyuk is on 5 and I believe that Lucknow as well, so I don't think that Vaishali can for once I was correct. With Norman out of the equation, I think that it's fairly straightforward that no matter what Vaishali does, she's already going to be top 2.
Yeah, that sounds true, because Kostenyuk and Lucknow can't win both, and therefore can't catch her.
Yeah, so it's basically a solid contest between Kostenyuk and Lucknow, but I believe that Sukanda can still make it to top 2 if she ends up winning.
Yeah, she probably
the BLITZ section altogether.
Though, if she knocks out Kostenyuk, she's ahead of her. If she wins the thing, and then I wish I could count 5 plus 8 is
that's 13.
10
so
plus 2.
Yeah, that's more than 10 plus 2. So she actually needs both Lucknow and Kostenyuk out of the way. So she almost needs to win this. Yeah, in fact, she needs to win this for sure. Math is hard.
She needs Vaishali to win and then beat Vaishali.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say without making any sense whatsoever.
That's the way.
True to form. Yeah. I don't think the bookies would, give very good odds for that to happen.
No.
But we have seen stranger things.
No, she's been playing well, but she's still an underdog, of course, in this match and against whoever she would face in the finals. So it's a long shot, but a chance. But the likely scenario is that Vaishali takes the overall standings, and then in second place there will be either Kostenyuk or Lucknow, depending on who makes it to the finals and wins it.
Exactly. Indeed.
So, do we have another game? What's with all these breaks? They just had a 2-hour break.
Yeah, that's right.
What did you do? Take a stroll through Tokyo on a Sunday?
Almost. The stroll is correct. I went down to the gym to up my steps because I felt like this is not right that I'm just sitting here all day long. So I went down to the gym to burn some calories because
Wow.
That is how we roll these days. But who am I talking to?
How many steps are you averaging?
I tell you what, I never count these things. I just go by feel. Go by feel. But you count.
I'm also. No, I would never check.
16,000 is what his screen says there, folks.
I like to walk.
I'm not dobbing on the guy, but he's onto something.
But today I've been sleepy. Only 6,000. So
Oh, it's easy to
still work to do.
add the
Sitting here all day, it's tough to get my steps in.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, I remember back in the good old days when I was still getting coached back in Hungary, we often would go out on a lunch break with my coach, and as we were walking to certain restaurants, we would solve king and pawn ending studies blindfolded. So that was the break.
Living the life.
Yeah. Getting the steps up, but also hating Grigoriev at the same time. I remember that name was burnt into my memory as probably one of the undisputed kings of king and pawn ending study composing. And
Name sounds familiar. Yeah.
He definitely did cause a lot of painful hours for me to solve his devious endgame studies.
So tell us about your trauma. How does it work if you're getting a chess education in Hungary? Is it like a special school, or is this extracurricular activities? What's going on there?
Oh, look, I really don't think that there is a specific Hungarian school of chess at all. In my case, it was just that I had private lessons with my coach. I would travel up to Budapest, where he resided at the time, still does actually, and we would just do hours and hours of chess, and that was it, pretty much. Very often it would be combined with morning prep, and then in the afternoon I would play in a tournament, and then rinse, repeat the following day for like a week and a half. So, no secrets, hard work apparently pays off.
That sounds serious.
Yeah, very much so. And I wasn't even as serious as some others were at the time, so yeah.
I was sitting in front of a computer and, watching what the engine says. It's also a great method.
Yeah, look where it took you.
All the way to Japan.
Among other things, yes, indeed. Are we going to see you also in Peru later on? Or?
Not sure I'll make it all the way there. I'm going to Bangkok after this, as you do. There's another WR event, and then to Hong Kong for the Rapid Teams World Championship, where I will be coaching the WR team. And by coaching, I mean I'll sit there while they play, and hopefully occasionally players will win some games.
Press the button on the computer every now and then and tell them what the compy says.
Make some tough lineup decisions. Now, Magnus, you look a bit tired, maybe.
Yep.
Wesley, you play a game, so it's
it's hard going for you.
It's a rough job.
Yeah,
someone has to do it.
Thank God that you put your hand up for it. No one would have done it otherwise.
Yeah, it was a tough casting.
Right. Wow.
Then again, playing a few Blitz games and getting richly rewarded is also nice. What's the prize fund they have here?
If I'm not mistaken, winner gets $7,000. Let's see if I can get one thing right again today. But that was definitely the case for yesterday, and I assumed that it would.
That I recall. I was wondering if it's the same. It is the same.
Look at me go.
7K second, 4K, 2.5 for the semi-finalists, and 1,000 for the quarterfinalists.
Not a bad hourly rate, I would say.
Not at all. I'm wondering if you can maximize your hourly rate by losing in the quarterfinal. Nah, I think winning is still the most profitable.
Winning is typically the way to make money. And we see on the screen now the total prize fund for the WR chess event here in Tokyo. It is $40,000, and as you can see at the bottom of the screen, there is an even more impressive number. $200,000 across 5 events is going to be handed out to the players. So there is a bit more to play for than just a few double exclamation marks on a nice move.
No, and in general, with all the kidding aside, I think it's a great thing for women's chess to have these tour in fantastic locations across different continents, to have events like this in such conditions. The players will be very happy, and of course Vadim's activities aren't limited to women's chess. In Bangkok, I think, will be an esports event featuring the likes of Carlsen, Caruana and others, so A lot of interesting new events coming to the chess world. A lot of interesting new ties coming to the chess world as well.
Indeed, and here we go, kicking off game 2 in the semi-finals as we are watching now.
Yeah, maybe we stick with Kostyuk and Irene this time, because we didn't watch them last time.
Yep,
even though
fair
it's
enough.
in London, so maybe it's time to switch back.
Yep, agreed.
Knight to f3. e6, playing solidly. But yeah, Alexandra, typically well prepared, goes for one of the trendy lines, c5. We've seen this knight bd2, queen b6
yeah.
in an earlier game by Irene. Vaishali equalized quite straightforwardly. But
here she opts for
Alexandra
c3.
goes for knight c6, bishop d6, classical line, also very playable. Bishop g3, typically short castles is the move. But
Did you play c4?
Something else was played. c4, very ambitious.
Okay.
The common
Can't we hit that at b3?
knowledge is that after b3, b5, a4, if you can't keep the chain, you're in trouble. But there are
b4
some
is-
lines where
yeah.
b4 works, which I'm assuming
It must be one of those.
Kostyuk knows, because you wouldn't do this.
I think it's actually a very interesting attempt to kill the prep on Irene's end, because I wouldn't presume that she reckoned with c4. Maybe she did. I don't know.
Stops bishop d3, but it's funny, because in the old days when computers were a bit weaker, we were always taught
Oh, yes.
computers don't understand the structure. They will play c4 voluntarily, and then you checkmate them. While nowadays, humans are using c4 even unprovoked
Yep.
to get their opponents out of computer prep. And as usual, this plan, of course, there is some truth that you give up pressure against the center, but it's a very serious plan, the c4, b5, b4. So interesting play there. Queen to c2.
Which is the other thematic pawn break, by the way, to go for e4. So very logical play by all means.
Yeah, takes.
Also undermining the c4 pawn.
f5. I don't know if I like black's position
Yeah, I was about
anymore
to say
after
that.
all this stuff.
If the London was this good, I would play it.
Yeah,
Ah, no, probably I wouldn't.
maybe Alexandra freestyling a bit here.
Indeed. a4? Is that our move now, or not quite
Yeah,
yet?
for sure. Bishop a6 looks very clumsy. And b4, bishop takes c4. I don't really see what we have. So now she's been a little careless.
Yeah, the chess queen is in a bit of a trouble by the looks of things.
And Irene keeps going strong. Every time I call her an underdog, she just wins
Yeah.
another game. And yeah, bishop a6 is not a pretty move to make.
Yeah, that is going to be a fat pawn on b5, another bishop, but something had to give.
Yeah, it was the only way. Not to lose a pawn.
And I don't see actually
Just takes, bishop e2,
Yeah.
castles.
so you can't quite
Not a
punish
fair
it,
structure.
it's just ugly.
Yeah.
I think actually the e5 square is going to be a point of contention later on, because if black wants to put a knight on d5 like knight d7, knight d5, then e5 opens up, so it's not...
Why bishop e2? Doesn't this allow b4? I mean, probably white is still doing well. Yeah, white is still doing well, but I wouldn't have allowed that. I thought.
Yeah,
it's-
no, for sure. You take on b5
Takes
and
first.
then... Yeah, this is... Definitely took her off guard too, because she's thinking now.
Yeah, the difference is now this pawn is covered by the bishop.
Yeah.
And she played something. She
Trade.
exchanged bishops.
Castles, I guess.
Yeah, white is still fine. Probably better with these weaknesses. But
Oh, taking b4.
what? She took on b4?
I believe she did.
Oh, that is a really bad move. Knight takes, knight d3 check.
Ugly too.
She took with the queen, and which also looks good. But why would he take on b4?
I don't know.
That's
That
too
was
much.
strange. That was a momentary lapse of judgment there for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, we went from
Takes
clearly
two.
better to clearly worse.
Yeah, and one move, and also the eye test confirms it. So I don't even know what she could have missed. That was just temporary chess blindness.
Yeah, she must have thought that maybe b3 was somehow a problem, but it is a mystery, really.
Yeah. Okay, tables have turned, but Could have been worse. Now white lost a pawn, but at least she kept the queens on the board. Still has some activity, so might not be
completely over, but yeah.
terrible yet. But to recover from that, normally once the trend turns like this,
Yeah, it is not pretty.
just see one. I guess you go forward. Here comes the rook, and the queen unfortunately has to go to d2, because if it goes somewhere active, we take the bishop.
Yeah, that makes it less active.
Queen d2, even c3, I guess, works. Just to illustrate here takes, and we're hitting the rook.
And the bishop.
This, and
She should just go queen g5.
win. She gives up the bishop, probably spotting this queen d2, c3,
Ah, yeah.
that it's a bishop.
I mean, she might have d5 just to throw in as a final tactic. If the queen goes somewhere, but yeah.
Piece is a piece.
Ah, yeah, I know. Yeah, that was the hope, but there's nothing in it really. Knight d4, I guess. Yep, already played, and it's just a piece down. That was a very sudden and unfortunate twist.
Bit of a meltdown there. Now knight e2 check picks up more material.
Yeah, I mean, not unusual in blitz context, but still.
d6, the d-pawn, last hope, but white is currently a rook down, and queen takes e5.
E5 is
Simplify
hanging,
even
yeah.
further.
And Kosteniuk plays a very measured, smart chess, gives back the piece, but kills all counterplay.
Yeah.
And with that, that game is as good as over.
She's been around the block a few times. She's not going to give a chance here. Queen does cover the checkmate, and
Yep.
there is the resignation. Yeah, that was odd. From a good position here, I already didn't like bishop takes d6,
Yeah,
but
and
c
CB.
takes b4 just ruins a perfectly good
Yeah.
game. Castles, and white is still better. Put a rook here. b3 is nothing to worry about.
Yeah, exactly.
Go away and-
I tried to justify it, but there was no way to. So, two unfortunate back-to-back decisions actually, taking on d6 and then and then capturing b4, and it went from hero to zero very, very quickly.
Yeah, no, c takes b4 just ruins everything, creates two big weaknesses. Okay, let's switch to the other game,
Indeed, it's quite feisty.
where Katarina looks...
In control again, or in trouble?
No, she looks in
control.
control.
Yep. Actually, I was looking at your screen where things are a little bit further behind compared to the board.
5 seconds each on the clock. Not sure how much control there is. Self-pin, is that not dangerous? Apparently not. Bishop c4 would always unpin. And she notices she can always give a check. Free the bishop. Vaishali is trying to create a bit of a mating net around the white king. Rook d8, g3. Barely escaping. And king g2.
Oh, that's
safe.
very clean defense by Lucknow. Wow. That was very neatly done. And Vaishali on the ropes with the pawn on the other end running towards touchdown.
Still always looking for activity.
Knight f4 is a neat threat.
Bishop d7, a bit clumsy, allowing rook d3, but then the a-pawn runs. Rook d3 played. She's calculating if she can go knight d6.
Yeah, knight d6 looks like a tactic, but rook e8 always tags the knight.
Yeah. Now the knight found his way to f6.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
Once
Oh,
again,
and walks into with a
Vaishali
check.
has very good tactical instincts. She doesn't have pawns left, so I don't think she can win this.
No,
She
certainly
might
not.
survive. King h4, avoiding any discovered checks by the knight. Now you can go king f2, and it's still white playing for a win here. Rook a3, but desperate. Now it's 2 pawns, rook d6 or a7.
Ay, ay, ay.
2 pawns should win.
Yep.
Just bring the king over to the queen side. Rook h7 check if you want to.
You know, you can just cut the king off on the g5 once it captures the pawn, but not even now. Rook c6 check now is a threat.
Okay, this is just dead lost. The
Yeah,
king
it's
can
over.
just join the party.
Oh, rook
She
a5.
builds a bridge with
Yep.
rook a5. 2-0.
Oh, wow.
The veterans here in Blitz. And also with one more night of sleep. They both struggled.
Yep.
Especially Katarina looked so tired when the rapid began and mentioned she had trouble sleeping. Today, different story. Takes a 2-0 lead against Vaishali, who's still more or less safe to make it.
Yeah, but it's
To the
definitely a little bit of a dampener in her mood that she would have liked to make it at least into the finals too, just to be very convincingly on the top of the leaderboard. Now it's a lot more open. Can we go back a little bit in this endgame, Jan? I was curious if she had to give up that knight the way she did.
No, of course not.
What was the drawing mechanism here? Because obviously with seconds left you panic, you just want to get out of the pin. But it doesn't appear to be that obvious to me. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, not that straightforward, but this survives because now you have time.
Now you can attack the pawn. Yep.
Attack the pawn.
I'm finding this with seconds left.
No, you could see she was looking for a move. The natural move is king f7, but
Yeah.
then after a7 you lose, and then yeah, you just panic. This blitz is very cruel. But I
Indeed.
guess before there had to be an easier way, like somewhere here. For example, you can just pick
Check
up
it
the
down,
pawn if you want to. Or is this losing? This should also.
I was wondering about that, but I think it does. Because you
I'm curious. You have this famous
cornered the knight with your king.
king run.
Yep.
King run over there. Yeah, that's
Too few squares for the knight.
neat. 'Cause knights struggle against a pawns, as we've heard.
Yeah. I mean, without the h3
I'm
pawn,
not
it would
doing
be
well, but-
a handy draw. But with the h pawn on the board, it's a different story.
And this is
That's when you want to fly to d6 with the black king, but that's not going to happen.
no squares. If it's any other pawn, there's another square for the knight to go, but there is
Yeah,
no
on the other side.
a-1 file, so can't do it.
No.
Okay, knight takes d7 is fine, but maybe rook d5, rook takes a5 was actually simpler.
Yes, indeed.
But here also, I guess you can just give a check and
Get out of the pin and then get
unpin
ready.
and put the knight here.
Yeah.
But okay, with very little time, very hard to play any of these positions.
Okay.
So we have a 2-0 lead in
In the Vaishali Lucknow match, yeah.
Lucknow-Vaishali match and a 1.5 half lead for Alexandra Kostenyuk, meaning in the next game, both matches could be over.
Yes, indeed. That would be, yeah, interesting to see how it's going to unfold. Now, obviously, Vaishali has to win on demand, and Sukanda can't lose. At least she can afford a draw. But yeah, the pressure is definitely mounting on the players, and with the blitz, we can say that it's pressure from get, go, move one. But yeah, as we get into the tail end of these games, they definitely become very hectic. Typically with little time left on the clock. Regrettably for you, though, there is always increment. You would love to see the bloodbath of the 5-0, right? Pieces flying, flags falling, all kinds of drama.
I just think it's a better game. This adding time is very, very unnatural to me, because the overall distance is more or less the same if you get 5-0 or 3+2, but let people use them how they want. Of course, this increment was added in chess, especially for bigger tournaments, so the arbiters have less work, because if there's a lot of time trouble and pieces flying in many places, it's harder to control, while with increment, especially in classical games, you don't need that anymore. But as for entertainment and pure, whatever you want to call it, sporting character, I never understood why we do this.
Fair enough.
FIDE, if you're watching, 5-0, 2 hours for 40 moves. Let's bring it back.
Good idea.
They're not watching.
Maybe if you say it loud enough, they will hear you anyway.
Well, they did change it for the candidates, for example, so you get one proper time control after 40 moves, where it's 2 hours with no increment for the first 40 moves, which I already like much better, because then you have one real time trouble phase. And in classical chess, I'm not against having these 30 seconds per move after move 40 or after move 60, so no one has to get flagged in a rook endgame, but to have a proper time control, I think also for the spectators is much more exciting.
Yep, I can definitely get behind that idea. Interesting. So tell us a little bit, Jan, while we are waiting for the next round, about this next gig of yours, where you are going to be the team captain of this team with some random players. How did that come by? Is it going to be Magnus, Wesley So, with some random names you mentioned there that our audience might recognize? What's up with that?
Yeah, this is another event that's been going on for a couple of years now. I think this is the 4th edition, if I'm not mistaken. This Teams Championship with a twist that you have one amateur board. Vadim Rosenstein was also involved in creating the event. The first event was held in Düsseldorf couple years ago, and it's been, I think, a hit ever since. The first time we had a very strong team and won the rapid section, but the WR team hasn't won the last 2 occasions in the rapid, has been winning the blitz. But basically it's for open boards where you can find whoever you want, and then it's a women's board and an amateur board with a player who is not allowed to have a FIDE rating above 2000.
That is
ever
very cool.
Ever in their career.
That is very cool. Ever in the career.
Yeah.
Wow, nice.
And yeah, now people are not gaming the system, but they're doing like castings for this amateur board. They're saying whoever had the highest lead chess or chess.com rating, but doesn't have a record in classical tournaments, can apply. So you get some very strong players.
Just go to any Indian chess club, right, and just point at any kid and you are done.
Well, there was this Chinese guy 2 years ago who crushed that board, and he looked like he was playing on very solid.
Right.
I am level to my eyes, but yeah, you get a bunch of very strong players. So Vadim, who's playing on the amateur board, maybe is not so happy about that monster he created. Yeah. But yeah, of course, there will be many very strong teams having Magnus, Fabi, Wesley So, Buddha should give a chance, but didn't win the last two occasions. So we'll see how it goes this time.
And your role as a coach is just to nod your head when you see it fit, and then take the glory in the end.
Basically, I mean, I don't want to make it sound like it's a lot of work, but I help a bit with the preparation, particular, of course, on the amateur board. And then what can be tricky, if you have 6 world-class players for 4 boards, you actually have to decide on a lineup, and you want to win the thing, but you also don't necessarily want to hurt feelings of like a top 10 player. So it can be a little tricky, but of course it's a luxury problem that many people
nonetheless sometimes
would like to have.
That's the biggest problem when you look at Olympiad teams with world-class players from board 1 to the reserve board, is to manage the teams and ensure that they all get equal amount of whites and blacks. But let's have a look at this team, because wow, look at the dashing human on the top row on the right.
Yeah, it doesn't go by looks, or I would of course make the team, but what can you do?
This is one heck of a lineup. What is the average rating here?
I have not done
27
the math. I guess the gentleman with 0 rating on the bottom right drags it down a little bit, but of course he's much stronger than the published 0 rating, and we're expecting big things on the amateur board as well.
Fair enough.
But yeah, you can see a lot of tough decisions. Does Hu Yifan or Kostenyuk play on the women's board? Who do you give a rest? Life's tough. But no, it's a very fun tournament. I think people are enjoying it. It's been a hit since it's on the calendar in the last 3 years. And unfortunately, it's getting tougher every year because people are putting together very serious teams, like teams dominated by Indian players. The Uzbek guys usually have a very good team. There's been very strong teams.
Yeah, those guys lately don't know how not to put together a very strong team, right?
Yeah, exactly. We tried to get at least one of the Nordebecks to make them a little weaker, but didn't work.
Right. Oh,
back to
action.
Our event here with Kostenyuk and the white pieces playing the Alapin. Has a deep back of surprise weapons against the Sicilian Alexandra Kostenyuk. We've seen her play this knight c3, bishop b5.
Yep, she also plays open Sicilian, in fact, quite frequently. And now we have an Alapin. And in fact, it was some strange combo of d5 and knight f6 variations merged together. Of course, this is all book and theory.
This knight f6, bishop b5 check, knight d7, d4. And I think knight takes d5 is a mistake. D takes c once again.
Yep.
Alexandra's weapons paying off. I think black was supposed to throw in a6 here. Now it's not so easy to avoid the loss of a pawn because white has c6. She played c4, I believe. Yeah.
Yep.
Kicking the knight.
Where is the knight going?
So Kostenyuk has a 1.5 lead, meaning if she wins this game, she is in the finals. The knight goes back. I guess the idea is bishop to e3 to hang on to this pawn. Yep. Played. Computer doesn't care about it. Says queen c7. Black is fine. a6, I'm not sure, because now, first of all, white could take, but secondly, after bishop a4, I thought that makes it easier to get in b4 than the direct queen c7. When after b4 we have a5.
a5, yes, always. Alexandra decided to take d7 and then just completing development with knight c3, always ready to protect the c5 pawn with b4. I'm surprised that the compy thinks it's completely balanced. It seems to me that a pawn is a pawn. It's not very often I say that. But yeah, I'm not necessarily seeing the compensation yet.
Yeah, it doesn't look straightforward. If white manages to get knight f3 and b4 in some order, should be a big advantage, but maybe move by move. Something to be done. Queen c7, b4, b6 or something, I don't know. Rook d8 doesn't look like it. Doesn't threaten anything.
Nah, it feels like
f3.
Yeah, but also it's forcing potentially queen b3, which may be a very good square for my queen to provide extra protection to the pawn chain if need be.
Yeah, no, I think black had to go for a mess directly, given this one tempo. Okay, she starts with queen e2, which
also logical.
Should also be fine. And once again, I'm curious about pawn to b6. C takes b, queen here. Trying to make it messy because of white.
Yeah, maybe I'll just go pawn c5, letting g2 go and then queen f3.
Yeah.
Looks like an idea. That is the most unique pawn formation that we would see today. No, compy says I don't understand this game. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah.
Strange position. Okay, none of this happened, but I think Irene has to mix it, because if you just allow knight f3 castles, white will win slowly with all these pawns on the queen side.
Queen e5.
Queen e5, another attempt for complications, but I think it just loses time. No, rook c1 and knight f3.
Yeah.
White is winning.
Walked into knight f3 with a tempo, so I don't know, queen h5 maybe, but I'm not a believer.
Nothing there. Castles h3, knight d4 will always clarify.
The c5 pawn is a particular thorn in black's side, not only because it's extra, but it also denies active development with bishop d6.
b5, very direct, probably also good. Maybe she didn't want to think about castles, knight g4. b5 hits the bishop.
I mean, she had bishop f4 there, so shouldn't need to worry about that. But yeah, fair enough. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, this also looks very strong.
Yeah. I mean, she had only good and better options. Queen trades, and unless Irene can find an immediate way to contest those pawns on the queen side, this is going to be a very difficult uphill battle.
c8 now. c6 is an option and knight a4 is an option. I'm not sure which one is more precise. Okay, black has to go for knight a4, knight d7, then you can still play c6, but no, she goes c6 directly.
C6. Yeah, take.
Takes, you take this guy,
and off you go.
Bishop b4 developing, but it doesn't do anything.
King e2.
King e2.
Yep.
White still plays itself.
White's moves are very natural, which is definitely confirmed by the clock situation too. The chess queen is in her element. So how do we meet c5 was going to be my question, but knight b5 is the answer. Yeah. Castles, knight a4.
Now c5.
Now c5 is
putting up a fight.
Yeah, knight a4 I think was inaccurate.
Rook takes a7. She takes with bishop. Now it's work again. Like, of course, white is still much better, but
yeah, with the split pawns,
this is work.
Now you have to win it again.
Yep. Start with rook b1. No. Knight e3, rook a4. Irene is sensing. There is hope.
I would have pushed that to 5, I think, that g-pawn. I learned it from you yesterday. We can go 2 ahead, why not?
Yeah. Who knows? She's concerned with stopping that c-pawn, but for now it's under control. It doesn't look like, frankly, white has anything here.
Yeah, it looks pretty solid for black. It's never easy to convert with split pawns, especially when they are under control.
Yeah. Alexandra must be kicking herself for letting that one go. Had a winning position.
Yeah, knight a4 looked a bit weird.
Yeah.
And unnecessary.
Knight b4, this is a bailout.
Oh yeah, we're going into rook ending now with 1 pawn less. c6 will be captured.
This is equal.
Yeah, this is not winnable. Well, shouldn't be winnable.
Yeah.
Rook c3.
Never know, but rook c2, I thought, but she goes rook c3, also looks good.
Yeah.
Intending a5, rook a3. I think it's time for white to acknowledge there's nothing there, because you can also lose such positions if you get ambitious, start bringing the king.
By the way, I would like to add that now my pawn on g5 would look pretty good. Or not.
No. Yeah.
But still, that tempo wouldn't kill me. I just go h6 and then bring the boss. But yeah, shouldn't, on the grand scheme of things, it shouldn't make a difference. You will never f4, mind you. Hey, f6? I don't like that.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't matter. It's a draw.
Equal no matter what. The question is if white now tries with this mild provocation to go king c2 and run, and she does, yeah. f6, king h6 looked a bit
off.
Now g5, but this is giving white some chances, because these pawns aren't that fast in king b2. King b4 is supporting the a-pawn.
Compy is still unimpressed, but I'm getting nervous for Irene.
Yeah, might be impressed one day. Rook e5. I guess rook f2 is fast enough. She gives a check, but that's losing time. No, king c5 we want anyway.
Yeah, that was an odd check to give. And now running.
King is supporting the a-pawn.
Oh, rook a4.
Building a bridge.
Yeah.
Oh, she missed the bridge. Wanted rook b2, but then rook b5. Went rook d2, but a7, rook d8. What's going on there? Not sure I like rook takes e6, because now after a7 there is rook a3 again. Rook e5. This should be a draw, but
now the honest is, almost you feel like white now needs to be precise against the running pawns.
Can never lose.
You sure?
Pretty sure.
Okay. How sure is pretty sure?
Not that sure anymore.
Oh, God.
Oh,
That
that
was a big upset.
surprising.
And with that,
And I was completely wrong. This position is lost already after G2 Rook E1.
Sukandar is a cat who has 9 lives. Incredible comeback again. Mental fortitude and then some.
Yeah, that was
Winning on
impressive.
demand. And from what a position, like she was out of the contest in the opening early middle game and
Could have resigned out of the, or resigned is strong, but
yeah.
completely lost out
objectively,
of the opening.
yeah, in a long time control game, this would be considered as like foregone conclusion for sure.
Yeah, and Alexandra rushed a bit with this.
Yeah, knight A4
knight
was...
A4, if you just bring reinforcements, stop knight D7. After C5, there's always knight B5.
Yeah.
Yeah, black is completely busted here against this pawn.
Compi says a whooping plus 4.5.
Yeah, it's just winning, but after C5, all of a sudden, things got much trickier.
Yeah, this requires impeccable technique now, which in Blitz is almost impossible to demonstrate.
Yeah, this should have been a draw then after F6. Because then you got a little motivated, understandably, to play for a win here.
King A3, or what is the move here?
Yeah, King A3, freeing the way.
Yeah, that's nice.
Its moves blitzed out, so can't be too harsh. And here black, yeah, is always in time. A nice spot by Irene last second that she had this rook D2, rook D8, because she was about to play rook B2, allowing rook B5, but then she saw she had this defensive idea.
I mean, even then she would have had rook D8, right?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, rook D2, rook D8, yeah.
She had one more move, yeah.
And this should be a draw, but it requires now great caution and precision.
Yeah, and here, just as I claimed, you can never lose. After King D4, G2, it's already lost. You had to go rook E7 to hold with white.
Good luck finding that in Blitz.
And H5, then you have
And
to
you even win.
Here, this rook is much stronger, defending from this side.
Wow.
And after rook E7, G2 forces the draw.
All right, so the big difference was that after King D4, G2, she couldn't put the rook on the G file. That's what made that so bad, that the rook was too centralized.
Yeah, and also now you're no longer in time. When I said you can never lose, I thought you always have rook E7, but G1
is check.
Is
yes.
check now, so
you don't have time to...
has passed.
Oh, that was
here,
super unfortunate.
Lost.
Yeah, the H-pawn is just running.
It's just nothing to do.
Wait, why is King E2 a double? Could you do any better there?
No, this looks lost already. Maybe you can reach rook and rook versus queen, which is still lost, of course.
Oh, King F2 and then take H3 and then hope for the best.
Yeah, but
sort of story.
No, here it's already lost. Yeah, shocking, because with white you're normally thinking, okay, I might not win, but with the king on D4, to lose this,
yeah, that was...
back. And now all of a sudden it's anybody's match.
Come again?
Now it's anybody's match, 1.5.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
1.5.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's now just last game decides. Might even go into an Armageddon. What would we do without an Armageddon? That would be a boring day, right?
I don't know.
And Vaishali is now the one who must win on demand.
She's out, down 3-0.
Oh, we didn't look at that game at all.
We did not, but she lost again. Katarina Lachno showing her chops as a 3 times Blitz world champion. Didn't give Vaishali a chance in this one. And let's switch to Fiona, who is with Katarina Lachno.
Katarina, congratulations. You're through to the final. And what a result. 3-0 against Vaishali. Incredible, especially considering how she played yesterday. Tell us what happened in that match.
Well, I think she was a bit too slow today. And she had several good positions, but with the time pressure, she couldn't convert it. So that's why I think I won 3-0.
Is Blitz your favorite time control?
Well, I always liked playing Blitz, really, when I was very, very young. Today, yes, still, I will prefer playing Blitz and Rapid because there are less preparation before the game.
How did you, actually speaking of preparation, did you do some specific preparation for this tournament? And also here, how did you spend the time in between the games?
Here is a bit different because of the jet lag. I don't sleep well, so I just my only preparation I have just try to sleep.
I think that sounds good. And just let's talk briefly about yesterday in the rapid event. You made it to the semifinals. What was your experience on that day, first day?
First of all, first time of my life I was late for the game. I am never late even for a classical one, and here I just, because of jet lag, I just didn't feel really well, and I forgot about the time. I was in my room doing nothing, so I was really free, and I was able to come and just did. And I lost 4 minutes, and after that, she is very fast, and just I couldn't concentrate. I tried to play, to force to play faster myself, but I made a mistake because of that. So, and I think it's a bit pity because, if it would be 15-minute games, I don't know. Maybe I would play the same way, but at least I would not think about it too much.
Of course, and nevertheless, you're still in contention for the top 2 overall standings of this first Asian leg that would qualify to the finals in Germany later this year. How much is that on your mind, and how much do you want to qualify for the finals?
Of course, I would like to qualify, but I cannot tell you that it disturbs me, and I don't put an extra pressure to myself. I just play chess.
You have the final coming up, of course. Your opponent is still to be decided. It will be either Kosteniuk or Sukander. Are you going to follow their 4th game?
No, I will have some rest and try to be on time for my games.
Well, we will let you go have a rest in that case. Congratulations again on a brilliant result in the semi-final, and best of luck for the final later.
Thank you.
And we're going back to studio.
Yeah, smooth victory there for Lachno, talking about her troubles with jet lag and that she was late for a game for the first time in her life. Did you ever oversleep a game?
No. I was never big on sleeping in. Yeah, it's typical for chess players that they hate morning rounds in general, but for me it was never really a problem, no. Sorry to disappoint, though. I can see on your face that you are treating this piece of information with utter contempt. So tell me on your end.
I once overslept a 6 p.m. game in New York City.
That must be the world record.
Not sure, but I was jet-lagged then as well.
6 p.m. game.
But no, normally I'm on time. I used to play these junior tournaments where you play 2 games a day. There often I would have to sleep during the games. So you didn't get enough sleep at night.
That's
you usually
classy.
wake up when your opponent presses the clock, so it worked out well.
Right.
Other than that, I'm German. Punctual people.
Yeah.
By on time, you've noticed, like I arrive 1 minute before the show starts, but normally I barely make it.
Nothing I can say, nothing untoward. I tell you a story, though, that left me scarred. Once I played a game against a very, very elderly gentleman who looked extremely frail and unwell in every possible way one can look. And I thought that losing to him would be just utter humiliation. And not only did I lose that game, but I just got so convincingly beaten by someone who I thought was clinging on to dear life with whatever they had left. It was so humiliating. He would have been at least 85. And I was already, I was a decent player, like we're talking 2100 level. So I was, very confident that I would easily win. And I will remember that game as long as I live. It left a mark on me.
The beauty of chess, it doesn't discriminate by age. And
no.
I'm sure there's many octogenarians that can still play very decent chess.
But honestly, during the game, I was genuinely worried about his well-being. Right, so I was very concerned that something might happen to him during the game. He looked so frail and just unwell, and at the same time, he just kept on playing moves that I'm like, too good. Yeah. Respect your elders. Respect your elders is the moral of the story.
It's from the older I get, the fewer elders there are. Now it's the other way around. You're hoping that these kids will listen to my timeless wisdom, like, I don't know, eat your vegetables.
It's a very important piece of wisdom.
Yeah, you need that fiber.
Yes, good for you.
So we have one
game left.
Game coming up still. Irene keeps impressing. I keep thinking she must be outmatched, and here she was down 1.5 with a lost position, but she's just fighting very, very hard, even if things don't go her way, doesn't lose her composure, keeps making good moves. And here we are now, at least psychologically, she has the upper hand if you survive a lost position and your opponent is mentally already in the finals. And now it's 1.5, the black pieces. If you lose, all of a sudden you're out of the tournament, while before Kostenjuk just was cruising.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting game to see how she bounces back mentally. But of course, she's a seasoned player, a former world champion, so she has seen greater mental challenges than bouncing back from a defeat in a Blitz game. Yeah. But let's see, kickoff is on, and we have got another London for a change.
Enough is enough. Then again, she did get a very good position in the last game. And as I begrudgingly have to admit, London is just a solid opening, so I wonder if we will see a different line from Kostenjuk.
We do actually, because she captures on d4 now.
So it's typically combined with knight to h5. Yeah.
Yep.
Some older lines, but I have a feeling Irene will be ready for this. Plays very quietly though. Gives the bishop, goes g3.
Yep, stock standard stuff.
Yeah. Nothing to see here. Black has a bishop pair, but white has a quote-unquote good bishop left, and the bishop on c8 is not doing very much yet. So the question will typically be, can black get in f6, e5, activating these guys, or can white, after f6, get a timely c4? Just as I explained that, Kostenjuk plays h6, which makes f6 less desirable.
She played it because h4 obviously was hinting at a potential Greek gift sack. I believe that after castles...
Show me the money.
Oh, no, you don't believe me, do you?
More importantly, Compi doesn't.
Compi. We know that Compi
normally
doesn't.
You need a pawn on e5 for the Greek gifts to work here. This guy runs away.
I'm not arguing, but I can't justify h6 any other way.
No, I agree with you that that's what she wanted to stop. But I don't like it. Even if you're afraid of that, maybe go f6. And, well, maybe then queen c2. Well, anyway. Back to the game, but h6 strategically no bueno, because now it's very hard to get in f6, e5, and that was the only way to activate this bishop.
Yeah, ironically, the pawn push on h6 somehow makes the structure, the entire pawn mass from h6 to d5 a little bit more rigid and harder to move en masse without creating weaknesses. So it's an interesting thing that even though it's a side pawn, it has an impact on the entirety of that pawn formation and how they can move forward.
Yeah, it's a small thing, but really the structure needed f6, e5. The h6, if you go f6, you weaken the square so much.
Yeah, it's yucky.
It's unpleasant. Therefore, she had to
castle's queenside.
Find some very creative measures here to finish development. But at least...
I dig it though. This is going to be a feisty game for sure. And if that long diagonal once gets opened up with e5, that king on g2 is going to feel some heat. But for now, it is Sukandar who is calling some shots
a6,
on the queen side.
Trying to exchange that terrible bishop, and black is saying, no, I would like
I'm not giving you that terrible bishop.
That's just pattern recognition, because typically your fianchetto bishop is good and you don't want to exchange it. But this was a bad bishop, just get rid of it.
Yep.
Both sides hallucinating.
I think she hopes that that long diagonal will indeed open up one day, and that bishop will be the hero of the day.
Now, g5, starting some counterplay. And with the white pieces, especially knight b3, this is a recurring story, the queen being far away from her own king. This g5 looks like very serious.
I honestly don't think that bishop a8 was actually that bad, because it kind of kills the c4 idea for white. And if c4 is not playable, what do you do with all those pieces on the queen side now?
Yeah, I'm not sure c4 was was killed, but yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
It does look a little scary, of course. Compi says.
I'm happy to accept that the Compi says that no human would ever place before there. Not in a Blitz game anyway.
I don't know what else, because yeah, there's knight b3 and like, anyway. Now...
She rerouted the queen via b5. Okay. Just on time to stop bishop g3, causing utter devastation on the king side.
Yeah, the queen got back, but there's a bunch of potential attackers here.
Yeah, it does look
good. Escalate quickly.
Ooh, king h3. Ay, ay, ay. And e5 played.
e5 on the board, yeah, bringing more
her
attackers.
Element, yes.
You might be right, and this bishop, no, f5.
Or was it f5?
Played also looks good.
Yeah, either or.
Preparing queen f7, queen h5. I think you just get checkmated.
Yeah, it's just that king is too exposed, too few defenders. Isn't g3 capturable now?
I guess so. I wouldn't bother as usual and just bring the queen, but I guess bishop g3 should win, yeah. And she does it.
Yeah, she does it. Yeah, I mean, if you leave it, yeah, and clearly Sukandar is
not
upset with herself for allowing that to happen. I mean, you can't take on g3, that's a given, and that considered, I think that king is now beyond utterly exposed.
Bishop f2. We can continue that theme. Bishop f2, and if rook takes queen g3 is checkmate.
Yep.
Yeah, this is child's play.
Yeah, the defense has been demolished, destroyed, and the chess queen is marching into the finals with a very nice attack in the end of the day.
Yeah, I had some questions earlier on, but then starting with this g5, and in general this plan with b6, bishop b7, long castles, looks very risky, but she found a way.
Yeah.
To mix it, create counterplay, and this whole queen a4, bishop a6 operation, wasn't it? And the attack just broke through. So Kostenjuk had to go overtime, but does manage in the end to overcome Irene Sukandar, who's played very good 2 days battling.
Yes,
Some
kudos.
on paper, stronger players very successfully. So kudos to her. But we do get the veterans final, the two old rivals, Katerina Lachno and Alexandra Kostenjuk, facing off for the title and, maybe more importantly, the spot in the finals of this tour, because I think whoever wins gets the spot and whoever loses does not, because then Vaishali overtakes them.
Yeah,
Right?
I believe your math is correct. I think that Vaishali's spot is not contestable anymore.
Yep.
So it's actually very important for the overall score to see who is going to be the winner. But I believe the winners will be us, because we are going to see an absolutely epic final. When exactly, Jan? Help us.
I do not know. I guess it's scheduled for 5, but probably they will advance it a bit. I'm getting some mixed signals, literally. What does this mean?
We will work it out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go with a 5, give or take.
Let's go on a break and figure out when the finals is. The dream finals, Kostenjuk versus Katerina Lachno for the title. See you soon. Welcome to the grand finals of the WR Women's Chess Tour. We've had a full day of Rapid and now a full day of Blitz. There's one match still to be played. And it is the veterans who made it to the finals. Katarina Lachno against Alexandra Kostenyuk. Both showing the most stable performance, I would think, especially Lachno impressive after struggling with the jet lag yesterday. Today, she completely crushed Vaishali 3-0 in their respective match. Might be the favorite for the finals.
Undoubtedly, I would say that she's showing absolutely stellar form, and yeah, no signs of the jet lag today, excuse me. So I think that my money is definitely on Lachno for the final, but one should never write off the chess queen Alexandra Kostenyuk, who had a bit of a more topsy-turvy way to the final, but she's definitely a deserved player there. Now you can see her on the right of the screen, and I think that the game is about to begin very, very soon.
Yeah, these two, of course, have known each other forever, have been competing for 30 years. With Katarina getting the better in this matchup, in particular in classical, she's dominated 8 victories for Lachno, only 1 for Kostenyuk. And in Rapid and Blitz, Lachno, the 3-time Blitz world champion, also has a plus score, like 20-10 in Rapid. And I don't recall, but 12-9 was closer in Blitz. But Lachno ahead in all formats. Must make her the favorite. This personal history, it always plays a bit of a role. Even sometimes it happens you play somebody who was beating you when you were a junior, and even if you're a much stronger player on paper then, this history can matter.
Yes, indeed. Have you had such experience in your past or even present, Jan, when you had a difficult time against playing against someone who technically was stronger but kept losing to in the past, in your junior years?
I'm not sure, but I know it stays with you. Like even these kids, when I started chess, that were beating me when I was 10, 11, even if they're 2100 now and my rating is higher, I still, the hierarchy hasn't changed. Like they're the favorites.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, interesting final for sure, and yeah, it is going to have an impact too on the final outcome, which is a topic that we keep on coming back to, and we keep on throwing our hands in the air, not being able to do the maths. But Vaishali, I think, is definitely going to be making it as a qualifying from this event. Whether from first or second place, I think that may still be... No, actually, I think that either way she will be pushed back to second place, because 10 plus 5 is going to be more than 12 if the maths works out. Yeah, I can see on your face that you agree with me at the bottom of your heart. You back me there, right?
I can let you keep talking a bit, but according to my math, Vaishali is 15, 10 from yesterday and 5 from making the semi-finals today. And the winner of this event will also have 15, 5 from yesterday and 10 from making the finals, while the runner-up will have 13, 8 plus 5. So we will have, no matter who wins, shared winners on 15 points. I'm not sure who gets the trophy then, or if we need to have an extra final.
An Armageddon of an Armageddon, that would be lovely.
Technically, I don't think there is a trophy, because these are separate events. Today is the Blitz, yesterday was the Rapid. But for the tour standings, there will be a share on 15 points. We just don't know if it's going to be Lachno or Kostenyuk who will share.
Right. I was testing your attention with the maths, and you passed the test. Congratulations. Sharp as ever.
Basic addition, I can still do. Divide, more difficult. Anyway, let's go. Pawn to e4 and the Caro-Kann from Kostenyuk, mainly an e5 player, but once again, with so much history, I'm sure she knows that Katarina, for example, doesn't go 3e5, but prefers this.
And we have this very trendy line, the Tartakower with ef6.
But g3 is rare.
Indeed. Indeed.
It's like a humble setup, just trying to get castled. And yeah, these positions are strange, because growing up, I thought white is more or less winning here, because you have these 4 versus 3 that can build a passer, while black can't build a passer. But recent practice has shown that the extra king safety provided by these 4 pawns also is worth something. Sometimes you can even use this pawn as an attacker. The This line has gotten more popular. I still don't like it on aesthetic grounds, but can't deny that's been working well.
No, I'm totally with you, by the way. When I was writing my E4 course and came across this line, I'm like, this can be right. And it has proven a lot more difficult than I thought to, navigate those tricky black kingside ideas, in particular the h5, h4 pawn push, which was played, by the way, by Magnus Carlsen with both colors. He actually lost a game against Jan Gustafsson in that line, and that actually was a milestone in the rebirth of this variation from Black's point of view.
Yeah, White going for a quiet setup here, bishop e3, queen d2. But Black should be fine. You can exchange his bishop if you want to with bishop h3, or go for the good old h5, hinting at h4 plan, using that White cannot go h3 because that square is covered. So yeah, Katarina just playing a practical line, but it doesn't look like it's all that challenging. Rook to the center, h5, bishop h3, all makes sense to me.
Yep.
And she does go h5. The eternal question, does White go h4, or do you allow this?
Nah, let it run.
Well, there it comes.
Let it run.
But as we say in Hungary, if you say h, you also must say h4. And she only went h5, but not...
Yeah, not h4.
h4.
Is there a German equivalent to that expression of if you say A, you must say B as well?
Yeah, wer A sagt, muss auch B sagen. Same.
Oh, same.
Same saying.
Same. That's very good.
I disagree, though. I never got it. Why would saying A commit you to anything? Knight c7, all the pieces to the center. The question is when White is ready to push, and yeah, here she comes. d5, c takes d.
I typically like to take back with pieces on d5.
Yeah, my instinct was also to take with the knight, but I guess here White is not in time to take. Or wasn't time, but computer's unimpressed. Says there's enough counterplay, but I agree, we're the same.
Yeah, bishop on g4 is a very annoying piece because it cancels out rook d1. And that is a very important building block from White's point of view to carry out this d5 operation, especially if you want to retake with the piece, because you then want to put pressure on the d file.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the last move. This bishop e5 looks slightly odd. But okay, apparently no harm done. I'm always nervous about
the
unleashing
blockader.
that pawn.
The blockader has moved.
Even if we get rid of the double pawns, which is nice, now this guy has a bit more potential. And I guess she's trying to bring the rook here and then maybe use the other rook here if needed. Slightly prefer White now. This bishop e5. Counterintuitive, because it looks nice to untangle your pawns, but it feels like it actually helped White.
Yeah, and then Alexander tries to do the logical thing to reroute the knight to d6, which would be an optimal square, but unfortunately the knight got chopped off before it could make it to Nimzovic's favorite square.
No, this is better for White now, like especially without the knights and the c file to operate with. Black always has to keep an eye on the d pawn.
Yeah, the only scenario where it would be clearly better for Black if all the heavies came off. That is definitely something to look out for from White's perspective, but for now it is a more comfortable position for the three-time BLITZ world champion.
Yeah, it goes h3, king h2.
That's a bit of a family thing for Lano, right? To have a fair few BLITZ world championship title, given that Grishuk is also known for this.
Very, very much so, yeah.
Her
lot of
husband. I don't think there is another couple who has that many world championship titles.
A lot of world championship titles in her life. f4.
Ooh.
Whenever I'm asking for a quiet play on the queen side, every game they go f4. What's it with women's chess and f4? Also, it's always bad. Stop moving that f-pawn.
Yeah, clearly f-pawns are not
ruined the
call
position
of the
here,
day.
just opening the king and exchanging pawns now. If anybody's better, it's black. But
I was about to say that.
Alexandra plays it safe. Queen takes d5.
Okay, so we're headed for a draw after queen trade rook e2.
I don't know. I've seen many rook endgames in this tournament. I'm never ready to sign the draw till it's over. And even here, rook e2, rook d3, rook b3, I would play.
Yeah, certainly. It's, looking like a...
Rook d3. Ah, no, she doesn't do it. Looks like she's not looking for chances, but no, black can play this. a5, rook b5, put the rook on the third, hint at h4. No, it's not a dead draw.
Ooh, h4 is a bit of a...
Yeah, I think I like it to stop any potential h4, but still, white has to work. Two weaknesses on...
Aren't you worried about king g6, f5, g4?
Slightly, yeah. I guess the king should go to h3
to meet the intruder.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
There she goes.
Yeah, she foresees, of course, the imminent threat of Kostyaniuk's king, and that has been cancelled. But now we're short of moves, except for...
Going for counterplay, rook e7. Yeah, I guess it's in time, rook b2.
g6?
Yeah, then...
Then we come home, or...?
I'm thinking, I guess so, yeah.
Don't really see the alternatives. Yep.
At least costs black a little flexibility. Yeah, I guess sitting tight is the way to do this, rook c2. How is black going to improve?
Yeah, I guess the king will need to start moving in. Making some inroads via king e4, perhaps?
Yeah, I think there's enough counterplay with rook c6. Always start eating these kingside pawns.
Yep.
Down to 5 seconds for Katarina, but the position is not that hard to play. Black manages to ask one question.
Compy disagrees, by the way.
What's he saying? Are you saying black is winning?
Yep. That bar is headed south like crazy, and I don't necessarily see the reasons yet. Maybe some rook d3 and then king d5.
f5 was not the way. There must have been some direct king d5, king c4.
Yeah, I believe
that was winning.
The king invasion there looked dangerous. And now comes said rook counterplay.
Yeah. Let's remember Katarina lost a similar position early in this tournament where she supported her a-pawn with the king, but then Sukander queened the g and h-pawn. So it looks like she's a bit wary to repeat that experience and is going for the draw here.
Yeah, sorry to correct you, but that was Alexandra, not Katarina.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I meant Alexandra.
You're good. And we have a draw. We have a draw. By the way, I was thinking about the fact that this is a very evenly matched contest for the final. What are the odds that we are going to have an Armageddon, Jan? Just a bit of an extra overtime for us.
I don't know, of course. It's in the realm of possibility, but it's only one out of the tens of possible results. So I guess it has to be an underdog, and given their history, Lachno having had the upper hand, I would guess 2.5, 1.5, or 2.5, half, or 3-1 for her are the most likely results. But it's very possible, especially once we start drawing.
Yep. Look, in either case, we are easily going to make it to watch the Roland Garros finals, which must be a top priority for you, as your countryman may take glory for the first time in his life, talking about Sasha Zverev, who is in the men's final tonight.
I haven't followed tennis since the Boris Becker, Michael Stich days, so a bit out of touch, but kudos to him.
Indeed.
Who is he playing? Federer?
No. Good old Federer has retired. Now he's playing against an up-and-coming Italian talent who goes by the name of Cobolli, so he actually is the favorite, as in Zverev, to win. So Germany might be a very happy place by tonight, celebrating a new Grand Slam winner after many decades.
It's going to be excessive partying all over Germany, surely.
Expect no less.
That's how we do.
Expect no less.
All right, so what time do they start?
Japan time 10.
Okay.
So I think no matter how many Armageddons these ladies play, we are still going to be golden for watching both events.
Yeah, this is not a world blitz situation where they could play unlimited games until one of them wins a game or until Magnus decides they're both winners. So, yeah, this will end with 5 games maximum.
Indeed, indeed. Maybe you will decide instead of Magnus.
That's the dream. Also, I just remembered I have to, quote unquote, coach Magnus next week, so maybe now is not the time to take shots at him.
Yeah, you better be careful. Coaching Magnus, that must be a dream job. Just lean back and you go like, hey, Mag, just do what you did so far and you will be golden.
Yeah, a lot of tough coaching on my part there. So, Magnus, which games do you want to play today? Oh, this and this? Okay. You know how to get to the venue? Okay, great.
And let the chess do the talking after that. Oh, that's a different guy.
Yeah, that's not him.
Close enough.
I'm trying to figure out why this was so winning for black, but yeah, rook d3.
Rook d3, I called it.
Clearing the way.
I called it.
The king moving in apparently is in time. So,
Rook c2, then king d4, or what?
Some Zugzwang, I guess. Or I don't really understand. f5 is the winning move. Okay, we can't move the rook. That part I understand. So the king goes. Rook here.
Oh.
And the king just marches forward.
Aye.
Yeah, too passive. Now these rook endgames, they're so tough. Even the quote-unquote equal ones. And here I think rook e2 was already too passive, allowing the rook to come here. Apparently this was the way to hold the position.
It looks a bit of a funky position for the rook too.
Yeah. And yeah, this is still a draw, but the king had to stay here directly. So where did it go wrong? Sorry, this is not.
No, I don't think f5 was played yet.
Yeah, no, this was computer's thoughts.
Somewhere around here.
Rook d2 was the mistake once again.
You ordered check here, if I recall rightly, and I think you were on the money. That was your request.
Yeah, but
what if king f5 though?
No, I guess the point is you can allow king f5, but not king d5. And here this counterplay is in time. So king f5, you go back, and now.
And if I king e4, then you go back again.
Yeah, there's no way to make progress here. We can also pick up the pawn. And if b5. Now rook e2 cuts the king off.
Yeah, this is tricky.
Also, this is sort of a mutual Zugzwang, I'm guessing, because white wouldn't have a move. If the king goes, then there's king g4, and if the rook goes, there's king e4. But it's black to move.
How do you say mutual in German, by the way?
Beidseitiger Zugzwang.
Beidseitiger.
Easy language.
Nice.
And after rook d3, now we can. This is complicated. Now we can return, and there's enough counterplay, but rook endgames are so difficult.
I feel like we got a fair few lessons in rook endings throughout the 2 days.
Yeah, don't like it.
Oh, I do. Let's grow and improve together.
Yeah, no, my brain can't digest it. Like, it's easy with the openings or where, to my mind, it's logical, but rook endgames, even if you can explain it, it's so
hard to
different
recreate
from the rest of chess, the logic that applies, that it was always very, very tough for me.
Yeah, it's always a science on its own. So basically the best lesson in rook endings I think we can have is to checkmate instead, and then don't worry about endgames.
Yeah, at some point when I saw all these top players, they also have no idea what they're doing, and you can remember as many rules as you can. I thought, okay, whatever. Strongest side wins, that's the rule I need to know, so don't go into bad rook endgames.
Fair enough.
We all grow up with that saying, every rook endgame is a draw, which is a horrible saying, misleading generations of players thinking rook endgames are easy to hold. Not the case at all.
No. They're equally hard to win, though. But
I disagree. The attacker has a big advantage, because you can make natural moves, but to defend, you have to be so precise.
Fair.
Let's get another game. No rook endgames.
Now, checkmate. We demand
action.
We demand action and checkmates.
What are they doing? Are they preparing now? Like, we only have 2 players left. Just start the next game when one is over.
I think that we should just open the door so that they can hear your demands, and then
Probably they're not against it, but
let's
there's
see what happens.
some fixed schedule.
Let's see what happens.
Do we have a camera? Are they there?
Hopefully they are coming back soon.
No one's here.
Look, if you think about all the worldwide known TV channels that are all broadcasting this match, obviously we have to obey by the time limitations.
Yeah.
Yep,
There's one of the players at least.
that will do for the time being, adjusting those pieces. So she's doing it wrong, by the way, so immediate correction. Your knights need to face one another. That's the only way.
Yeah, I do that too, I think. Aggressive players normally like having them look forward, while more solid players have them face one another. Let's see how
I have got
Daniel feels about it.
two comments on this. One, that I always put them sideways, but when they are actually standing next to each other, like in the Sicilian, you have B3, C3 knights, I always make them face the same way.
Wow.
It bothers me when they are looking at each other. It's like they're busy with
awkward.
chatting and, staring at each other's face, not on.
Yeah, it's like...
The Italian is on, however, which also features two knights, by the way.
And this D5 line makes another appearance.
Yeah.
Which I think Katarina just believes in the line, because now it has 0 surprise value.
Yeah, she just thinks it's good.
Just thinks it works, but Kosteniuk will have a test ready. And I studied this once. It led to some ugly endgames in the main lines, which maybe you draw, but I wasn't a big fan. Like, there's some direct stuff, like takes, knight takes e5, takes, rook e1, how did this go? f6, d4, castle. Takes. I'm not sure if that's what they're playing, but
this is not checkmate.
I will never play this because it's just a sad endgame for black. But probably it holds like anything.
But where is my checkmate?
Could come later, but Kosteniuk also has a computer, so she is playing that line I indicated. And queen to e7 played, not whatever. I was doing f6, but now I think king h1 intending f4 was there. D4, bishop h2 is nothing special.
And then bishop e6.
Yeah. But she does play d4, so maybe queen e7 was the surprise, because it's not first line. Asking white to find king h1. Because you want to go f4, but you can't do it directly.
Yeah. And then bishop e6 again shields the file. But king h1 is a deep one to find in a 3-2 blitz game for sure.
You better know. Well, now black is more or less all right, so Katarina is saying, even though I'm repeating this line, I have surprises down the stretch if you test me in the main line. And she's proven correct, because now black is okay. Opposite colored bishops, but the white king is also slightly shaky.
Oh, wow. Here is checkmate. We just needed to put a request forward, and now the ladies follow our command. Love it.
Yeah, that's good.
Are you just sending it with the h-pawn next? What's the plan, Jan? If you want checkmate, send it.
No.
Yes.
And there comes h5.
She is my hero. Send it. And the bar immediately goes like, nah.
Yeah, it's a bit optimistic that this pawn can run all.
I am optimistic.
All the way.
That's what I am. Optimistic.
Yeah. Queen a6 check. I might.
That's very crude, on the other hand. And unfriendly.
Might damper that optimism.
Yeah, I thought we were buddies, and now you're just raining on my parade big time. Apparently it is the rainy season, by the way, right now in Tokyo, kicking off. So you are in sync with the weather outside, sir.
Is it raining? I haven't seen any rain.
No, but you also haven't seen the sun for a couple of days, if you recall. So it's already overcast and cloudy. I haven't seen the sun.
I've seen it.
Okay. Oh, but you woke up at 7:30.
Yeah, in the morning. It's sunny.
That doesn't count.
Let's see.
Just plays another week at 7:30. Actually, 94 was a good move, as much as it was obvious.
Yeah, now this looks very, very dangerous now. Bishop g5 is there, but mainly knight c5.
So is knight d7 required, or is it too passive?
I don't know. I don't like any moves, really. Like knight d7 stops knight c5, but...
Allows knight g5, maybe?
2, knight g5, yeah, it looks awkward.
Turns out that h5 might not have been the way to go, despite my endless enthusiasm about sending Harry and the h-pawn all the way.
Yeah, I'm not sure what she was supposed to do, but apparently just
Play
centralize. Okay,
Put
now this is
Queen d7.
difficult, and also often if you have to think for that long, first of all, it costs time, and more often than not, it also leads to suboptimal moves. Not that there was a great one here. I would just play c3, but
I thought so too. Just watch knight c5 jump in. Bishop g5 obviously tries to provoke f6 so that then knight c5 hits 2 units.
yeah, it's a better move. You don't need c3, and if rook e8, then you can go knight c5 yet again, because d4 is no longer under attack.
Yeah, but now queen d5 sort of counter hits, right? And
Yeah.
g5, you can take e6 of course, and that covers the g5 bishop temporarily. But rook e5
Yeah, no.
is of course the aggro way to be. Yeah, this has gone a bit sideways for Lucknow.
Very.
b3, queen c3.
b3 is very tempting.
Knight
Queen
d4.
d2 also very nice. Stopping queen c3, queen b4, and
Yeah.
hitting at queen a5, but she goes
She
b3.
goes b3, yep.
Naturally enough.
This is getting wild.
Yeah, I guess rook e3. This is very, very scary for black.
Oh, queen
b2.
b2. You gotta go on an adventure.
Into the wild.
Yeah, that is an excursion and a half that you're typically not undertaking willingly. Queen a3.
Queen is in trouble, no? Queen a3, even b4 is there.
But then you can take on a2 and escape
Oh,
via
then you
d5.
run back, yeah.
But then again, rook a1, rook a7 looks like a bit of an unpleasant intrusion.
Yeah, no, this looks terrible. Also, there's white is not material down. White can just go c4, queen f3, and like so many problems.
And to add insult to injury, the clock
Yeah,
is also not on Lucknow's side.
queen a3 plate, because then you're calculating. Compy wants queen f3 directly, but that's a bit odd, allowing bishop d5. I'd be tempted by c4, just controlling squares. See what she goes with. Queen
Queen
e1.
e1.
Subtle.
I'm not sure I quite get that.
Attacks e6, I guess.
That's a valid point. King b8?
Yeah.
Wasn't on my bingo card, that move.
I still like c4, yeah, c4 plate.
Yeah,
Taking
black
more
is just
control.
lost in terms of just chess, right? Like you don't even need to look for wins. It's just build as you like to do.
No, the pieces are just terrible. Still, it would be nice to win that queen. Finally, the h-pawn made it, but is it in time?
Might be a tad too late to the party.
She takes h, queen takes a2. And the queen, at least, is spotting some squares to check from.
Yeah.
Queen a5, however, is leading to checkmate.
Yeah.
c8, I think she lost on time while playing king to c8.
Yeah,
That
but the
also did help.
position was untenable anyway.
So, Mate, so yeah, nice game by Alexandra Kostenyuk from this complicated position, but she just completely.
Are we going to blame
Outplayed
me
Katerina.
for this defeat for Black, Jan, because of h5, or we are going to find a better reason why things went sideways for Black? Save me,
No, I don't
please.
think they can hear you. Yeah, I'm not sure what to think of this position, because I thought, with the h-pawn missing, the white king is also soft, but in the game, it looked like white's initiative just built so much more fluently. The computer says rook h8, and after knight e4, you're in time for counterplay in the center. That's why I guess this pin was important, not to allow knight c5. But yeah, after h5, knight e4, black just was never in time. It's
Very crude. Was castles correct?
long castles? Yeah, I think. Okay, it's not the first line, but the first line is weird. Queen f6, which makes no sense.
What about kingside castle, just for comparison's sake?
Yeah, can't be too bad, but now if there's no attack, white should be better, no? Like
Yeah, with the structure b3, c4, and yeah, kill the queen side. So
not losing or anything, but it looks a bit unpleasant.
Yeah, knight on b6 is out of action.
No, the problem with this line is it's a very nice line if white doesn't know what she's doing, because you immediately solve the structural problems, but move by move, of course, opening the position so early, especially if white knows about this trick, it's dangerous. And I thought queen e7 was the surprise, because here computer gives king h1 intending f4, which is tough. But even d4 as played. Looks like it was a little easier for white to play this. Very nice game by Alexandra Kostenyuk, whom I called the outsider given their personal score so far. Doesn't seem to matter, and Kostenyuk takes the lead, 1.5-1/2.
Indeed. And the eternal question, Jan, that causes the biggest trouble for us is how long is going to be the break?
We never know. In theory, there's a game every 25 minutes, which would mean there's always a 15 minutes break, but there's a caveat that if the players agree to go earlier, they are allowed to. So we're in their hands.
We are in good hands then, I dare say. I'm comfortable with that.
Still, we made it through 2 games, which is a lot of games. So we will go on a quick break and be in time with game number 3. We shall investigate when that's actually played. Welcome back. Game number 3 of our finals in the Blitz leg of the WR Women's Chess Tour. And Alexandra Kostenjuk in the lead, 1.5. This is the third game. Katarina.
E5. I knew
This time,
it.
sort of a must-win. Changes track, goes for 3 e5 against the Caro-Kann, which she doesn't usually do. But after c5, she goes c3. Very humble way to play this position.
I have a secret to tell you, Jan, that
What's the secret?
you're not privy of. During the break, I was walking around and I went into the players' lounge, and I couldn't help it, but Katarina was sitting right at the door as you walk in, looking at her phone, and on her phone, I saw this position.
Oh.
So she was actually looking up lines. It was quite funny because as soon as I looked away, because I felt I was intruding her privacy, I looked at Alexandra in the other corner, also looking at her phone. Obviously, I didn't see the screen there, so I didn't know what she was looking at. But Katarina Lano was definitely looking up some lines on her phone with the advanced Caro-Kann. Here's a hot tip for you, by the way, when you are preparing. Don't show your back to the door of a room where everyone can walk in and see you.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it was
as long as she could see Kostenjuk on the other side of the room, probably felt it was safe.
No, of course, I'm just joking, and it was a bit rude of me, but like you couldn't help not to look.
Well, at least you didn't share it in public.
Indeed. I'm only sharing it with you now. No one can hear us, so yeah, it's totally fair game. But on a more serious note, we have got a fully fledged, typical advanced Caro-Kann battle now on the right of the screen. I don't know what we are seeing on the left.
I'm not sure if I like that move all that much, but
that is not typical, right? I'm not a big advanced
this position
Caro
looks
guy.
familiar, like takes and bishop d3 is, I think, is how you're supposed to play.
Yeah.
Letting that bishop live is always double-edged, because now black gets the good old dream French with an active bishop.
Yeah, f4 somehow doesn't feel right to me, but who are we to argue with Compi?
No, Compi says f4 is not right.
Yeah, but still not upset about life.
No, now he's sort of...
Ultimately, b4, bishop
satisfied.
e3, and then lots of positional issues, but a somewhat
Yeah, what's
perhaps
interesting
more
in these types
comfortable
of
game.
positions, the computer says, but I've seen this many times, it very often wants to go queen a6, and is saying, go for the end game, the double pawns.
Yep.
Don't matter, what matters more is king safety, and that is the way to equalize. But bishop g4 played instead?
b4 now?
Yeah, or just h3,
Or
see
just
what
h3.
the bishop is up to.
And then c.
This is another concept.
Whoa, h5. Harry again gets deployed, and once again it's probably bad.
Yeah, rules out short castling, and long castling there's a welcome committee for the black king. So I think Alexandra might have gotten a little overzealous here. I mean, she's not gonna blunder hg4 check at this level.
Unlikely.
Yeah, queen e1, prepares b4 followed by bishop e3.
But queen e1 also does prepare taking on g4. So
Yeah, also true. So she took. Now this is unpleasant. It's another misconception from my childhood. I thought in these structures, if you get rid of the c8 bishop, black is automatically fine. But especially with the two bishops and the space, white is just better here. Queen c7, b4, a4.
yeah, easy play for white too, which doesn't hurt in a blitz game.
No. Bishop e3. No,
G6.
I would want to play g6
Yeah,
and
G6.
h4 to at least get
And
the king side under control, but
yeah.
still this side.
d4.
d4 is very
Desperate
aggressive.
for activity.
Opening the position against the bishops and with the king in the center should not end well normally.
No, either d or f5 will be available for white, and I think that will cause serious trouble for black. So even if knight b4, knight d5 comes around, an f5 break is likely going to be a problem.
Yeah, and essentially didn't like the position, but this does look like too much. Now, as you indicated, d5 is already possible.
Yeah.
Just slowly improving looks good, so not a pleasant situation.
No, no matter where you try to put the black king, it's never going to find a safe haven from here on out. And against a crafty attacker like Lucknow, this is not the way to be. Bishop e4, I guess.
Best
yeah.
square is g7, probably, given the circumstances, but there's also stuff under attack already. So she tries to cover everything. What's the clock? d5 plate, principled, but ed, what's going on? Bishop b1.
And now we want f5 as well. Or e6.
Pawn sacrifice there.
E6
nice.
pending.
Trying to open up the position further, making sure this black king does not have a safe hiding spot anywhere. Nice play by Katerina.
Yeah, this is the type of chess you should play when you need to win with the white pieces. Safe, solid, but at the same time keeping
castles. Wasn't aware that was still legal, but it apparently is legal. Doesn't help that much though. Queen g3, f5, this attack, or rook g3 played, is still very strong. Rook g3 allows d4 though.
And all of a sudden that bishop has nowhere to go.
She has to take that chance, and she does. That was an oversight, just clearing some space for this bishop, and then the attack would do the job. Well, now after d4, all of a sudden it's a mess. You have to calculate if bishop g6 or f5 or whatever could work, but it costs a piece.
I think I would pull the trigger on bishop g6 here and cheese too.
Yeah. Takes and takes.
Yeah, this is a nightmare to hold with black. King f7, only move.
Yeah.
And then you potentially can throw in a second piece for added measure with queen g3.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not going to claim I can calculate this, but it doesn't feel like it should be checkmate against just...
No, I suppose you have king f7, queen g3, rook g8, f5, and absolute chaos on...
Yeah.
But you have the more pieces for sure.
I hide the king on e8. Oh, how's it getting checkmated? Yeah, there it goes.
Okay, so now there is a bit of a disconnect, right? So now you can take on d4 without dropping the bishop.
That's true. Still, rook f6 and the king. King should have a reasonably safe square on f7.
I don't know, man. I feel like in a blitz game, 10 out of 9, it's a win by white, objectively. I mean, irrespective of what the objective evaluation is, would be my vibe. But boy, have I been wrong enough times. Is that hanging d4, forgetting that the queen on f5 is covering?
Does look like it. Maybe she relied on queen j check and missed
bishop
f8.
f8. Oh,
blocking the way.
Slamming the door on my claim on 10 out of 9, but hey, this might be the one. I didn't say 10 out of 10.
10 out of 9 is very hard to achieve. Under any circumstances, and here, with the 2 pieces down, it's going to be even harder.
Yeah, but look at the clock. Anything can happen. It's like a rook ending with up material. King in the middle.
I don't know. 2 pieces are 2 pieces. Still, with the king on d6, yeah, I'm not going to be too sure. 10 out of 9 still in play. Oh, and she loses on time. Huh? Trying to put the knight on c6. Wow.
That's a tragic end, but I feel somewhat justified with my claim of the 10 out of 9. But yeah, objectively for sure, she was out of the major trouble zone, right?
So tricky. If you doubt yourself for 1 second in blitz, hesitate, and boom, these seconds are gone. So...
But what a game!
I always dislike this 3+2 to maintain the focus. Such an art with 2 seconds per move. Tough break for Kostenyuk with 2 pieces up. I mean, I'm not going to claim it was an easy win, but 2 pieces are 2 pieces. Computer says -5 to then lose on time is
rough.
Of course, tough, because that was the title if she wins it. Well, now it's all tied up again.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That with a black W, this would have been it. We would have crowned the Blitz Queen of Tokyo, I suppose. But for now, thankfully, luckily for the viewers, we are in for another round, or rather another game at the very least.
And if it's a draw, 2 more games. Armageddon still very much in play. Yeah, that was bitter for Kostenyuk, who was outplayed in the early stage of this game, but then
Rook G3 was
she
not
sees
it.
that chance given by Rook G3.
What was the correct way to go? Queen G3?
Queen G3, and now if D4,
We can just pull
this
back.
sacrifice does break through, but the bishop could also just go. But after Rook G3, D4, Black
Yeah.
was fine. And yeah.
So Rook F6 was not good. Was that Queen G3 or F5, or what was the go there?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Black is better either way, but Queen G3 is what computer is saying. King E8, Bishop takes D4, and more messes ahead.
I can't believe that it claims Black to be better here.
More pieces.
Yeah, but no king. Unreal.
Okay. But
I mean, obviously there is no easy way to prove my point of no king, but it just feels like, yeah, I don't know. I would be happy to take white here, especially in a blitz game.
all right. Yeah, here this was the moment where she panicked, which is understandable with the king here, but it was just this brief moment you could see her hesitating. Typically you miss something and then you have a second thought, and there goes the time. Looks like she almost made it, but she didn't hit the clock.
Yeah, exactly. She
100%
almost
either.
missed
She
the-
hits it cleanly. I think she still has 1 second. But then,
No pre-move when you're playing over the board.
no, it's different. These 2 seconds over the board with pressing the clock. It's probably less than a second online where you don't have to press. So yeah, objectively everything was still all right, even though the last move that she tried to make was a mistake, knight c6.
Yeah, Rook D1 check looks gnarly, right?
Yeah, the king has to go for a bit of a walk.
Oh, yeah. This doesn't strike confidence in one's heart.
Now, exciting game there. 1.5, 1.5, all tied up. And that means you can see the potential schedule here. Game 4 is scheduled in 25 minutes, but I do hope they will advance it a little bit.
There is only so much tennis and landlocked countries we can discuss in 25 minutes, right?
Maybe we can move it to tennis in landlocked countries. Any Grand Slams in a landlocked country?
Nope.
I don't even know where the Grand Slams are. England, not landlocked. France,
Correct, on both accounts.
France also not landlocked as far as I know.
Very good. Let's see if we can
New
figure out.
York, Queens is sort of landlocked, the Hudson River, but technically the USA not landlocked.
Very good.
And Australia is also not landlocked, as we've established.
Yeah.
So
That's the antithesis of
is
landlocked.
Australia country locked, is the question.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point.
Is there a border with New Zealand? Serious question, but that's a separate island, right?
No, completely. Like you wouldn't believe,
I'm
but
very educated.
actually there is almost 1,000-kilometer gap between the two.
Yeah, no,
So it's noticeably
I've seen
apart.
it on the map. They're not exactly neighbors, even like.
No. Yeah, that's the story. So yeah, no landlocked countries for you, no tennis, or lots of tennis, in fact, in those countries. But yeah,
No, as for chess, yeah, the circus moves to Bangkok after this. Also not a landlocked country. I've been to Thai beaches many a time, and then to Hong Kong, which also does not qualify as a landlocked country. No.
and what's going to happen in Hong Kong, sir?
Yeah.
Is that going to be the event we talked before?
Yeah, that's one, Hong
That's-
Kong and Bangkok.
That's right.
It's another esports rapid event where
Right. Perhaps we should mention again, because we didn't do that today, that this event here in Tokyo is going to basically be concluded today as the Asia leg of the WR Ladies Tour, and it's going to move on to other continents, and it's going to travel to Peru, to Mozambique, and also to France, to Saint-Tropez, only to be concluded once again in Germany, in the aptly named Rosenstein Castle in Germany, which is going to be the final of this ladies tour. So from each of those destinations, 2 players will qualify. We already talked about the players from here in Tokyo and my appalling maths. but it's still likely going to be, well, in fact, it's definitely going to be Vaishali and one of the finalists.
Exactly. What I'm wondering is, can you get multiple invites for the group stages, or is it different players at every event?
Yeah, that is actually something I thought about too, because to set the record straight, for this tournament we had Alexandra Kostenjuk, Katerina Lano, Antoaneta Stefanova and Irene Sukandar as invitees. Am I correct? I believe I am. Just not.
Yes, Vaishali as well.
Vaishali, indeed. And then we had the online qualifiers. Yeah. So you wonder if those 5 will be invited to other events or not.
Yeah, my best guess would be no, that it's gonna be different top players, but I also don't agree. Don't know who was asked and who agreed to play. If you look at the women's world rankings, of course, we have many Chinese top players that have not joined the action yet. And since this is the Asia leg, where will they jump in?
Yeah, fair question. Yeah, I don't know. But I do hope to see many other players as well. I mean, in a way, obviously, we are promoting women's chess, and so we would like to see as many ladies players performing well at these various events as possible, for sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking, who are the top players from the
South American region?
Americas, yeah.
Well, I do wonder if that also extends to North America. I believe it would, right? If we talk Americas.
Probably, yeah. Of course.
And in that case, from North America,
Carissa Yip is here.
Yeah,
one
indeed.
Of the top
I was about to say.
US players. But I think she was in Tokyo on holiday since just visiting.
Correct.
Visiting the event. She was not.
And she's here with Awanda Liang, by the way.
Yep. Happily staring at the computer screens in the players' lounge.
On the floor, by the way, following Japanese tradition. A quite funny scene occurred when the president of the Japanese Federation approached them and said that you're more than welcome to sit on chairs, and they still refused and kept on sitting on the floor.
Is that a respect thing? I can't say I've seen all that much, but I've seen plenty Japanese sitting on chairs.
No, I do think that they enjoyed the fact that they were completely, concealed, hidden away, and just doing their own thing. I think that's what that was. But, take credit for following and adhering the local tradition as well.
But seriously, probably I should ask one of our Japanese friends, is it that common to sit on the floor? Like, I've read old books where people were doing it, but at home, do you sit on the floor or on couches or?
No, I do think it's furniture. I do think it's furniture.
Yeah,
Having said that, I did see a couple of people entering the lounge room, taking their shoes off.
Not that.
Which is, of course, a very, very strongly followed Japanese tradition that you shouldn't be wearing shoes indoors, period, like no matter what room it is.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay. I have to ask some questions to.
Indeed.
And get rid of.
Indeed. By the way, isn't Anna Sargsyan bearing a American flag, or she's for this tournament?
I think she was playing under an American flag. No, Irene is still representing Indonesia, but Anna Sargsyan was.
But that seems to contradict then your theory of only Asian players in the Asian leg.
No, that wasn't my theory. Like, I think technically.
Okay. I see.
Kostenjuk, Stefanova also not
players.
I was saying the Chinese players are not here.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if they will join somewhere else, because of course.
I think they should.
We have Zhou and June, Ho Yifan.
Yeah, I would love to see them.
Lei Tingzhe and many others who
of course.
are leading the world rankings. I think the top 5 in the world rankings are from China in the women's game. So
yeah, and we would love to see them too.
There we
see
game number 4. Whoever wins this wins it all. With the white pieces, another Italian.
Oh, here we go.
Katerina saying, okay, enough of this knight f65 line. Let's play normal.
Another trendy opening nowadays on top level is the Italian. In fact, it has replaced Rui Lopez almost entirely. Well, not entirely, but it's now, I think, many people's top choice if they want to eke out an advantage. Shout out to all the Berlin practitioners who destroyed the Spanish hopes.
Yeah, the candidates was the first candidates, I think, ever in the open section where there was not a single Rui Lopez played. Plenty of Italians, plenty of Petrovs, but not a single Rui Lopez.
Here's a question for you, but you are going to know this because you are very well educated in the opening world. Before Kramnik, there was a certain very high-rated grandmaster who actually started popularizing the Berlin in the late 90s, early 2000s, well before Kramnik put it on the agenda. Who is that GM?
I think he's a car salesman nowadays.
Indeed. Well, actually, yeah, I think that's a very good way to put it. But yes, you smashed it. How do you know the car business, by the way?
I have my sources in
You know
Hungary.
everything.
No, Zoltán Almasi was a great Berlin player. Like there were others, of course, playing the Berlin in the 1990s. Alexandrov comes to mind, but of course, Kramnik using it against Kasparov in 2000 to win the World Championship. Put it on the map, and nowadays it's a primary reason why people start putting the bishop here. As we learned as beginners, by a top level, usually the bishop was going here. Now it's shifted.
Yeah. And we have got an interesting middle game scenario here. Double pawns, but those pawns are bearing down on the d4 square, so white's pawn breaks are very heavily limited. But the position is, of course, very solid. So
this looks very fine for black.
Yep.
This structure. It's always odd to have these doubled pawns, but it's actually easy to play with black. Queen d6, knight d4, even bishop e6 you can do. And it's not that obvious what white is doing. Probably it will be the usual. There will be an untimely f4, which I will criticize for weakening the king. But no, I like black's position here.
yeah, I would take black here too. And queen d6 is following exactly what you wanted and what you ordered. Not only does it back up the center, but controls f4, supports bishop e6. It just is an altogether healthy move. And now the knight on e2 is stuck a bit because knight g3 is always well met by knight f4.
Yep. No, nicely played by Katerina Kostenyuk. Of course, nowadays the Italian is so popular. People are also stopping to play it, quote-unquote, normally with white, which would be c3, castles, whatever. Now doing all kinds of very subtle things. But yeah, generally, I don't think I like this bishop takes c5 move here. I think I want to keep the tension. Okay, still nothing. Whoa, I was going to say nothing too serious has happened, then she goes
Then g4.
That looks
serious.
too much.
Yeah, I disapprove, but again, she was a bit stuck for an idea, I suppose, to continue the game.
No reason to ruin your position like that. I was saying I will complain about f4 weakening the king, but g4 is taking it to an extreme.
What would have been the Gustafsson way to play with white there? Just castle and...
Yeah, no, I don't love the position, but I think, castle and keep it going. So let's see what happens. Queen e3, knight d4, takes
CD,
e takes d. Bit surprised.
CD, no?
Keeping a grip on this look natural, but she wants the e5 square for the knight. Queen g3.
But can you have d5 square for your knight?
Temporarily.
What if I just kick you with f4 and say goodbye to my bishop? Is that bad?
I would guess that's bad. Takes and queen e6 or something.
Yeah, Compi approves. Queen d3 holds it still, but b5 breaks will break me.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, no, this is
the
ugly.
question is if this check is
anything.
Is a big deal.
Oh yeah, maybe just king f1, king g2, and then f4.
Yeah, I think that's on the board.
G5.
E5, yeah. G5 is very logical, though.
Yeah, it is, but now we are entering crazy territory for sure.
I like G5, a very positional move, making sure white can't expand here, and after king G2, it's knight H4 check. So what can white do? There's a pawn.
Take a pawn,
But
which she has.
she has taken the pawn. Are we getting a perpetual? Is that how it's going to end?
It looks like it. We will.
And Armageddon?
Armageddon, bring it. The ladies are here to entertain us. They go like, no, this final is not going to complete on 4 chess games.
And draw agreed. Perpetual, meaning Armageddon.
I think she just wanted to have a white, honestly. Lucknow, that is.
Yeah,
You
possible.
know, to decide the outcome, which is not a bad strategy at all. And like I said, the winners are clearly the viewers and us who get to commentate yet another chess game.
Yeah,
Closing a gap between chess and tennis.
I was
bidding already?
No, I was surprised Katarina couldn't do anything here, but looks like objectively she was
Correct.
She was correct. There's no more than the perpetual.
Yeah, somehow the rest of the black army is disjointed and not present. Okay, this looks casual small talk, not like a bidding process to my untrained eyes. With the chief arbiter.
To reiterate, the rules for the Armageddon is white gets 5 minutes and must win, and who bids the lower number with black gets the black pieces, meaning if Alexandra Kostenyuk says, I will play with 3 minutes 49, and Katarina says, I will play with 3 minutes 30, then Katarina gets black.
One of the toughest decisions, as you can see from the facial expressions of Alexandra Kostenyuk. What number do I write on the paper?
She's staring down her opponent. What's she writing? Does that look like a 4, like a 3?
Imagine, it's like figuring out the lotto numbers.
That's bad camera work. Show us.
Yeah, that's it. Like, let's have a sneaky.
Maybe we can send you over there to have a sneak peek.
Yeah, I should.
And here we get the big reveal.
Tech boys are also interested.
I can't see anything. It's too bright.
Oh, and apparently we are breaking for a break. What's the call?
Oh,
there it is, 4:35 for Katarina.
4:35.
Brilliant camera work. Shout out to the
and give us the other one.
Crew.
Zoom in.
Come on, Gerhard, hold it up for us. Don't be so secretive. Yeah, you can't do that.
Bad arbiter work.
It's terrible. Where is, the sense for plot twists and dramatic effect? Yeah. Oh, no, he's already setting the clock.
So if he sets it at 4:35, then we know the other bid was higher.
Yeah, because obviously white will start on 5. So
but Mark is going to have a look. He will let us know.
I hope he also tells us when we can expect this final game of the Tokyo leg to kick off.
I think that's one of the main skills an arbiter needs to have, because I don't know a single player that is able to set a clock to something as complicated as 4:35.
No, I usually just let it run down to that. That's my way of doing it.
Oh, that's practical.
I'm nothing if not practical.
Huh.
It is also a bit less practical to come back to us now, but I guess there will be some secrets that we are going to learn. One of them will be the time, and the other one will be the kickoff time.
4:32 looks like. So it was 4:32 versus 4:35. They're in the same ballpark.
Right. So
Kostenyuk bid 4:32. Katarina Lachno 4:35.
And so Katarina Lachno gets the white pieces.
Correct. And must win.
Indeed. So the only mystery that remains is that when is this going to take place?
That they never tell us. Technically, there is still time in the schedule. It says in 38 minutes, but I would be surprised if it takes that long.
No.
Mark, do we know when they play?
Very soon is the response. Very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Refill your drink bottles and keep looking at these two stunning gentlemen for the time being as we try to kill time and wait for the ladies to return, resume, and start the final game of the day. There is definitely no more chess to be played. Whether that's a good or bad news, that's up to you, but I'm somewhat sad that this marvelous event is coming to its end.
I don't know. I'm jet lagged. I can barely speak or recall who's been playing, but it's still been a pleasure to be here. I do, however, need a quick break because I got a bit addicted to these Japanese toilets. They can do things I did not know toilets could do. So I'll go there now, and we'll be back with the Armageddon.
Make sure you turn off your mic.
Now. Welcome back. Final game coming up, Armageddon, to decide it all between Katarina Lachno and Alexandra Kostenyuk. Lachno with the white pieces, 5 minutes, and Kostenyuk with the black pieces, 4 minutes 32 after the bidding process was close. 432 versus 435, lower bid wins. So Katarina Lachno has to win this game or Kostenyuk walks away with it. Who you got?
I have white and the bear more time. But that being said, and Katarina Lachno with that, I don't know if that gap is, necessarily enough for me to favor white. It's more just the fact that I thought that Katarina Lachno was going to take it out, so I'm just going to stick with my guns. But the half a minute, I don't know. There, the black odds can still be a very powerful counterbalancing factor.
Yeah, I agree, especially with the extra 1 second after move 60, so you don't have to lose on time if both are in time trouble and the game goes long. I will also think the break-even point is probably a bit lower, around 4 minutes. But it is what it is. We were educated on this tour a little bit. Share with us what you found out.
Right, so very exciting news, I believe. I'm very happy. The one rule that we need to establish, or now we know, is that no player can play 2 events of the WR circuit. So all of the players that you see playing here in Tokyo, they will not be allowed to play in any other tournaments, that way making the field more fair and allowing a far greater group of players to qualify to the final. So that makes perfect sense. And we also learned that players from China struggled to obtain a visa, so probably we are going to see a fair few Chinese players showing the rest of these tournaments, whether it be Peru or Mozambique or indeed in Saint-Tropez. That's yet to be seen, but I expect some very, very strong tournaments coming up in the remaining legs. For now, however, we are going to switch into the action as the game is about to kick off.
Yup. What's going to be another Caro-Kann?
No. E4, E5.
Okay, you're right. Here we go, the Petrov. Needing a draw. No more funny business. Good old Petrov.
But I think it turned into a 4 knights Ruy Lopez, if I see it correctly. Yes.
Yep. That is allowed. And bishop d6. Typically a fighting option, but also if you didn't expect this, you don't want to go knight d4. Bishop d6 looks like a beginner's move, but it is not. It covers the pawn, prepares castles, potentially knight d4.
Also rook e8, bishop f8 then can be played at will.
Yeah, these are the positions where the computer starts yelling g4, but is that on the agenda? No.
Regrettably not. I would have loved to see that, of course.
Yeah, well, now the black setup is reasonably solid. We get a typical Spanish position, bishop f8, d6. Oh, now you can even go bishop c5, as white played a bit passively, but I guess, yeah, bishop f8, d6 it is. This basically is the Magnus Carlsen plan. If you don't know what to do, go bishop f8, h6, bishop e6, take back on e6 with the rook, and things can never be too bad.
Yeah, the clocks are almost level, by the way. So that advantage for white is gone.
Yeah, knight d5 is, makes it a bit more challenging. Now you have a decision if you want to take ed, knight e7, or play a move like g6, looks logical. Or knight d4. Yeah.
We saw this earlier today when it was a blunder on account of bishop takes ed and knight b4 was allowed, but here the players are playing a more accurate version, having the dog ears with a3 in, denying knight b4. But it's still looking very stale and trading down to a... I don't know if any advantage is here to be had for white.
I always like the structure for white with the sort of dead pawn on d4, so I wouldn't have done this. This transposes to, or it's very close to a different line where typically on e6 you take...
With the pawn.
With the pawn queen? Or with the queen to go for this. Well, rook e6, f4, I think white is better here. I don't like it because there's not a lot of dynamics for black. c5, c4, but even that doesn't do that much. Well, white has an easy build-up, bishop d2, queen out, and then you think about f5 or e5. So I think there's some tension. Rook f1.
Yeah, actually it reminds me very strongly of a line that I used to play with white in the Ruy Lopez, as in against the bird version with knight d4. They very often end up in exactly this structure, except that there are more pieces on the board, which in my opinion also supports white, because the attacking prospects on the king side are enhanced by the presence of, for example, a knight on f3.
Yeah, even here, I would strongly prefer white for lack of active options for black.
Yep.
And yeah.
There's no dynamic aspects indeed, as you put. Typically, we would like to have some kind of a pawn break in your games.
Oh, this is very unpleasant.
No bishop g5 for you because of bishop g3 and the queen is trapped. In fact, it seems to be a general problem for black now that that queen is short of squares.
Yeah, rook e2, then you're threatening g3 because you can't take because of rook h2.
Ooh.
Queen is to go back, then also e5 is back in play.
Can we start with g3?
I wasn't sure if now takes is legal.
And if rook e2, how do you evacuate? h5, meanie. Yeah, just on time.
Yeah, and rook e2 played, strong move.
Wow, well done. Well done.
You know, this went wrong. This knight d4, I'm not saying it's a bad move, but it's very committal to go for this structure. I never liked it on practical grounds, like you often see it in 63 Spanishes as well. But even these fe6 positions, it's very hard to do anything. So, a bit surprised. Kostenjuk maybe was thinking, draws enough, so let's exchange some pieces. But this structure is
Instead, it looks like
that.
Let's get mated.
Yeah, bishop f8, king h2, taking a time, but the advantage is very permanent because this counterplay doesn't even do very much.
I wonder why she played king h2. Wasn't g3 the plan?
Yeah, could have done directly.
Or maybe she wants to go
needed.
g4? But again, I don't see why that requires king h2.
No, it doesn't. But it doesn't hurt either. Yeah, maybe she wants g4, bishop g3, h4, but...
Yep.
I think...
But then why did she play rook e2?
I don't know. I think she's just making moves.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. It's a blitz game, so obviously things get sometimes a little bit mixed up. c4 played. At least she's trying to do something on the c file.
Yeah.
Not a lot there, but makes perfect sense, and you have to make moves.
She's trying to mix it up, but it's very difficult because the black structure is just inferior. No matter what you do, d5 is always well met by e5.
Yep. g2, g5 could be a plan.
Yeah, I would guess just bishop g3, h4, king here, back, g5. Let's see. But yeah, you're completely right. Rook g2 or rook g1.
Rook g1, yep.
Also is very unpleasant. Queen has to go back. Or I don't know if it had to go back, but it did go back. And here comes g5. Oh, rook takes f5. Tactics.
Oh, la la.
She missed it.
Yeah, wow. I was wondering why the bar was dropping. Well spotted, sir.
Oh, but she missed it, and now it's once again an uphill battle strategically.
I mean, we have so many pawns on black that bishop on f8 is not a happy camper.
No, this normally the hand
e5?
wins. Yeah, d5, e5 if possible at all. Yep.
Yep. And now d4 pawn is going to fall. Ay, this is now getting...
Katarina in her element here as well.
Out of control.
Quickly, strong attacking moves. Rook e8. Is bishop g7 already there? Or she goes f6?
She also looks lethal.
Yeah, this is bad news.
And time is ticking away from Alexandra as well. Down to 43 seconds.
Rook c6, but that doesn't create a threat, so white should have time to go queen g4, g3 somewhere. Katarina trying to calculate.
Yeah, I mean, at first sight, even FG looks... Oh, no, I'm hanging a queen, never mind. That's, I thought that I had some tricks back at home, but no. Hence queen g3 or 4.
Yeah, Compy wants rook g5, which I'm sure is even stronger to that.
Put the queen Alekhine's gun.
Oh yeah, queen g4 looks natural. Oh, but now rook takes e5 and bishop d6 is another source of counterplay.
And she's going to find
that works if she spots that.
Mark my words.
In business.
Yep, immediately. And you can see...
No, but she doesn't go bishop d6. She goes rook f6, which also keeps her in the game, but bishop d6, regaining the exchange was better.
Yeah, I guess she was frightened of queen takes g7, which is to some degree fair. But now we are back in...
Still, this is anybody's game. It looks like white is better, but I'd be worried with the king here. Bishop d6 check is nothing.
Yeah, you just go back and block it with rook g1.
Sorry, we're a move or two behind. Queen c7, king h1, queen back, rook g1. Trying to safeguard the king. But it feels to me like black has counterplay here, practically.
Yep.
Rook f4, rook f3.
Not deniable.
Rook back to f4. Oh, 12 seconds. Kostenjuk takes a look at the clock and realizes there's not a lot of time.
Nah, this is getting too passive for black, though. I don't like that rook on h6.
Yeah, queen g8 does not instill lots of confidence.
No.
No making progress.
Steady hand and resignation, and
Resignation.
we have a winner.
Congratulations to Katarina Lachno winning the Blitz leg of this event and therefore also making the top 2 and the finals of the WR Women's Tour. Yeah, that was a roller coaster. It looked like the match was Kostenyuk's to lose, with the lead winning at least in the 3rd game. But in the end, Katarina, who has been dominating this matchup historically, wins another one against her old rival.
Yes, and that also means that she qualifies for the finals from the Asia leg from Tokyo alongside Vaishali. I think that sooner or later we are going to have a graphics of that, but not just yet. What were your overall impressions, Jan, of the last 2 days?
This was fun. First of all, I've never been to Japan, and I think it was the same for many of the participants. So that alone is great, not only to be able to see Tokyo, but also to have chess in a country where, as far as I know, shogi and go have been a bit more popular than chess. So to have a high-level event like that here, I think is great for everybody involved. And yeah, what's not to like? It's a fantastic hotel, fantastic playing conditions, great food, great fighting chess. I also like the format. Like, of course, 2 days is not a very long event, but you have plenty actions. I like the knockout. So I think this is a fun addition to the chess calendar, and certainly great for women's chess to get, more exposure. Frankly, also gives everybody the chance to make some money, especially with these finals included. So, no, I'm very pleased to be here.
Right, I can only second your thoughts, Jan, and perhaps it's a good opportunity for us to thank our main organizer and sponsor of the event, WR Chess, and Vadim in particular, for putting not only this event, but the entire series on, which means, of course, that, as you said, a lot of ladies and competitors have a chance to play a very, very good and fun event, and indeed walk away with a bit of a handsome paycheck in the end of the day. Never hurt anyone?
No, yeah, thanks to Vadim, who's made so many events possible in the chess world, this new tour. Then after that, as mentioned, we have this esports event in Bangkok and the World Rapid Team Championship, which is also his brainchild. So can never hurt to have more events organized in such fantastic style. And let's have a look how this finished, because I think we do have standings ready. Katarina Lachno pulling it out there. Dominant performance in the first 2 rounds, 3-0, 3-0. But had to go all the way in this final, fell behind. And Alexandra Kostenyuk looked like she was on the road to victory in qualification, but was stopped at the very, very end in the Armageddon. So let's have a look if we do have the overall tour standings. Has someone done the math already?
I mean, this image in itself is spectacular.
That's Paris, no?
Just about, with the Fuji mountain behind. So as per the correct maths conducted by Jan, Vaishali and Lachno, neck and neck, 15 points each, will qualify for the ultimate final that we already mentioned will be held in Germany in the Rosenstein Castle. And unfortunately, Kostenyuk, despite her valiant efforts in the Blitz section, will have to miss out, coming 3rd with 13 points. But I think we should mention that all the players put up spectacular efforts and did their very best. And just overall a great event. But special congratulations will go to Vaishali and Lachno respectively for coming actually equal first. We can't really say first and second, I guess.
No, it was 2 different events, 2 different winners, but the final standings overall, which matter, of course, for the tour. This is a share. I don't think there's any more Armageddon coming in. So that brings us to the end of the event. We should, of course, also thank the fantastic team that makes this broadcast possible, the guys that do all the work, sitting there in front of us, having to listen to my jet-lagged ramblings. And thank you so much for making the long trip from Australia.
No, thank you. Actually, my trip, I believe, was a little bit shorter.
True, my trip was very long.
And the honor was mine to be commentating alongside you, Jan. So I look forward to doing this again. And I look forward to seeing our viewers on the other side of the screen. Thank you very much for joining us and choosing us. Look forward to be back.
We should also mention, before we check out, that the closing ceremony will be broadcasted live on this very channel. So if you stay tuned, in a couple minutes, you can see probably people bursting into tears, giving heartfelt speeches, thanking their families, their agents. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to the closing ceremony of the Asia leg of the WR Women's Chess Tour 2026 here in Tokyo, Japan. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni and I'm delighted to be your host tonight for this short and sweet closing ceremony. Today was day 2 of the event, the BLITZ session, and we were treated to some really tremendously exciting chess. The players gave it their all, and we don't want to make them wait too long. So without further ado, I'm now going to invite to the stage the president of the Japanese Chess Federation, Mr. Manabe. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to all the players for your hard-fought games for over the 2 days. And huge congratulations on winning the BLITZ part of this tournament, Grandmaster Katarina Ragno, for your great win. And my remarks conclude on my gratitude again for all the players for participating in this tournament, and for Mr. Vadim Rosenstein for making this wonderful tournament happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Also on my behalf, I want to say thank you to our fantastic commentators and to our brilliant team of arbiters as well. And now I would like to invite the sponsor and organizer of this event, Mr. Vadim Rosenstein.
Yeah, hello everyone again. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Hiroshi Manabe for the opportunity to support women's chess. I think this is a wonderful beginning for our future, and I think the event was a very successful one. I'd like to thank, of course, the broadcast team, Fiona, you, commentators. I must admire, I laughed a few times, so it was very fun and enjoyable to watch your commentaries. I'd like also to thank all the players for participating in this series of tournaments. And I already understood that we will change something in the next series in 2027. I do believe we will do double elimination, because it was indeed very fast for players who think they could do better, and we better give them the chance to do it, so they don't think this way. And yeah. And yeah, I enjoyed being here. Very warm welcome. Thank you again for this. And I hope to see you all soon in Punta Cana. We will have the tournament on the 1st and 2nd July. The next one will be in Mozambique, and this will be followed by the tournament in Saint-Tropez, and of course the finals in Germany. Again, thank you so much, and hope to see you soon. Thank you.
And wait, Vadim, it's time now. In fact, to invite our winner of today's BLITZ tournament. So please give it up for Grandmaster Katarina Ragno. And finally, one last photo. We would also like to invite Vaishali to the stage, who won yesterday's rapid events. And those are the 2 qualifiers for the finals in Germany later this year. Thank you so much, everyone. So that concludes this closing ceremony. We are all going to go and have some nice dinner here in Japan now tonight. So thank you once again to everyone for being here, to contributing to this great event, and we will see you at the next one. Have a good night.